Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Chapter 1 Starting at the Orphanage. This book is guaranteed to be at least 1,000,000 words long and will absolutely never be discontinued, unless the author dies unexpectedly. Everyone can rest assured and enjoy it. Where is this? I'm flying. Sora slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a fox mask. Kid, I didn't expect you to pull through. Not bad physical condition. The fox mask's footsteps didn't pause as he looked down at Sora in his arms. Strange. The other person definitely wasn't speaking English, yet every word entered his mind as clearly as his native language, without any difficulty. Am I still alive? Didn't I die of cancer? Could it be? I've transmigrated. Yes, Sora had died. In his previous life, Sora was an ordinary office worker. He grew up in an orphanage and, thanks to the welfare support, grew up smoothly and steadily into an adult. Unfortunately, by his late 20s he still hadn't married, and didn't even have a girlfriend. If it were just that, it might have been tolerable. At least he would still be alive. But Sora had terrible luck. He got cancer, and by the time it was discovered, it was already terminal. Incurable. After years as a corporate drone, Sora quit his job and chose the most vulgar way to wait for his death. Finally, after 6 months of debauchery, Sora returned to the embrace of Mother Earth. At least the hard-earned money was finally spent, avoiding the situation where the person is gone but the money remains. The village is ahead. I will go report to the Hokage. You take this kid first. The fox mask turned and spoke to 2 other masked individuals who had appeared at some point unnoticed. One of them, wearing a grizzly bear mask, took Sora and nodded. In his dazed state, Sora only felt the surrounding human voices gradually become noisier. Opening his eyes, he saw they had indeed reached a populated area. He saw the fox mask vanish instantly, fast as teleportation. Where did he go? How did he disappear just like that? Sora stared in shock at the empty spot. What kind of world have I traveled to? He turned his head to look around and found they were on the rooftop of a building. Looking down, he saw a bustling crowd of people coming and going. That's... Sora noticed that his nearsighted eyes could now clearly see the faces of the pedestrians below. The forehead protector that person wore, wasn't that the symbol of Konoha from Naruto? Have I traveled to the Naruto world? Then these masked people should be the ANBU. It was acceptable. As an anime fan, Sora's favorites were Naruto and One Piece, though the latter should now be called One Piece. I just hope the current timeline isn't too close to those Ninja World Wars. The Ninja World Wars in Naruto were exceptionally brutal. Forget Genin, even Chunin and Jonin struggled to protect themselves. Let alone an orphan from outside the village like him. Once war started, he would definitely become cannon fodder. Sora estimated his current body was about 4 years old. Although during Naruto's time, the Ninja Academy usually graduated students at age 12, in the original work, there were plenty of examples of children going to battle at 6 or 7 years old. If Hashirama Senja knew about this, he'd probably crawl out of his grave and hit those guys with a true several thousand hands. Sora thought to himself. Time passed slowly. The fox mask suddenly reappeared, likely using the body flicker technique. Mission complete. Take this kid to the orphanage. Damn, an orphanage again. Sora was truly speechless. He was an orphan before traveling through time, and he's still an orphan after. And most likely a regular orphan without any Kekii Genkai. Didn't he travel through time for nothing? Konoha Orphanage. The evening sun's remaining light shone on the orphanage courtyard, adding a touch of peace and tranquility. There were over a dozen children in the courtyard, and a blonde girl around 10 years old wearing black-framed glasses. Sora was mixed among them, behaving like a normal child. It had been half a year since he traveled to the Naruto world. Sora had gradually figured out the general timeline. It should be Konoha year 37 now. There were still 6 years until the Third Shinobi World War in year 43. Comparing his body to the other children in the orphanage, Sora should be about 5 years old. It's worth mentioning that Sora was somewhat handsome, with silver white hair similar to Kakashi's. Not bad, at least there are still 6 years. Sora looked at the blonde girl in the courtyard, namely Nono Yakushi. Nono's exact age wasn't specified in the original work. Sora estimated she was born around Konoha year 26, so she should be about 11 years old now. Since Nono was already at the orphanage, she should have already left or was semi-detached from the root organization. He just didn't know when she earned the title, the Walking Witch. Recalling that Kakashi became a Jonin at age 12 in the original, and Shursui earned the name Shunshin no Shursui. At age 11, one could only say Nono was also a genius. Currently, the orphanage only had one old headmaster and Nono as a caretaker. In the half-year since Sora arrived, Nono had been very good to him. At Sora's request, she even taught him some basic shinobi knowledge, like chakra extraction. Unfortunately, Sora's body seemed to have extremely poor compatibility with chakra. His chakra volume was estimated to be only a fraction of that of children his age. The clone technique he released would collapse almost immediately. It seemed the path of ninjutsu was blocked for him. A faint, wry smile touched Sora's face. In these past 6 months, he had confirmed that he lacked the golden finger, a cheat ability that seemed standard for those who travel through time. At least, not yet. It seems I can only take the path of taijutsu. Fortunately, taijutsu isn't bad. Forbidden techniques like the 8 gates released formation can even stand up to 6 paths Madara. Sora looked at the sky with a hint of resentment. Sigh, at least the Third Shinobi World War is still 6 years away. Since ninjutsu wasn't viable, he would focus solely on taijutsu. Thinking of Guy's magnificent kick that nearly ended the whole war, Sora's fighting spirit reignited. If they can do it, how can I not? And I cannot afford to fail. After all, a ninja world war was no joke. Sora had no desire to be cannon fodder. Shaking his head, he pushed the thoughts from his mind. Sora stood up and walked towards the training ground next to the orphanage. This training ground was specially designated by Konoha for orphans and low-ranking shinobi. The ground was covered in footprints of varying depths, and a few bundles of practice straw dummies were piled in the corner. Sora walked directly to the oldest straw dummy. Its torso was already kicked askew, with a clear depression in the chest area. That was the mark of Sora's repeated punches and knee strikes over the past 6 months. Adjusting the worn bandages on his wrists, Sora took a deep breath. His right leg suddenly lifted, whistling through the air as it kicked towards the depression in the dummy's chest. 1, 2, 3, 41, 42. Gradually, fatigue and pain spread throughout his body. The muscles in his thighs began to twitch, but Sora didn't stop. He gritted his teeth and continued. In the almost empty training ground, only Sora's panting and the dull thuds of his kicks against the straw dummy echoed. Since the path of ninjutsu was blocked, Sora could only train his taijutsu to the extreme. If others practiced for 1 hour, he would practice for 3. If others kicked 100 times, he would kick 300. 2. Chapter 2 The Devil Fruit in the River. Pant, pant. In the sound of heavy panting, sweat had already soaked his clothes, and even dripped onto the ground. Finally, Sora, whose legs had gone numb, stopped. Rest for 10 minutes, then 100 push-ups, 100 squats, a 5-kilometer-long distance run. That is right, Sora was practicing the training method from One Punch Man used by Saitama, and had also added practical combat moves like straight punches and side kicks. However, because of his short legs, the long-distance run was changed to 5 kilometers. At the very beginning, Sora could not even complete half the amount in a day. After half a year, he successfully reached teacher Saitama's training volume, and was even slowly increasing it. If only life could always be this peaceful. Sora sat next to a straw training dummy, gazing at the blurry faces on the distant Hokage rock, feeling a rare moment of daze. But thinking about the upcoming Third Great Ninja War, the Nine-Tails attack, the Fourth Great Ninja War, slacking off was impossible. Just as he was about to continue training, Sora suddenly felt something in the woods behind the training ground inexplicably attracting him. The feeling was strange. He could not tell if it was a pull or a summons, only that the thing was extremely important to him. Driven by this feeling, Sora walked towards the woods. The sky gradually darkened. Sora looked at the dim surroundings and gritted his teeth. The strange sensation in his heart urged him to keep going. After walking for a while, Sora stopped by a small river. He saw a round, fruit-like object slowly drifting down from upstream with the current. The water in the small river flowed slowly, and that fruit-like thing coincidentally drifted right to Sora's feet. This is. His expression instantly became blank. Sora revealed a look as if he had seen a ghost. Flustered, he crouched down and widened his eyes to look at the object by his feet. A fruit with a peculiar shape. Sora carefully reached out his hand and picked up the fruit from the edge of the small river. It was entirely blue-purple, its surface covered in spiral patterns, the top had protrusions like dragon scales, and the whole fruit emitted a strange luster. Isn't this Kaido's Uo no Mi, model, Seiryu. Fish fruit, model, Azure dragon. For anyone else in the Naruto world, they would not know what this was. They would probably treat it as a poisonous fruit and throw it away directly. But Sora was different. As a former anime enthusiast, Sora recognized almost at a glance what it was. A devil fruit. How could it appear in the Naruto world? Sora stared dumbfounded at the devil fruit in his hand, which looked exactly like the one in the manga, completely unlike a fake. Could it just be a coincidence? Or some kind of poisonous wild fruit? Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but they were quickly dismissed. It was just too realistic. Every detail perfectly replicated its appearance in the original work. Has my cheat finally arrived? Is this reasonable? He looked at the small river in front of him. Thinking about the strange feeling he had just felt, looking at the fruit in his hand that looked exactly like it, Sora swallowed hard. As a seasoned anime fan, his impression of this fruit was too deep. The foundation Kaido relied on to run rampant in the One Piece world, one of the top existences among the mythical Zoan-type devil fruits, possessing the power to control wind and rain, and overturn rivers and seas. But why would it appear in the Naruto world? And in this completely inconspicuous small river? Countless thoughts churned in his mind, but none could explain it. He shook his head, forcibly pushing these chaotic thoughts out of his mind. Who cares why it's here? If I don't want to be cannon fodder, I'll risk it. Sora gritted his teeth, brought the fruit to his mouth, and took a fierce bite. Gag. An indescribable stench instantly exploded in his mouth, rushing straight to his brain. The taste was indescribable, worse than eating crap. He only felt his stomach churning violently. Sora quickly covered his mouth to stop himself from vomiting. This thing is even more disgusting than described in the manga. Looking at the remaining fruit with a bite mark in his hand, gritting his teeth, Sora still furrowed his brows and ate the remaining part. He was risking it. Gag. It was still a taste hard to swallow. Although it was mentioned in One Piece that only one bite of a devil fruit was needed to gain the corresponding ability, when it really came down to it, Sora chose to be cautious. What if he missed out on part of the ability? He did not dare to gamble. Gritting his teeth, he stuffed the crap. The devil fruit, all into his mouth, braced himself, chewed a couple of times, then turned pale and dry heaved. Damn, how did Kaido endure this back then? He was even smiling while eating it. As the entire devil fruit went down his stomach, Sora collected himself and carefully perceived the changes in his body. 1 second. 2 seconds. Buzz. A violent energy suddenly erupted from within his body. Sora's pupils abruptly contracted. His brain felt like it had been struck hard by a giant hammer. The intense dizziness made him stagger a few steps, almost falling into the river. Pressing hard on his temples, Sora only felt his blood boiling, his bones itching, and what felt like countless scales squirming beneath his skin. Ugh. Sora grunted, his body unable to bear it as he knelt on the ground, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Looking down at his body, he saw dense blue patterns appearing on his arms, like the reverse scale of dragon scales. His originally neatly trimmed nails also became sharp, glinting coldly like dragon claws. Moreover, Sora could feel that his vision had become much clearer even in this night. Even more astonishing, the sore muscles from his earlier workout seemed infused with new vitality. The feeling of fatigue was swept away. Is this the power of the dragon devil fruit? Sora raised his hand, looking in disbelief at his gradually dragonifying fingertips. He tried lightly swiping at a large tree next to him. Swish. 3 deep claw marks instantly appeared on the tree trunk next to him. Holy crap. Sora was startled, quickly withdrawing his hand, his heart pounding wildly. Sora tried making a fist and found his grip strength had increased by at least 3 times. The abrasions on his arms from his earlier workout were also healing at a relatively fast speed. Sure enough, it's the same ability as Kaido's. Sora's breathing quickened, a flash of joy in his eyes. With this, why would I need chakra? I've hit the jackpot. Sora couldn't help but grin. So what if his chakra was no good? So what if he couldn't learn ninjutsu? With this devil fruit, he might still be able to carve a path for himself in this cruel Naruto world. No matter how strong taijutsu is, it ultimately has limits. But the power of the Azure Dragon can grow continuously with development, even reaching the legendary state of immortality. But this ecstasy did not last long before it was suppressed by reason. Sora suddenly became alert, looked around, and only relaxed after confirming no one was there. No, I can't celebrate too early. The Naruto world isn't One Piece. People here are too wary of unknown powers. If I'm discovered to have this ability that doesn't belong to ninjutsu or Kekkai Genkai, the consequences would be unthinkable. And there are people like Orochimaru and Danzo. Sora recalled the Naruto anime he had watched before, especially that scene where Orochimaru stretched his neck. It made his scalp tingle just thinking about it. SSS. I still need to lay low when necessary. Sora couldn't help but shiver. He took a deep breath to calm his mood. After carefully cleaning up the traces by the river and on the tree, he silently returned to the orphanage. Chapter 3 Mythical Zoan, Fish Fruit, Model, Azure Dragon. It was already late at night when he returned to the orphanage. All the other children were fast asleep. Only the window of Nono's room at the end of the corridor still had a lamplit. Sora lightened his footsteps, quietly slipped back into his own room, closed the door behind him, leaned back against the door panel, and let out a long sigh. The room was small, containing only a wooden plank bed and a worn-out wooden chest. But at this moment, in Sora's eyes, it had become the safest harbor. Sora sat on the edge of the bed and, using the faint light coming through the door crack, examined his body once more. After taking off his upper garment, the scars left by training had now completely disappeared. His skin was smooth and firm, with the lines of developing muscles faintly visible underneath, much sturdier than other children his age. Sora tried to circulate the newly born power within his body. The scale patterns on his skin surface became somewhat clearer, glowing with a faint blue light. The Zoan fruit has 3 transformations. human form, human beast form, and full beast form. And there is also an awakening. In my current state, I should still be in the most basic human form, only able to use a portion of its power. Sora recalled the setting from One Piece, then tried to gather power towards his arm, wanting to test the preliminary form of the human beast form. The scale patterns on his arm rapidly deepened, his skin bulged, blue scales gradually emerged, and his fingernails became sharp and curved, carrying a cold, fierce glint. But this process was not smooth, as if something was obstructing it. Just as it gathered halfway, the scales vanished with a whoosh, his arm returned to its original state, and it felt slightly numb. It seems it's not that easy to control. Sora was not discouraged, instead he found it normal. For such a powerful strength, it would be strange if he could use it freely right after obtaining it. However, how should I explain this power? Sora frowned. This was currently the most troublesome problem. Although Konoha had clans like the Inyazuka who formed contracts with animals, their abilities were secret techniques passed down through generations, and their form changes were limited. It was completely different from the power of the fruit, which could be called fantastical. Perhaps, I can disguise it as some kind of special taijutsu. Say I found an ancient taijutsu secret manual by the river, which can stimulate physical mutations through a special breathing method. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, it's better than exposing the devil fruit. No, I don't have an actual manual either. If I can't produce it, a trip to the torture and interrogation division would be unavoidable. Sora stroked his chin, thinking. Or, simply hide his ability and only use the power at critical moments? But after entering the Ninja Academy, training would inevitably involve collisions. Once his abnormal increase in strength was discovered, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Sora tossed and turned in bed, thinking all night before gradually forming an idea. The most urgent task was to lay a foundation before entering the Ninja Academy. Taijutsu training could not stop. He even had to train more diligently than before, using taijutsu as a pretext to cover the fruit's power, making others think his strength was trained, not an innate ability. Moreover, the beast transformation form should definitely be avoided in the village whenever possible. It seemed the development of his fruit abilities could only be practiced at home during the night. 6 more years. 6 years is enough for me to master the power of the theory of fruit to a certain extent. Sora looked at the ceiling, his eyes becoming extremely determined. He clenched his fist, feeling the restless power inside his body, a confident curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Just wait, world. Sora is here. When he first transmigrated to this world, Sora was quite happy. After all, he could live a second life, and it was the Naruto world he was familiar with. But when he discovered his ninjutsu talent was extremely poor and he had no Kekki Genkai or family secret techniques, Sora's heart was crushed. Being a civilian was not an option, never in this life. Even if it was possible to avoid the battlefield as a civilian during several shinobi world wars, the night of the Kyuubi and Pain's assault destroyed more than half of Konoha. A civilian who couldn't use ninjutsu could only leave everything to fate. Having just died once, Sora did not want to gamble on that luck. As for leaving Konoha to live elsewhere, not to mention whether he could even leave Konoha, Sora felt that without strength, it was the same everywhere. The original owner of this body's village was wiped out by a group of rogue ninjas. But then Sora suddenly thought of a key problem. The most fatal weakness of a devil fruit user, fear of seawater and seastone. Although this world has no seastone, nor the seastone factor, if I were afraid of even ordinary water, that would be utterly ridiculous. Scratching his head, Sora decided to do a simple test. No sooner said than done. Sora found the wooden tub used for bathing and drilled a small hole in the bottom. After filling it with water, he swiftly took off his clothes, pulled out the wooden plug, and jumped in, submerging his entire body in the water. According to the original setting, even bathwater would make a devil fruit user feel weak all over. He muttered while soaking. 1 second, 2 seconds. The water level in the tub slowly dropped. A minute passed. Sora was surprised to find that he was completely fine. Ordinary water has no effect at all. This discovery surprised and delighted him, but then he felt something was off. Could it be because it's not seawater? Or is it? Sora touched his chin, thinking. He recalled that in his memories, people who ate devil fruits were cursed by the sea and became unable to swim. But that curse was the curse of the One Piece world. And this is the Naruto world. Excellent. Thinking of this, Sora was amused. In high spirits, he simply took a comfortable bath. On a cold winter night in Konoha 37, the chilly wind was piercing. 2 months had passed since Sora ate the devil fruit. By the small river behind the orphanage, Sora wiped the sweat from his forehead, ending his 3-hour taijutsu training. Currently, Sora's daily training regimen had reached 20 kilometers running, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 200 squats, essentially a Saitama 2.0 routine. Additionally, there were 500 straight punches and 500 side kicks. Including rest time, it took about 3 to 4 hours each day. The recovery power brought by the devil fruit allowed him to endure higher intensity training than ordinary children, but the fatigue was still real. Moreover, the orphanage had some basic studies he needed to participate in. He looked up at the sky. The streetlights in the distance were already lit, casting long shadows on the snowy ground. let's stop here for today. Sora moved his sore shoulders and neck. Since obtaining the Azure Dragon Fruit, he had sneaked to the small river every afternoon to practice. At night, he returned to his room to practice his fruit abilities. His half-beastified arm could now be maintained steadily for about 10 minutes, and its strength had increased considerably compared to the beginning. Tomorrow, I'll practice the defensive power of the dragon scales. If they can withstand Kurenai, my survival rate will be much higher in the future. As Sora walked and thought, suddenly, a faint sobbing sound interrupted his thoughts. Huh! Sora stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Under a large tree at the edge of the training ground, a small figure was crouching. She had long black hair, wine-red eyes, and was draped in a white cotton-padded jacket. Her shoulders shook, clearly crying. Chapter 4, Ui Kurenai. Looking at the figure under the big tree, Sora was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. Kurenai. As a Naruto fan, Sora was very familiar with this future Genjutsu Jonin. He just never expected that Kurenai, as a child, would be hiding here alone, crying. Hey, are you okay? Sora walked over and crouched down to ask. Kurenai lifted her head, revealing a small face red from crying. Her eyes were very big, her pupils a rare wine red, and her eyelashes still held teardrops, making her look pitiful. Seeing a stranger approach, Kurenai instinctively shrank back, but upon seeing it was a boy about her own age, she quickly wiped her tears again, forcing calm as she said, I'm fine. Heh, this girl is quite strong-willed. Sora felt amused internally. He thought for a moment, then pulled a piece of candy from his pocket. Here, have something sweet, it'll make you feel better. Sora handed over the candy, smiling like a weird uncle. Kurenai hesitated, but still took it, saying quietly, thank you. You're welcome. Sora sat down beside her. What's wrong? Are you lost? Or were you bullied? Kurenai shook her head, whispering, I can't find my way home. Sora almost laughed out loud. Well now, isn't this the plot with Hinata and Naruto? Just with me as the main character. Sora looked around. The sky was already beginning to darken, and the snow was falling heavier. Although Kurenai was dressed warmly, her small face was already pale from the cold. Where is your home? I'll take you back. Sora stood up, patting the snow off his trousers. Kurenai looked up, somewhat surprised. You're willing to help me? Otherwise, should I leave you here alone? Sora shrugged. What if you meet a bad person? Although Konoha's public security is good, you can't rule out perverts who like to kidnap children. Kurenai was amused by Sora's words, her tears turning to laughter. You talk so strangely. This is called a sense of humor. Sora stretched out his hand. Let's go. If it gets any later, the snow will be heavier and the road harder to find. Kurenai hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand in Sora's palm. On the way, Kurenai gradually relaxed and became more talkative. My name is Kurenai Ui. What's yours? Sora, from the orphanage. Oh. Kurenai lowered her head, seeming somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. It's fine, I'm used to it long ago. Sora waved his hand. But why did you go to the training grounds alone? Where are your parents? Kurenai bit her lip, saying with a hint of grievance. Dad went on a mission. He said he'd be back today, but there's still no news. I originally wanted to wait for him at the village entrance, but I got lost on the way. Sora understood internally. In the original story, Kurenai's father, Shinku Ui, should be a Konoha Jonin, who later seemingly died during the Ninetales attack. Thinking of this, Sora couldn't help but soften his tone. Your father is a ninja, right? Mission extensions are normal for ninja, don't worry too much. Kurenai nodded, but her eyes still dimmed. But I haven't seen him for a long time. Sora sighed. As an orphan in both lives, he deeply understood this little girl's loneliness. He just didn't know the situation with Kurenai's mother, as it wasn't mentioned in the original. Sora ruffled Kurenai's hair. Don't worry, your dad is definitely fine. How about this, if you're bored in the future, you can come to the orphanage to find me to play. Kurenai's eyes lit up. Really? Of course, if I'm lying, I'm a dog. Sora laughed. Kurenai finally showed a smile, her wine-red eyes sparkling in the snowy ground. She said happily, it's settled then. From now on, we are friends. When Sora took Kurenai to her doorstep, it was completely dark. Kurenai's home was a traditional Japanese-style compound, and it looked quite comfortable. We're here. Sora let go of her hand. Don't run off again next time. If you get lost again, you might not meet someone as nice as me. Kurenai nodded, then suddenly said, Sora, you are so good to me. Sora was startled, then laughed. Ha ha ha, of course, helping others is the traditional virtue of the nation. Helping comrades is a basic quality of a ninja. Kurenai tilted her head, clearly not understanding the first part, but still said seriously, thank you, you are a good person. Sora's mouth twitched. Don't hand out good person cards so casually, hey. Kurenai was confused. What's a good person card? It's nothing. Sora face-bound. Hurry back inside, it's cold out. Kurenai nodded, turned and ran towards her house, then suddenly turned back and shouted, "Sora, tomorrow, can I still come find you to play tomorrow?" Under the glow of the streetlight, the little girl's expectant expression touched a soft spot in Sora's heart. He waved his hand. "You're welcome anytime, but remember to come during the day next time, it's not safe at night." Watching Kurenai safely enter her home, Sora let out a long sigh of relief. Kurenai, in the original story, she later became Asuma's wife, right? But now, with my involvement in this world, who knows what the future will become? Sora shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. What am I thinking? She's just a child now, and I'm mentally almost 30. I can't be a weird uncle. However, building a good relationship with a future genjutsu master would definitely be beneficial, not harmful, for his survival in Konoha. Moreover, Kurenai's father was a jonin. One must know that in Konoha, just after the Second Shinobi World War, there were only about 10,000 ninja, and fewer than 200 jonin. And, this girl is quite cute. Sora remembered Kurenai's wine-red eyes and couldn't help but smile. I'll just think of her as another little sister. The snow was falling heavier. Sora quickened his pace, but his heart felt inexplicably much lighter. Perhaps, in this unfamiliar world, he wasn't completely alone. When he returned to the orphanage, the sky was completely dark, the streetlights dim and hazy. But it didn't affect Sora much. The fish fruit model Azure Dragon had greatly enhanced his eyesight. Seeing at night was no different from daytime. Although it couldn't compare to professional Kekii Genkai like the Sharingan or Byakugan, Sora was already very satisfied with this enhancement. Returning to the orphanage, Sora quietly climbed over the wall. Just as he was about to sneak back to his room, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind him. "Back so late? Did you go training again?" Sora's whole body stiffened. He slowly turned around to see Nono Yakushi standing in the shadows of the corridor, her eyes behind black-framed glasses filled with concern and a trace of helplessness. "Sister, you're not asleep yet." Sora scratched his head, showing an awkward yet polite smile. "That's right." Mentally almost 30-year-old Sora calling the 11-year-old Nono sister made Sora feel a little bit awkward. But truth be told, Sora, who grew up in the sunlight, might not necessarily be more mature than Nono, so calling her sister wasn't entirely unjustified. "Waiting for you." Nono walked forward and gently patted the snow off Sora's shoulders. "I saved dinner for you, it's in the pot in the kitchen." Sora felt a warmth in his heart. Nono could be said to be the closest person to him in this world. Her meticulous care over the past 6 months had allowed him, an orphan in both lives, to feel the warmth of home for the first time. "Thank you, sister." Sora grinned, and then his stomach cooperatively rumbled gurgle. Nono couldn't hold back a laugh. "Go eat quickly. Rest early after you finish. There are new children to settle tomorrow, you need to help." Chapter 5 Nono. The orphanage now had over 10 orphans. Besides the old dean who could barely move, only Nono was taking care of them. As the walking witch, Nono had naturally discovered, through half a year of close contact, that Sora was much more mature than ordinary children. Fortunately, people in the ninja world matured early anyway, Sora was just even more mature. But considering that Sora came from a village where everyone else had been wiped out by rogue ninjas, it was reasonable for him to be more psychologically mature. Therefore, Nono did not treat Sora like a child at all, but rather like a little helper who could lend a hand. If Sora knew what Nono was thinking, he would probably complain that it wasn't a matter of being more mature. The people from that village were truly all gone, all killed by the rogue ninjas. The original owner of this body had died too. The one living now was just Sora, whose soul had crossed over. The new ones? Sora asked curiously as he walked towards the kitchen. War orphans again? Yes, a border conflict. Neither parent made it back. Sora's footsteps halted. He was all too aware of the cruelty of the ninja world. The third great ninja war hadn't erupted yet, but small-scale conflicts were already frequent. "I'll help," Sora nodded solemnly. Then he immediately reverted to the playful, cheeky expression he reserved for those he was close to. "But sis, can I have an extra piece of bread tomorrow? The training is too intense, I can't handle it." Nono was amused by him. You're only 5 years old, but you talk like an adult. This is called mature and steady." Sora puffed out his chest. "Nonsense, I'm a person with a mental age of nearly 30, of course I'm steady when pretending to be a kid." In the kitchen, Sora wolfed down the warm food. Nono sat across from him and suddenly asked, "Did something good happen today? You seem to be in a good mood." Sora paused his chopsticks, remembering Kurenai Yui's tear-stained little face, and couldn't help but smile. "I found a lost little rabbit on the road and sent it home." "A rabbit?" Nono blinked in confusion. Sora waved his hand. "It was a little girl named Kurenai Yui. Her father is a ninja, his mission was delayed, I think. She was so worried she got lost." A look of understanding dawned on Nono's face. "The daughter of Jonin Shinku Yui. I've seen that child before, she's very sensible." Sora's interest was piqued. "Sis, you know her father?" "Yes, I've seen him a few times at the hospital before. He's a very skilled genjutsu user. Kurenai will probably inherit his talent in the future." "Genjutsu, huh?" Sora became thoughtful. In the original story, Kurenai's genjutsu was indeed excellent, but unfortunately she didn't have much presence in the later parts. However, with a variable like him now, it was hard to say how the future would unfold. By the way, Nono suddenly became serious. You've been training too frantically lately. I've seen the injuries on your arm. While hard work is good, overtraining will harm your body instead. Sora touched his arm through his sleeve, which was already mostly healed, and quickly changed the subject. Don't worry, I know my limits. After all, I'm the man who will become Konoha's green beast. Guy, I'll borrow your title for now. Nono laughed at his Chiyanibia declaration. What a strange title. Go to sleep now, you have to get up early tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. Sora gave an exaggerated salute, making Nono laugh again. Early the next morning, Sora was woken by a commotion. Rubbing his eyes, he walked out of his room and saw 3 unfamiliar children in the courtyard, all around his age, standing timidly beside Nono. Are these the new ones? Sora walked over, looking them over. 2 boys and 1 girl, younger than him, wearing ragged clothes, tear stains still fresh on their faces. Yes. Nono gently patted one of the boys' heads. This is Kenta, Takashi, and Reiko. Starting today, they are our family. Family. Sora noticed the little girl named Reiko tremble slightly upon hearing that word. The harsh reality of the ninja world was once again vividly displayed before Sora. After helping Nono settle the 3 children, Sora went to the training ground to begin his daily training. However, this time the training volume was doubled. His previous training volume, plus rest time, took about 3 to 4 hours. Sora estimated doubling it would require at least 7 or 8 hours. If there wasn't enough time, he would just reduce the rest time. Wasn't this how Zoan-type fruits were developed? Train until you don't die, then train like you're trying to die. Just go for it. Time passed slowly in the day after day of training. Sora spent his mornings helping Nono look after the other children and learning some basic knowledge of the ninja world. In the afternoons, he went to the training ground for hellish training. After dinner, he returned to his room to secretly develop the abilities of the fish fruit model Azure Dragon. It is worth mentioning that Kurenai came to the orphanage to find him from time to time, clearly considering him a very good friend. Because Sora had the mental age of over 20, he definitely couldn't play the little games children play with Kurenai, just like with the other children at the orphanage. But Kurenai always loved to stay at the place where Sora trained, watching quietly from the side. When he rested between training sessions, she would take out the snacks and fruits she brought and eat them with him. Sora gradually grew accustomed to Kurenai's presence. Of course, he had no other thoughts about it now, but children always grow up, and in this world, children matured early anyway, especially girls. He might not have any ideas, but that didn't mean others didn't. Noticing Kurenai's slightly flushed face when she looked at him, wasn't it just like how Hinata looked at Naruto? Asuma. Thinking of Asuma, who was Kurenai's childhood friend in the original story, Sora always felt a little strange. After dinner, Sora returned to his room and began the daily training and development of the fish fruit model Azure Dragon. Sora divided the development of the fish fruit model Azure Dragon into 4 steps. Human form, hybrid form, full beast form, awakening. Step 1, human form. Mainly train physical abilities, and imbue attacks with elemental damage, such as the flame, lightning, wind blades, and water vapor the fish fruit model Azure Dragon can control. Can also disguise these as similar ninjutsu. Step 2, hybrid form. Further develop combat methods after transformation based on human form. Can freely control which body parts transform, briefly fly, and have enhanced elemental control. Step 3, full beast form. Large-scale elemental bombardment, super strong defense, super high-speed flight. Step 4, awakening. Same as Kaido, environmental domination, mixed element ultimate techniques, unlimited stamina, recovery power, extremely difficult to kill completely. Moreover, in the later parts of One Piece, awakened Zoan-type fruits introduced the ribbon/streamer setting. Kaido's extremely strong fruit ability might not even be the true awakened form. Let's just say Teacher Kaido suffered from appearing too early. And to put the above 4 steps simply, they are: human form Taijutsu expert, close to Jonin level. Hybrid form close quarters combat dominator, base guy plus Sasuke's elemental enchantment. Full beast form natural disaster level combat power, Jinchuriki level. Awakening 6 paths level. Of course, this was just the general development plan and benchmark standard Sora came up with based on his knowledge of the 2 anime. If he could later acquire techniques like the 8 gates formation or lightning release cell stimulation secret arts, things suitable for a Zoan-type fruit, combined with the fish fruit model Azure Dragon, he would definitely be stronger, not weaker. Chapter 6, The Ninja Academy. Sora's talent for ninjutsu was actually not low, but his chakra amount was too small, completely unable to sustain the release of a ninjutsu. For example, after Nono taught Sora the clone technique, he learned it very quickly. But the clone he released was just like Naruto's in the original story, it collapsed and dissipated right after appearing. The root cause was still the insufficient chakra amount in his body. Regarding this, Sora actually had a solution, which was the tailed beasts. Just like the clone technique released by Naruto in the original story, those dense crowds of clones were thanks to Naruto's Uzumaki lineage and the Nine Tails chakra inside him. The tailed beasts in the Naruto world were like large power banks. Almost all Jinchuriki had inexhaustible chakra, the difference was only whether the Jinchuriki could control the tailed beast inside them. If he could find a way to get a tailed beast as a power bank, the Azure Dragon plus a tailed beast. Sora thought about that scene and felt it was a good idea. But for now, it was just a thought. In the 38th year of Konoha, April, when cherry blossoms were falling. Today was the enrollment day for the Ninja Academy. Nono brought Sora and 3 other children to the academy to complete the enrollment procedures. Along the way, Nono told the children about the points to note for the Ninja Academy entrance test. She did not say much to Sora, as she was quite reassured about him. Most children in Konoha's Ninja Academy enrolled around the age of 6, but some enrolled earlier. For example, Kakashi enrolled at 4 and graduated from the academy at 5. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, looking at the bustling crowd, Sora secretly analyzed the scene before him. According to the original setting, the entrance test for Konoha's Ninja Academy usually consisted of 2 parts, basic physical fitness test and chakra sensing test. For orphans from outside the village, the test might be stricter, as Konoha's higher-ups would not easily trust outsiders. Furthermore, there was an initial identity check to confirm if there were any suspicious backgrounds. But Sora had been in Konoha for almost a year. Since he was standing here, it seemed this covert check had already been passed. Sora looked around, his gaze stopping not far away, where Kurenai was being led by a woman with a gentle demeanor. The woman was about 30 years old, with long black hair tied up at the back of her head. Her eyes and eyebrows were 70% similar to Kurenai's, but she had more maturity and grace. She wore a light purple kimono, and her movements exuded an elegance. Is that Kurenai's mother? Sora thought to himself, she never seemed to be mentioned in the original story. It seems this world has some differences from the original. As if sensing Sora's gaze, Kurenai turned her head. Seeing Sora, her eyes lit up and she waved at him. Sora smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Sora, are you nervous? Nono gently patted his shoulder, a trace of concern in her eyes. It's fine. Sora smiled slightly, it's just going through the motions anyway. Nono nodded, her gaze sweeping over the other children, and said softly, you two, relax, just perform normally. At that moment, Kurenai and her mother walked over. Nono, long time no see. Kurenai's mother greeted with a smile, her voice gentle and soft, sounding like a good wife and loving mother. Yes, the last time we met was at the hospital, right? Nono replied. Kurenai's mother looked at Sora, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. This must be the Sora that Kurenai often mentions, right? Sora nodded politely, hello, auntie. Kurenai stood beside her mother, her cheeks slightly red, and said softly, Sora, you will definitely pass today. Sora smiled, of course. Kurenai's mother stroked her daughter's head and said to Sora in a slightly teasing tone, Kurenai rarely cares so much about others. It seems you two get along quite well. Kurenai is very sensible. We often train together. Sora's heart jumped, and he quickly said, oh, often together. As they were talking, the school gates slowly opened, and a Chunin teacher walked out, holding a list in his hand. All children enrolling, line up according to the list order. Parents, please wait outside the gate. The crowd immediately became restless, and the children stepped forward to line up. Sora nodded to Nono and Kurenai's mother, then walked over with the children from the orphanage. While lining up, Sora noticed that most of the children around were dressed well, obviously children from Konoha village itself. Their glances towards Sora and the others held a bit of scorn, and some even muttered quietly, orphans from outside the village again, what talent could they have? Sora sneered inwardly, sure enough, exclusive people exist everywhere. Soon, the test began. The first item was the basic physical fitness test, including running, push-ups, and reaction ability. This was child's play for Sora. Half a year of hellish training plus the enhancement from the fish fruit model Azure Dragon had long since made his physical fitness far surpass that of his peers. Next group, Sora, Uchiha Ryuta, Uniki Natsu, Fujimura Kaido. After the teacher read the names, the 4 stepped forward. Running test, 5 laps around the field, timing starts. Sora took a deep breath and started running. He did not sprint at full speed but maintained a steady pace, running steadily at the front of the group. By the 3rd lap, the other children were already panting heavily, while Sora's breathing remained even. Is this guy a monster, running so fast and still not tired? Uchiha Ryuta, who was behind him, exclaimed. Sora ignored him, but analyzed in his heart, at this speed, I should get a relatively high score, not too conspicuous, but not get eliminated either. In the end, Sora finished the running test in 1st place, but only slightly faster than the 2nd place, Uchiha Ryuta. With Sora's deliberate restraint, the subsequent push-up and reaction tests were the same. Sora, comprehensive rating A, pass. When the teacher announced the result, a flash of surprise passed through his eyes. The 2nd test was chakra sensing. This was the part Sora worried about the most, as his chakra amount was pitifully small. The test method was simple: inject chakra into a special sensing stone. The degree to which the stone lit up represented the amount of chakra and control. Next, Sora stepped forward, placed his hand on the sensing stone, and concentrated on mobilizing the chakra in his body. However, the stone only lit up faintly, the glow very weak. The teacher frowned and said flatly, "Insufficient chakra amount, superior control, rating C. He really is useless. What's the use of good physical fitness? Right, what's the use of strong physical fitness?" A wave of snickers came from the surroundings. Sora's face remained calm, but he sighed inwardly. Sure enough, chakra is still my weak point. But it's okay, I have the Azure Dragon. Taijutsu is my main field. In the end, combining the results of the two tests, Sora barely met the enrollment standard. Chapter 7, The Will of Fire. It was close. I almost didn't make it. Sora looked at the admission list posted on the wall. His name was at the very bottom. Ah, how come it's not there? A loud shout suddenly came from beside him. A boy wearing a bright green tracksuit, with a wide toothy smile, was standing on tiptoe, anxiously scanning the list. Beads of sweat that hadn't dried yet were on his forehead, clearly having just finished running to get here. "Guy, stop looking." A silver-haired boy next to him spoke up. "Isn't that Kakashi and Might Duy?" Sora only now noticed the two beside him. Right. In Konoha year 38, Kakashi and Guy should both be 5 years old. Kakashi enrolled at 4 and graduated at 5, while Guy also took the entrance exam at 4, but only entered the Ninja Academy at 6 due to a special permission from the third Hokage. "But, I tried so hard." Might Guy's voice was choked, his small hands clenched into fists. "My father said, if I gave it my all, I could go to school with everyone." Kakashi pressed his lips together and didn't speak further, just stood silently beside him. Guy's shoulders trembled slightly, but he stubbornly didn't let the tears fall. Seeing this scene, Sora felt a stir in his heart. So this pair of future rivals already had such an intersection this early on. At that moment, Kurenai ran over, her face beaming with joy. "Sora, you passed." "Yes, I was lucky." Sora smiled. Kurenai's mother also walked over and said gently, "Congratulations, Sora. You and Kurenai will be classmates from now on. Please look after her." Kurenai's name was listed far above his. Sora nodded awkwardly. "I will." As they were talking, the teacher began announcing the class assignments. Sora and Kurenai were assigned to Class 1B. Their homeroom teacher was a Chunin named Yamada. After the class assignments were finished, Teacher Yamada took the new students on a tour of the school, introducing the curriculum and school rules. As Sora listened, he quietly made plans in his mind for his upcoming life at the Ninja Academy. Sora's self-positioning was similar to Guy's, a hardworking taijutsu genius. But he would hold back slightly, using only 5/10 of his strength, keeping some in reserve to deal with unexpected events. The goal was stability. After the tour, today's main event began, a speech by the current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ninja Academy Playground. The playground was now filled with new students. A simple podium was set up at the front. Sora held Kurenai's hand and stood in the middle of the group. Look, the Hokage is coming out." Sora followed everyone's gaze. A figure wearing a Hokage robe and a conical hat walked slowly onto the podium, a pipe in his mouth. It was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Hello, students." The third smiled and waved. His voice was gentle yet full of authority. "Today, I want to talk to you all about the Will of Fire of Konoha Village." Sora immediately perked up. "Here it comes. What is the Will of Fire?" The third looked around the audience, his gaze kind. "Simply put, it is the belief in protecting the village and guarding your comrades." Clap clap clap. Warm applause erupted from below the stage. Sora also clapped, but inside he was wildly thinking. Translation: Go die for the village, and after you die, your name can be put on the memorial stone. A total bargain, no loss at all. In Konoha Village, ninja are not tools. The third continued. We are people with feelings and bonds. It is precisely these bonds that make us stronger. For example, my disciples, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. A nostalgic look appeared on the third's face. When they were young, they were also like you, studying and growing in the Ninja Academy. Sora almost laughed out loud. Sir, I'm afraid you don't know that Orochimaru will defect later and send you off. Just then, the third's gaze suddenly swept over to Sora. Their eyes met briefly. Sora immediately put on a deeply moved expression and nodded vigorously. Sora, why are your eyes red? Kurenai whispered. Are you touched? Oh, sand got in my eyes. Sora quickly rubbed his eyes. The third was still continuing his speech. Therefore, I hope you will remember, where the leaves dance, the fire will also burn on and on. Clap clap clap. Thunderous applause erupted from below the stage once again. As Sora clapped, he thought, that line does sound quite impressive. Too bad it gets twisted by people like Danzo later on. Finally, I want to specially praise one student. The third suddenly changed the topic. Although lacking in chakra talent, he passed the entrance exam with astonishing perseverance. Student Sora, please come up front. What's going on? Why am I being singled out suddenly? Does this old man realize I'm a transmigrator? A confused Sora walked up to the podium. Student Sora has proven that even with insufficient talent, as long as one possesses the will of fire and unrelenting effort, one can still become an excellent ninja. The third said approvingly. This spirit is the most precious treasure of Konoha village. All eyes instantly focused on Sora. He could only put on a shy smile. Oh great, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down fast. Thank you, Lord Third Hokage. Sora excitedly bowed. His voice even sounded a bit choked up as he said loudly, I will definitely continue to work hard. Kurenai watched him with admiration below the stage, muttering quietly to herself, Sora is amazing. The third speech finally neared its end. Sora let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally about to end. If I had to act any longer, I could win an Oscar. But then, I hope you will all remember today's teachings. The third concluded. Dismissed. The crowd began to disperse. Sora was just about to slip away when Teacher Yamada called out to him. Sora, Lord Third Hokage wants to see you. See me. Sora's heart skipped a beat. Did I slip up? Following Teacher Yamada to an office, Sora saw the third sitting at a desk drinking tea. Seeing Sora enter, he kindly beckoned. Come, sit. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Sora sat down properly, but inside he was frantically analyzing. What does this old man want? Is he going to take me as a disciple? No way, my chakra is so weak. Don't be nervous. The third smiled. I'm just curious. What supports you in working so hard? Sora's mind raced. He quickly brought out the prepared answer. Because I don't want to see anyone lose someone important again. My village, it was destroyed by rogue ninja. He even appropriately lowered his head, appearing sad. I see. The third nodded, a flash of appreciation in his eyes. So that is your will of fire? Yeah, sure. Sora rolled his eyes internally, but on the surface he said firmly, yes. I want to become stronger, to protect important people. Very good. The third patted his shoulder approvingly. I look forward to seeing your performance at the academy. Chapter 8, First Year, Class B. When he left the office, Sora's back was damp with cold sweat. Although he was mentally almost 30 years old, he could not guarantee he could deceive the ninja of this world, especially the sharp-eyed Third Hokage. Fortunately, whether it was his identity as someone brought back by the ANBU or his age on display, people like the third did not pay attention to Sora's minor behaviors. In the end, Sora was just a model the third used to promote the will of fire. Returning to the playground, everyone else had already left. Kurenai stood in a small corner and, seeing Sora come out, hurried over with small running steps. What did the Hokage say to you? Just things like encouraging me to study hard. Sora shrugged. Really? Sora, you're so amazing. Kurenai happily clapped her hands. Looking at Kurenai's joyful demeanor, Sora thought to himself, this girl is much easier to handle than the third. Sora and Kurenai walked side by side out of the school gate. Nono and Kurenai's mother were waiting at the entrance. How was it? Nono asked. It was okay. I can officially enroll tomorrow. Sora replied. Kurenai's mother smiled. Kurenai, were you happy today? Kurenai nodded vigorously. Yes. Sora and I are in the same class. We can go to school together from now on. Nono looked at the sky. It's getting late. Let's go back. After saying goodbye to Kurenai and her mother, Sora and Nono walked back with the children from the orphanage. Among the other three from the orphanage, only a girl named Usuji Rin passed the entrance test. The other two currently wore expressions similar to Might Duy's. Sora didn't know how to comfort them. Actually, there were pros and cons to entering the ninja academy. For civilians without bloodline limits or ninjutsu talent, becoming a ninja meant they could at most strive to become a chunin. Civilian geniuses like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, were after all rare. And when the Great Ninja Wars erupted later, most of these civilian ninja would become cannon fodder. Perhaps staying an ordinary person was a better way to live. Ding ling ling. A crisp class bell rang in the ninja academy. Sora stood at the door of first year, Class B, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Many children were already seated in the classroom, and noisy sounds rose and fell. Sora glanced around. There were about 30 people. Ui Kurenai was among them. As for the others, Sora didn't recognize any of them, only feeling the child behind Kurenai somewhat resembled Asuma. Sora, over here. Ui Kurenai, seated by the window, waved at him. There happened to be an empty seat next to her, obviously saved specifically for him. Sora walked over and sat down, smiling. You came quite early. Kurenai's cheeks turned slightly red. Because I wanted to sit with you. This girl is quite straightforward. Looking at the blushing Kurenai and thinking of the early Hinata from the original story, Sora smiled and shook his head. As he was thinking, the classroom door was pushed open. The Chunin teacher from yesterday, Yamada, walked in. He clapped his hands, and the classroom instantly quieted down. I am Yamada Kenichi, your homeroom teacher. He looked around the room, his voice loud and clear. Starting today, you are Konoha's trainee ninja. Clap clap clap. Cheers and applause erupted from below the podium. Teacher Yamada smiled. First, let's do self-introductions. Tell everyone your name and your dream. Starting from the first row on the left. The first to stand up was a bespectacled boy in the front row. He adjusted his glasses and said very seriously, "My name is Morita Rainichi. My dream is to become a great ninja like the third Hokage." Another one brainwashed by the will of fire. Sora felt speechless. Immediately after, a chubby boy with a round head sprang up. "My name is Katetsu Hagane. My dream is to join the military police force like my father, guard the village entrance every day, and smash anyone who causes trouble with a hammer." As he spoke, he mimed swinging a hammer, almost hitting the desk, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. Sora raised an eyebrow. Katetsu Hagane, one of Konoha's two gate guardians later. Well, this dream certainly came true. As soon as Katetsu Hagane sat down, a tall, thin boy next to him immediately stood up. "Kamaizuki Izumo. My dream? Of course, to join the interrogation unit, dig out all the secrets of those bad guys, and let them know the price of staying tight-lipped. Both gate guardians are here. This Eiji Ora, the man who can form a duo with Katetsu Hagane in the future." Sora internally thought, then glanced at Kurenai and found she was covering her mouth, trying not to laugh. When it was Ui Kurenai's turn, the little girl stood up, her face red. "My name is Ui Kurenai. My dream is to learn powerful genjutsu and protect the people I want to protect. Go Kurenai." Sora led the applause, only stopping when Kurenai shot him a glare. At that moment, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor suddenly came from the back row. A boy with a spiky hairstyle and a blade of grass in his mouth stood up lazily. He was the child Sora thought resembled Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma. My dream? Of course, to beat up those self-important guys, especially certain old men. The whole class instantly fell silent. Even teacher Yamada was stunned for a moment. Sora was inwardly amused. It really is Asuma, daring to diss even his own father, the third. Finally, it was Sora's turn. He stood up and said plainly, "Sora, my dream is to become stronger and protect important people." Concise and clear, without grand declarations, but teacher Yamada took an extra look at him, seemingly satisfied with his answer. After the self-introductions ended, teacher Yamada began explaining the course schedule. Mornings are for academic classes, including ninja world history and tactical theory. Afternoons are for practical training, rotating between taijutsu, ninjutsu, and shurikenjutsu. Also, there will be a practical assessment every month. Those with excellent results can apply for early graduation. Hearing the words, early graduation, Sora's eyes lit up. This is an opportunity. Actually, the academic classes at the Ninja Academy weren't very meaningful for Sora. Nono could teach him those. The afternoon practical training couldn't reach his daily training limits either. Only shuriken throwing and basic taijutsu were somewhat useful, but their effect was limited. The truly core clan's secret techniques or high-level taijutsu, like the Uchiha clan's shuriken throwing techniques or Might Duy's taijutsu, were not taught at the Ninja Academy. These were mostly clan inheritances or secretly learned techniques. But in Konoha, civilians were different from clan ninja like the Uchiha or Hyuga. They could only become official Konoha ninja by graduating from the Ninja Academy. Therefore, Sora naturally hoped to graduate early and obtain ninja status. That way, whether it was starting missions earlier to accumulate practical experience, or having more time to focus on taijutsu training and developing the Azure Dragon Fruit, it would all be better than staying in school and following the set routine. 9. Chapter 9 Uchiha Ryuta. Ding ling ling. While Sora was thinking, the class dismissal bell rang. Students gathered in small groups to chat. Kurenai tugged at Sora's sleeve and asked curiously, "Sora, who did you mean by important people just now?" Sora glanced at her and smiled. "For example, Sister Nono, for example, you, for example, the other children at the orphanage." Kurenai's ears instantly turned red. She lowered her head, fiddling with the corner of her clothes, and asked softly, Am I also an important person?" "Of course." Sora rubbed her hair. "You're the first friend I made here." Kurenai looked up, her wine-red eyes sparkling. "Then it's settled. We have to stay together forever." Hey, do I not exist? That's right. Having chakra like an ant, yet still getting praised by the Hokage. I think you just got lucky. Two voices suddenly came from the desk behind. Sora turned to look. One was Asuma, his expression as if he had swallowed 10 pounds of lemons. Sora thought about it. No wonder. In the original story, Asuma and Kurenai were a couple. He must have liked Kurenai's type. Seeing a girl he found pleasing to the eye chatting with another boy right in front of him, and about such an intimate topic, Asuma was naturally displeased. And the seat Sora was currently sitting in might very well have been Asuma's seat in the original story. After all, without Sora, Kurenai definitely wouldn't have specifically saved a seat. Then Asuma, sitting in the back row, would most likely have sat next to Kurenai. Sora thought about it, smiled at Asuma, and nodded as a greeting. In Sora's mind, this was a friendly response. As for what it looked like in Asuma's eyes, only heaven knew. The other one, if Sora remembered correctly, should be called Uchiha Ryuta. He had the standard Uchiha spiky hair, or the Uchiha clan's iconic fen crest clothing, and had a very punchable expression. He was clearly unhappy that Sora, an orphan with terrible chakra talent, had been publicly praised by the third Hokage. Sora raised an eyebrow. This Uchiha sense of superiority was really cultivated from a young age. Deliberately moving closer to Kurenai, Sora said with a smile, "Luck is also part of strength. Some people probably don't even have luck." "What did you say?" "We Uchiha geniuses need to rely on luck. You'll see what's coming during practical combat class." Ryota exploded instantly. "Forget it. I'm afraid I might make you cry, and then we'd have to call your parents." Sora tilted his head to look at him. "You're looking for death." Ryota's eyes were wide open, so much so that Sora wondered if he might suddenly awaken his Sharingan. Kurenai quickly tugged Sora's sleeve again. "Stop arguing. The teacher is coming soon." Sora then shrugged and waved at Uchiha Ryota. "I won't tease you anymore. Better to do a couple more push-ups with that energy." "Humph, don't get cocky. I hope you don't get paired with me in the upcoming practical exam. Otherwise, I'll show you what the Uchiha are." Uchiha Ryota said through gritted teeth. Uchiha Ryota was, after all, only a 6-year-old child. Sora had just been publicly praised by the third Hokage on stage yesterday. He definitely wouldn't dare to actually start a fight today. At most, he was just trying to assert himself verbally. Although the Uchiha could currently be said to be the most powerful ninja clan in Konoha, a conflict between a few children wasn't serious enough to escalate to the clan level. Therefore, Sora didn't care, as long as he didn't seriously injure or cripple anyone and didn't expose the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Another exam. In the blink of an eye, Sora had been enrolled for 3 months. Today was the monthly practical combat exam. Sora leaned against a large tree at the edge of the sports ground, looking at the students gathered not far away and thinking to himself, better to hold back. Stay in school a bit longer. At the very least, I can't graduate earlier than Kakashi. Kakashi enrolled at 4 and graduated at 5. He was still in school now, 1 grade above Sora, Ui Kurenai, and others who enrolled at 6. Sora estimated he would graduate in the next few months. In the original story, Ui Kurenai and others didn't graduate from the Ninja Academy until they were 9. Although Sora wanted to graduate as soon as possible to increase his strength, as an orphan with no ninjutsu talent, it was better not to stand out too much. It's worth mentioning that Uchiha Obito was in the same grade as Sora. However, Obito was in Class C of the first year, grouped together with Yamanaka Rin and Yusuji Rin from the orphanage. Just as he was thinking this, a chorus of hun, ha, hey shouts came from not far away. It was the exam match between Ui Kurenai and Asuma. Kurenai is really quite strong. After casually watching the two in the distance, Sora determined that Kurenai on the field would win this round soon. Withdrawing his gaze, Sora clenched his fist, silently estimating his current strength. Over the past 3 months, Sora's physical strength had greatly increased. He had fully adapted to the human form of the Azure Dragon Fruit and had begun developing the hybrid form. Unfortunately, he could only partially transform one hand for now. There was still a long way to go before achieving the second form's ability to transform any part of the body at will. Although his chakra amount was still pitifully low, combined with the Azure Dragon Fruit and deliberately holding back, his Taijutsu class results consistently remained in the top 3 of the grade and first in his class. In terms of pure Taijutsu alone, it should be at Chunin level. As long as I don't encounter overly powerful ninjutsu, I can withstand it and recover. Zoan-type fruits provided the most obvious enhancement immediately after consumption. Sora wasn't surprised by this level of strength. He even felt it was low, because in his own conception, after fully adapting to and mastering the human form, the strength should be close to Jonin level. It really is because my body is still too young. Sora was now just over 6 years old. His body hadn't fully developed yet. The power enhancement brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit was also based on his physical foundation. The Third Shinobi World War would arrive when he was about 11. By then, as long as Sora played it safe and didn't do anything stupid, he should be able to survive the battlefield. Ui Kurenai wins. Next group, Sora vs Uchiha Ryota. Just as Sora was idly pondering, the referee teacher's voice reached his ears. Kurenai, who had just defeated Asuma, came up to him and said, "Be careful, Sora." Although Kurenai knew about Sora's intense taijutsu training, he had no ninjutsu talent after all. Facing an Uchiha, she was still very afraid he might get hurt. "Don't worry." The corners of Sora's mouth lifted slightly. Over these 3 months, Uchiha Ryota had often picked fights, but for the first 2 months, he had never been paired with Sora in a group. Uchiha Ryota looked at Sora, a smile also appearing on his lips. Today he could finally beat someone up with a legitimate reason. X2. Sora, why don't you just admit defeat? It would be bad if you got hurt later. Uchiha Ryota looked at Sora, deliberately using this tone. Sora didn't speak. Instead, he looked at Uchiha Ryota calmly. This look made Uchiha Ryota's heart inexplicably skip a beat. This calmness, this composure, it simply didn't seem like a gaze a child his age could possess. It was more like the look in his older brother's eyes. But how was that possible? His brother was a Chunin, who knew how many missions he had completed. Sora ignored the distracted Uchiha Ryota and said lightly, "No need. Let's just start." Seeing that both were ready, the exam teacher announced directly, "The match begins." The moment the exam teacher's voice fell, Uchiha Ryota flipped his hands and directly pulled out 2 stacks of shuriken, hurling them at Sora. Whoosh! In an instant, 8 shuriken turned into several black shadows shooting forth. 4 aimed directly for Sora's vitals, while the other 4 tightly sealed off all directions he could dodge. This was the Uchiha clan's shuriken throwing technique. Chapter 10 I don't know ninjutsu, but I know taijutsu. A bit interesting. Although Sora appeared to look down on Uchiha Ryota, it had to be said that this display of shurikenjutsu was top-notch in the entire class. Such an attack would be very difficult for others to completely dodge. But Sora was different. Having been in this world for a year and a half now, he had spent most of that time training his body and practicing taijutsu. His physical reactions had long surpassed those of children his age, reaching the level of a chunin. Sora's right leg forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling his whole body diagonally into the air. 3 shuriken whistled past, grazing the edge of his clothes. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out with precision, actually catching the shuriken aimed at his throat between his fingers. What? Uchiha Ryota's eyes widened. This guy. The sidelines immediately erupted in an uproar. Caught a shuriken barehanded. His reaction speed is too freakish. So the top rank in taijutsu class wasn't just boasting. Kurenai's tightly clenched fist loosened slightly, but her small face was still etched with worry. Sora. Beside her, Asuma, chewing on a blade of grass, snorted upon seeing this. All flash, no substance. Sora rolled upon landing, causing the remaining 4 shuriken meant to restrict his movement to all miss. He chuckled inwardly. Is that all? It's far worse than Nono's special training. Seeing his shuriken easily neutralized, a flicker of anger flashed in Uchiha Ryota's eyes. His body charged forward, his right fist shooting straight for Sora's face. Taijutsu? Are you serious? Sora let out a light laugh. He didn't dodge or evade, instead meeting the punch with one of his own. Thud. The moment their fists collided, Uchiha Ryota's expression changed drastically. He felt as if he had struck an iron plate, intense pain shooting through his knuckles. The recoil force pushed him stumbling backward. In contrast, Sora stood perfectly still. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Ryota steadied himself. He suddenly changed tactics, a sweeping leg aiming for Sora's lower body. Sora retreated half a step, his right leg lashing out like a whip. It was faster and carried more power, directly suppressing Ryota's attack. The tip of his foot lightly tapped Ryota's knee. Ah! Uchiha Ryota cried out in pain, dropping to one knee. Hey, are you kidding? An Uchiha is being suppressed in taijutsu. Sora, that guy is a monster. That kick was so fast I couldn't even see it clearly. Humph, he's just taking advantage of being a few months older. Exclamations rose from the sidelines. No one expected the taijutsu confrontation to be such a one-sided crush. Looking down at Uchiha Ryota, Sora shrugged. Want to continue? You. Uchiha Ryota looked up, panting heavily, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Bastard. You asked for this. Uchiha Ryota's face flushed red. Suddenly, his hands flew through a series of hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A fireball 2 meters in diameter erupted from Uchiha Ryota's mouth. The scorching flames made the air itself seem to warp. This was the signature C-rank fire release technique of the Uchiha clan. Normally, at least a genin would be required to perform it. Stop. The referee teacher's face turned pale. But Sora and Ryota were too close, and the teacher, having only recently been promoted to chunin, couldn't react in time. Ryota actually mastered this. Someone could die. Students at the sidelines screamed and backed away, a few girls even covering their eyes. Sora. Kurenai shot to her feet, clear tension in her eyes. If hit by a ninjutsu like that, it wouldn't just be a matter of injury. It could easily be fatal. Sora's pupils constricted sharply. In the original story, Uchiha Itachi could use this technique at age 4, but Uchiha Ryota obviously didn't have that level of talent. Judging by the awkward, stiff movements of his hand seals, this was likely an incomplete version, performed with great difficulty. Sure enough, in the distance, a bead of cold sweat was visible on Uchiha Ryota's forehead. Clearly, performing this ninjutsu was a heavy burden for him, almost depleting his chakra completely. But it was still a C-rank ninjutsu. It was important to know that in the Naruto world, ninjutsu was divided into multiple ranks, S, A, B, C, D, E, and more. E rank was the level taught at the Ninja Academy. D rank ninjutsu were commonly used by genin. And C rank, that was ninjutsu commonly used by chunin. Chakra flow is disordered, flame concentration uneven. Sora instantly judged there was a weak point on the right side of the fireball. But with the defensive capability of a human body, even a glancing blow would cause severe burns. No choice. He pretended to stumble backward. The moment the firelight illuminated his vision, beneath the sleeve of his right arm, his skin subtly transformed, taking on the appearance of azure dragon scales. Thump. The dragonized arm, concealed by the sleeve, blocked the fireball, erupting in a shower of sparks. Seizing the chance, Sora performed a sideways roll to escape the sea of flames. During the roll, before his sleeve could completely burn away, he quickly dispelled the transformation of his arm. How is that possible? Uchiha Ryota slumped to the ground, his face, drained of chakra, full of disbelief, blocking the great fireball with taijutsu. The entire arena fell silent. Kurenai was the first to rush onto the field. Sora, are you okay? She suddenly froze. Aside from his charred sleeve, the exposed skin on Sora's arm was only slightly reddened. A little trick of wrapping chakra around the body, that's all, Sora said, blinking and lowering his voice. It actually hurt a lot, though. Keep it a secret for me. Kurenai's eyes reddened as she nodded. At that moment, the referee teacher announced with a dark expression, Uchiha Ryota is disqualified for unauthorized use of a high-risk ninjutsu. Sora wins. Wait. Ryota struggled to his feet. He must have cheated. Silence. The teacher barked sternly. Go to the infirmary immediately, and then write a 3,000-word reflection. Evening, by the riverside where the Azure dragon fruit was found. Sora examined his completely ruined jacket. The defense in hybrid form is stronger than expected, but using clothes to hide it is ultimately a weak point. Remembering the great fireball Uchiha Ryota released during the day, although the Azure dragon fruit gave Sora a higher resistance to fire-based ninjutsu, the feeling of intense heat was still very real. It felt like he could still sense it even now. Ninja from the Uchiha clan really can't be underestimated. Sora. Kurenai came running, holding a first aid kit. I brought you some burn ointment. Looking at Kurenai's breathless state, Sora suddenly smiled. In the original story, Kurenai at this age should have been training with Asuma on a team. But now, thank you. Sora looked down at Kurenai as she applied the ointment for him, a trace of gentleness appearing in his eyes. The sun was setting in the west. At this quiet little riverside in Konoha, only Sora and Kurenai remained. Kurenai carefully applied the burn ointment to Sora, asking softly, does it hurt? It's fine. A small injury like this is nothing, Sora said with a smile. After finishing with the ointment, Kurenai put away the first aid kit and sat down beside Sora, resting her chin in her hands. Sora, how did you block that fireball today? I saw your arm was only a little red, not even the skin was broken. Sora had already prepared an explanation. A little trick of wrapping chakra around the body. Sister Nono taught me. But it uses up a lot of chakra, and it still hurts quite a bit. Kurenai blinked her eyes, a look of admiration on her face. You're really amazing. You even blocked an Uchiha clan ninjutsu. Just lucky, Sora shrugged. That guy's great fireball wasn't very skilled yet. If it had been a bit stronger, I wouldn't have been able to block it. Kurenai shook her head, speaking earnestly. It wasn't luck at all. You train desperately every day. Even the teacher in Taijutsu class praises you as a genius. Uchiha Ryota just bullies people relying on his clan's ninjutsu. If we're really talking about strength, he's far worse than you. Sora was amused by Kurenai's words. You sound more confident in me than I am. Kurenai's cheeks flushed slightly pink. She mumbled quietly, because, you're the hardest working person I've ever seen. 11, Chapter 11, Might Duy and Sun. By the river at sunset, Sora looked at the girl with slightly reddened cheeks, was momentarily stunned, and felt somewhat moved inside. Looking up at the distant Hokage rock, Sora's thoughts drifted away. In the original story, weren't Guy and Rock Lee the ones who reached the peak through pure taijutsu? And Guy's father, Might Duy, as the Eternal Genin, during the Third Great Ninja War, single-handedly turned the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into the lucky 3 treasures. Sora, what are you thinking about? Kurenai, seeing Sora spacing out, waved her hand in front of his eyes. Sora withdrew his gaze and said with a firm tone, I was thinking that I need to work even harder from now on. Kurenai tilted her head and asked, but aren't you already ranked first in taijutsu in your year? I am ranked third, and that's only within the school. Because you always hold back. But Kurenai rolled her eyes. The ninja world is vast, with countless strong individuals. Uchiha Ryota is just a kid. If his older brother or a jonin from his clan took action, I wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move. Then I'm just a kid too. Kurenai silently grumbled to herself. Then she clenched her small fist and said seriously, then I need to redouble my efforts too. From now on, let's grow stronger together and protect the important people. Sora, seeing Kurenai's serious expression, couldn't help but rub her hair. Okay, let's grow stronger together. By the quiet little river, Kurenai carefully applied ointment to Sora. Sora leaned against a large tree by the riverbank and rested with his eyes closed. Guy, 500 squats before you can eat. Yes, father. This is the essence of youth. Suddenly, several deafening shouts came from the opposite bank of the river. Sora opened his eyes and looked across the river, was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Good grief, weren't that pair in green spandex suits on the opposite bank Might Guy and Might Duy? Kurenai followed Sora's gaze and chuckled. Those two eccentrics again. I heard that the kid with the bowl cut failed the Ninja Academy entrance exam for 2 consecutive years, yet he still shouts every day about becoming Hokage. Guy, push harder. Youth does not permit giving up. Might Duy on the opposite bank loudly encouraged. Yes, father. Guy's voice, though tired, was full of fighting spirit. Sora quietly watched this father and son pair. He remembered that in the original story, Might Duy was an eternal genin, but he made a name for himself in the Third Great Ninja War by using the 8 Inner Gates technique, single-handedly turning the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into the lucky 3 treasures. The 8 Inner Gates technique. Sora felt a bit envious in his heart. If I could learn this, combined with the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit, my strength would reach a terrifying level. The 8 Inner Gates technique is a secret art that can unlock 8 special points within the human body that restrain chakra. Once activated, it can release power far exceeding normal limits. However, obtaining this power often comes with a great price. These 8 gates, in order, are the Gate of Opening, the Gate of Healing, the Gate of Life, the Gate of Pain, the Gate of Limit, the Gate of View, the Gate of Wonder, and the Gate of Death. Opening all 8 gates is called the 8 Gates Released formation. Sora privately guessed that the 8 Inner Gates technique was probably a secret art passed down within Might Guy's family. Apart from that, Konoha village likely also possessed a copy. After all, when Konoha was founded, there was a clear requirement for each clan to contribute some of their secret arts and ninjutsu. This was to gather the strengths of all families and make the village's power stronger. Yet in the original story's plot, only a handful of people like Guy and Rock Lee could use the 8 Inner Gates technique. Sora speculated that the root cause behind this was likely the extremely high risks and the harsh, nearly cruel training conditions required for the 8 Inner Gates technique. Just like Might Duy, who spent over 20 years fully mastering this secret art, yet ultimately burned through his life by opening the 8 Gates Released formation, a brilliance as brief as a flash. Even someone like Might Guy, hailed as a genius of hard work, had to undergo decades of relentless training to be able to open the Gate of Death. Sora understood clearly in his heart. It wasn't that Konoha didn't value a powerful taijutsu secret art like the 8 Inner Gates. It was just that there were too few people who could grit their teeth and persist in training it. After thinking for a moment, Sora suddenly stood up. Kurenai, you go back first. I'm going over to say hello. Do you know them? I'm going to get to know them now. Sora grinned, took a few steps, and jumped across the river surface. As soon as he landed, he heard Might Duy's vigorous shout. Duy gave Sora a thumbs up, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth. Young man, are you training too? Do you want to burn with youth together? Sora was taken aback, then smiled. Okay, but I might hold you back. There's no such thing as holding back in youth. Might Duy waved his hand grandly. As long as you work hard, that is victory. Guy also stopped and looked at Sora curiously. You're a student at the Ninja Academy, right? I've seen you. The last one on the enrollment list. If you know how to talk, maybe don't say that. But my name is Sora. Nice to meet you. I am Might Guy. Guy said excitedly. Father says if I work hard, I will definitely pass the entrance test next year. Might Duy patted Guy's shoulder and said proudly, Guy's goal is to become the strongest taijutsu ninja. Right, son? Yes, father. Guy answered loudly. Sora looked at this eccentric father and son pair in their green spandex suits, just hoping they wouldn't try to get him into a set too. Sora, do you want to have a taijutsu spar? Guy suddenly proposed, battle intent burning in his eyes. Guy, don't challenge people randomly. Might Duy hurriedly stopped him. Sora, however, smiled. It's fine. I was just thinking of moving around a bit too. Might Duy looked at Sora, then at Guy, and finally nodded. Alright, but stop at the appropriate point. The two distanced themselves and assumed fighting stances. Guy's eyes instantly became focused, completely unlike the hot-blooded idiot he seemed during training just moments ago. Begin! Might Duy shouted. Thump! Guy instantly charged over. A large cloud of dust rose under his feet, showing how great his instantaneous explosive power was. His speed was also faster than Sora had anticipated. Guy threw a swift straight punch aimed directly at Sora's face, the fist wind carrying a whistling sound. Seeing this, Sora quickly sidestepped and spun away from the punch's trajectory. Simultaneously, he gathered power in his elbow and launched a sharp counter-elbow strike. Guy displayed excellent combat sense, swiftly retreating to avoid the attack. Immediately after, he used the force from his waist to deliver a powerful sweeping kick aimed at Sora. Their movements became faster and faster. The sound of fists and feet connecting echoed through the woods. Might Duy watched from the side, nodding repeatedly. Not bad. Both are promising seedlings. Several minutes later, Guy, exhausted from his long training session, clearly began to tire. His movements started to slow. Sora seized the opportunity, darted around to his back, and lightly tapped his shoulder. You lose. Guy gasped for breath but showed not a trace of dejection. Instead, he revealed his bright white teeth and said excitedly, Sora, you're really strong. I will definitely defeat you someday. Sora smiled. I'll be waiting. Might Duy walked over and patted both their shoulders. Today's match was very exciting. This fiery passion is what youth is all about. 12, Chapter 12 Youth Breathing Technique. Evening, by the small river behind the training ground. Sora looked at Might Duy, hesitated for a moment, then still asked, Senior Duy, how did you train to develop such strong taijutsu? Might Duy laughed heartily. It's simple. 500 push-ups every day, 500 sit-ups, 500 squats, plus a 10-kilometer long-distance run. Persist for 10 years, and you can become strong too. But I'm not very strong either, I'm just a genin. The corner of Sora's mouth twitched. 10 years, genin. Guy added at the side, father also has a secret taijutsu technique, but I still can't learn it yet. Secret taijutsu technique. Sora's mind stirred, but he didn't ask further. The secret taijutsu technique Guy mentioned was probably the 8 inner gates. Might Duy looked at the sky and said, it's getting late. Guy and I still need to continue training. Sora, want to join us? Sora thought about it. He had just publicly taken a great fireball today, and fighting Guy was already his limit. If he were still bouncing around energetically following their training now, it would clearly be suspicious. He shook his head and said, let's skip it for today. I still have some things to handle. Alright then. We train around here every day lately. Let's meet another day. Might Duy replied cheerfully, waved his hand, and continued training with Guy. Just a few steps away, Guy eagerly asked, Father, how much extra training should we do next? Are 500 push-ups enough? No, that's not enough. Since we didn't get fully warmed up during the spar with Sora just now, let's add another 500 sit-ups, 500 squats, and after running 10 kilometers, do another set of combined training. Sora watched the retreating figures of the father and son, thinking silently to himself, my current daily training load is 20 kilometers, 400 push-ups, 400 sit-ups, 400 squats, which is like Saitama 4.0, plus straight punches and side kicks. But in front of them, I feel like a complete rookie. Perhaps, he could learn something from Guy and his father. Shaking his head, Sora leaped back across the river in a few bounds and headed towards the orphanage. He already had a new plan in mind. Starting tomorrow, increase the training load. Also, interact more with Guy and them. There might be a chance to access the 8 inner gates. In Sora's view, to obtain the secret technique of the 8 inner gates, he only needed to meet 3 requirements. 1. Must not be an enemy of Konoha. 2. Gain the recognition of Might Duy and Guy. 3. Just ask for it. In the blink of an eye, it was the next evening. Sora arrived early at the riverside where he met Guy and his father yesterday. Probably because he came too early, the riverside was empty, with no sign of the 2 figures in green. Perfect. I'll train while waiting. Don't waste time. Sora stretched his limbs and decided to train while waiting. But he had only done a few squats when thoughts of the morning's events flooded his mind. Uchiha Ryuta had actually just written a self-criticism, and the little incident from yesterday's practical exam was considered closed. TCH. As expected of Konoha's strongest ninja clan, the treatment is really different. Sora secretly curled his lip. If it were an orphan like me, I'd probably have been expelled from the academy long ago, right? The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Sora couldn't help but grumble inwardly, I've been keeping a low profile enough. It's just that old man Hiruzen Sarutobi had to single me out for praise on stage. Isn't that purely inviting hatred for me? Shaking his head to dispel these messy thoughts, Sora took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and continued focusing on training. Guy, put in more effort. Youth does not allow slacking. Yes, father. This is youth. Not long after, a similar conversation to yesterday's came from the distance. Sora stopped training and looked over. He saw 2 figures, one large and one small, both wearing green spandex suits, appear on the opposite bank of the river. Senior Duy, Guy. Sora crossed the river and greeted them. Might Duy noticed the approaching Sora and said loudly, oh, it's the youth from yesterday. Want to burn youth together? Sora understood clearly. His own set of exercises only trained basic physical fitness. When it came to professional taijutsu, he was far inferior to Might Duy, a master of the strong fist style. So he didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly, I'd love to. But today I wanted to ask about more professional training methods. Please give me some guidance, Senior Duy. Might Duy's eyes lit up. Professional. Ha. When it comes to training methods, I am an expert. Guy, who had stopped frog jumping and was following behind, asked curiously, Sora, why do you like taijutsu so much? Sora thought for a moment and said, because I have no talent for ninjutsu, and my chakra amount is pitifully small. I can only rely on taijutsu. Sniff. I see. Guy nodded vigorously with tears in his eyes. Then we are kindred spirits. I only know taijutsu too. Might Duy patted both their shoulders. What's wrong with taijutsu? Training taijutsu to the extreme can also make you the strongest ninja. Sora glanced at Guy who was in tears and chuckled inwardly. That's not false. In the original story, when Guy opened the 8 gates, he almost kicked his way to the ending. Senior Duy, can you show me your training plan? Sora asked. Of course. Might Duy took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. This is the essence I've summarized over more than 20 years. Sora took it and looked. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Daily basic training. Push UPS 1000. Sit-ups 1000. Squats 1000. Handstand walking 10 kilometers. Weighted frog jumps 5 kilometers. This isn't a training plan. This is clearly a suicide guide. And how come it's doubled compared to what he said yesterday? How is it? Very scientific, right? Might Duy asked proudly. Sora barely suppressed the urge to retort. Indeed, very scientific. But Senior Duy, do you have more systematic training methods? For example, specialized training targeting different muscle groups. Might Duy stroked his chin in thought. Muscle groups. Guy interjected, Father, it's what you mentioned last time. When training legs, you need to coordinate with core strength. Oh, that. Might Duy suddenly understood. Of course there is. For the next 2 hours, Sora finally managed to extract some substantial information from this father and son pair, such as how to scientifically distribute training intensity, how to avoid sports injuries, and even a unique breathing technique. This breathing technique is crucial. Might Duy's expression was quite serious at this moment as he earnestly said, it can let you hold on for 3 more minutes in a state of extreme exhaustion. 3 minutes. Sora's eyes lit up. Could this be the foundational training method for the 8 inner gates? He tried adjusting his breathing according to the method taught by Might Duy. Indeed, he felt a warm current stirring within his body. Senior Duy, does this breathing technique have a name? Name. Might Duy scratched his head. Let's call it the youth breathing technique. Sora. 13, Chapter 13 Uchiha Takumai. It can only be said that this name is very suitable for the Might clan. Sora remembers that in the original work, the 8 gates technique requires an extremely strong physical constitution as a foundation, and breathing techniques are the key to controlling the flow of chakra. So this youth breathing method mentioned by Might Duy is most likely the prerequisite training for the 8 gates technique. That's enough for today. Might Duy looked at the sky. The sun had completely set, and the village street lamps had already turned on. Guy, we should go for our last run. Yes, father. Guy turned to Sora and asked, are you coming tomorrow? Of course. Sora nodded. By the way, Guy, who do you think is stronger between the two of us? Guy said without hesitation, of course you are stronger, but I will definitely catch up. Sora's eyes shifted, and he said with a smile, that's not certain. I am the man who will become Konoha's Azure Blue Beast. Azure Blue Beast. That is, the strongest Taijutsu ninja. Sora quickly explained. Might Duy suddenly burst into tears, hugging Guy. Well said. Guy, we must redouble our efforts. We cannot lose to the younger generation. Yes, father, this is youth. Guy also said with tears streaming down his face. On the way back to the orphanage, Sora walked and analyzed. Might Duy should already have mastered the 8 gates technique now, probably able to open up to 6 gates. But this secret technique, he definitely hasn't reached the point where he can casually teach it to others. After all, in the original work, this move was left for Guy. But it's fine. As long as I continue training with them, I will eventually gain recognition. And Sora clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing within his body. The recovery power brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit might offset some of the side effects of the 8 gates technique. If that can really be achieved, it would be a perfect match. Opening the 8 gates injures the body. The Zoan fruit allows the body to recover quickly. As long as you don't open the gate of death, and keep up with nutrition, isn't this just the 8 gates without injury plus rapid fruit development? A proper perpetual motion machine. Thinking of this, Sora's footsteps couldn't help but become a bit lighter. It was already late at night when he returned to the orphanage. Sora went to the kitchen to prepare tonight's extra meal. Sister, are you only having dinner now? Sora entered the kitchen and saw Nono was also in the kitchen, but usually at this time, Nono should have already finished taking care of the other orphans and be in her own room. Yes, I had some matters today and came back late. The other children were taken care of by Ichiro. Ichiro's full name is Miyamoto Ichiro. He is one of only 3 orphans older than Sora in the orphanage. Miyamoto Ichiro is 2 years older than Sora and is now a 3rd-year student at the Ninja Academy. There are 2 other older orphans who are currently on missions outside the village. Matters? Can I help? Sora replied upon hearing this. It's not very troublesome. I've already resolved it. Nono said with a smile on her face. Alright. It can only be said that Nono is indeed a professional spy in the ninja world. Sora couldn't detect a hint of anything else from her facial expression. But Sora, who had traveled through time, could still sense that the trouble Nono mentioned was not a small matter. Could it be Root? Back in his room, Sora recalled the original work. Although Nono withdrew from Root midway, Danzo obviously wouldn't easily let a capable subordinate retire early, especially one who knew many secrets. In the original work, after Nono left Root, she became the director of Konoha's orphanage. Danzo used the orphanage's funding as a threat to force her to carry out missions again. At the same time, Danzo replaced the photographs, making Nono unable to recognize the grown-up Yakushi Kabuto. In the end, during a mission, Nono mistakenly attacked Kabuto, who was disguised as an IWA ninja, as an enemy, and was instead killed by Kabuto's chakra scalpel. Her age at death was 31 years old. There should be enough time. It seems I need to obtain the 8 gates technique as soon as possible. Although Sora comforted himself in his heart, he clearly understood that because of a time-traveling butterfly like himself, even a random flap of wings could eventually cause great changes. The same was true for Nono. Therefore, Sora did not dare to be sure that the current Nono could also live to be 31 years old. On a weekend morning, the sound of hey-ha rose and fell by the river. Guy, put in more effort. Youth does not allow slackening. Yes, father. By the river, Guy was doing push-ups, sweat pouring down his face, while Might Duy kept giving a thumbs up and cheering frantically on the side. Sora, wearing a large jacket, was also training nearby. Under the jacket, his body was tightly wrapped in layers of bandages. Except for his head and height, he looked almost like the second Tsuchikage, Fmu. This was a fabric specially ordered by Sora from a clothing store. It had extremely strong elasticity and could also slightly defend against some ninjutsu, unlike last time when it got charred upon encountering a great fireball. But precisely because of the high performance of this fabric, and because Sora used it as bandages, buying enough material to make 2 sets of clothes, it cost Sora a full 200,000 ryo. You should know that the reward for a B-rank mission, which can only be taken by Chunin and Takebutsu Jonin, is between 80,000 and 200,000 ryo. That is to say, the bandages wrapped around Sora's body were equivalent to almost 2 B-rank missions. Sora was a complete pauper. In the end, he had no choice but to borrow 150,000 ryo from Nono and 50,000 ryo from Kurenai. Sora still remembered the teasing, sarcastic smile on Kurenai's mother's face at that time. So young and already bearing so much pressure. But it's been 2 weeks. I've finally grasped the basics of this breathing method. 2 weeks had passed since he started training with Might Guy and his father. Sora secretly sighed at the difficulty of cultivating this youth breathing method. But according to what Might Duy said, Guy took over 2 months to grasp the basics back then, and Might Duy himself took over 4 months. Sora could be called a once-in-a-century taijutsu prodigy. Sora attributed this to the physical enhancement from the Azure Dragon Fruit. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, "Are you Sora?" The 3 people training stopped their movements simultaneously. Sora turned to look and saw an Uchiha boy around 12 years old standing not far away. Chunin. In the Naruto world, genin have no uniforms but generally wear forehead protectors. Chunin wear special uniforms like high collars, and jonin wear green flak jackets. Ninja of higher levels mostly choose their favorite clothes as they please, like Konoha Sannin. They are already above ordinary jonin and are powerful figures famous throughout the entire ninja world. They don't need to be identified by their clothes. The boy in front wore a black high-collar short-sleeved shirt, dark blue ninja pants, and a Konoha forehead protector tied on his left arm. A standard Uchiha Chunin outfit. But what was most eye-catching was that in the boy's crimson eyes, a black tomo slowly rotated. "That's me." Sora stood up, patting the dirt off his hands. "What's the matter?" Uchiha Takumai, Ryuta's older brother. Uchiha Takumai crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as he said, "I heard you bullied my younger brother during the practical combat assessment some time ago." Uchiha Takumai. 14, Chapter 14, versus a Chunin. Bullying your little brother. Might Duy and Guy also stood up, moving to stand beside Sora. Sora immediately felt much more secure. With this passionate father and son pair here, he had no need to worry about his safety at all. It was just an assessment, hardly bullying. Sora shrugged. "Moreover, your brother used the great fireball technique first, almost burning me to death. Ryuta is still young, he doesn't understand restraint." Uchiha Takumai snorted coldly. "But you could clearly have dodged it. Instead, you intentionally took it head-on, making him lose face in front of the entire class." Sora almost laughed out loud. Another brother-con obsessed with his younger sibling. "Your Uchiha logic is really something. Your brother using a C-rank ninjutsu on a classmate is fine, but me withstanding it is my fault." Uchiha Takumai's eyes darkened. "Enough nonsense. Fight me. If you lose, apologize to my brother." Might Duy suddenly interjected, "Young man. A battle of youth should be fair and square. Sora is only 6 years old, and you are already a Chunin. This is not fair." Uchiha Takumai glanced at Might Duy disdainfully. "A permanent genin has no right to tell me what to do." Sora's eyes slowly turned cold. In the original story, although Might Duy was just a genin, whether in terms of strength or virtue, he could truly be called a master of taijutsu. "But to avoid you saying I'm bullying you, 3 moves." Takumai suddenly held up 3 fingers. "If you can take 3 of my moves without falling, this matter ends. Otherwise." His Sharingan flashed with a red light. "You will apologize to Ryuta in public." "Fine, I'll fight you. However, let's change the wager. If I win, you stop causing trouble for me in the future, and additionally, you teach me the Uchiha's great fireball technique. If you win, I will apologize to your brother in public." Although the great fireball technique is not the exclusive ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha clan's great fireball is the most powerful among all its users. This is due both to the Uchiha bloodline enhancement and their unique techniques. And what Sora wanted was precisely that unique technique. Uchiha Takumai scoffed mockingly. "You think you can beat me? Won't we know by trying? Sora flexed his wrist and turned to Might Duy. Duy-senpai, could you please act as the referee? Might Duy frowned, but seeing the calm look in Sora's eyes, he slowly said, no problem. With me watching from the side, nothing will happen. 8 gates released formation. Open. Might Duy's skin gradually turned red, and an extremely powerful stream of chakra suddenly erupted from his body. Clearly, facing an Uchiha, Might Duy was showing considerable respect. Sora looked at the billowing green chakra stream around Might Duy. This color meant he had likely opened the 3rd gate, the Gate of Life. Duy-senpai, you don't need to do this. Opening the 8 gates inflicts great damage on the body. Although Duy only opened to the 3rd gate, he would inevitably need a period of recuperation afterwards. Don't worry, Sora. Youth is all about burning hot. Might Duy raised his thumb, flashing a bright smile and a mouthful of white teeth. How can this genin give me such a strong sense of pressure? Across from him, after Duy opened the 8 gates, Uchiha Takamai felt that the previously unnoticeable permanent genin now gave him an intense pressure, even a feeling that he could be instantly killed. But he was a Chunin, and a noble member of the Uchiha clan. Let's begin. This is the first move. Uchiha Takamai snorted coldly, forcefully suppressing the unease in his heart. Although he said this, unconsciously, some of the petty thoughts in Uchiha Takamai's mind gradually dissipated under the powerful chakra pressure from Might Duy. Sora nodded to Might Duy and turned to face Uchiha Takamai. First move. Whoosh. As Uchiha Takamai's Sharingan spun, 8 shuriken came whistling through the air, instantly weaving an airtight net that sealed off all of Sora's escape routes. The technique was exactly the same as Uchiha Ryuda's from before, but both the tricky angles and the speed were far superior to Ryuda's. Sora's pupils contracted slightly. He felt that the 8 shuriken completely sealed off his possible movement trajectories. There was no way to escape the shuriken encirclement. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan's shurikenjutsu, truly worthy of the Sharingan. What Uchiha Ryuda displayed could only be considered the barest basics. But Sora was also not the same person he was 2 weeks ago. After learning proper taijutsu under Might Duy, he was no longer just a brute with raw strength and speed, but a martial artist skilled in techniques and forms. Just as the shuriken were less than 3 meters away, Sora suddenly dropped low, sinking his waist, and twisted violently to the left as if pulled by an invisible wire. His movements were so fast they almost left after images. His shoulder narrowly brushed past the foremost shuriken. Without waiting for his posture to stabilize, Sora pushed off hard with the ball of his right foot against the ground, using the reaction force to spring backward diagonally. This step was taken at a tricky angle, allowing him to slip precisely through the gap between 2 crossing shuriken. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out like lightning, accurately pinching another shuriken that was skimming past his neck with 2 fingers. Clink. The captured shuriken was still vibrating. The remaining 5 shuriken brushed past his clothes and pant legs, embedding themselves in the tree trunk behind him. Sora released his fingers, letting that shuriken fall to the ground, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. 2 weeks of professional taijutsu training weren't for nothing. Compared to before when he relied solely on brute force to charge through, techniques like borrowing momentum, twisting, and slipping through gaps were now more effective for finding an opening in dense attacks. How is he so much stronger than Ryuda described? Uchiha Takamai watched Sora, who had just perfectly dodged the shuriken barrage, silently comparing him to his brother's description. It's impossible to improve this much in less than a month. Did he hold back during the assessment? Second move. Seeing that Sora had actually dodged his shuriken, Uchiha Takamai, although somewhat surprised, did not give Sora a chance to catch his breath. His hands quickly formed seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. However, considering the notion that Sora might have held back, which had just occurred to him, he reduced his chakra output slightly at the last moment. The fireball before him was only slightly larger than Uchiha Ryuda's great fireball. The shuriken in Sora's hand had just hit the ground when the fireball released by Uchiha Takamai came roaring towards him. Fire release. Great fireball technique, C-rank ninjutsu, the signature fire technique of the Uchiha clan. It converts chakra into flames expelled from the mouth, forming a giant fireball to attack the enemy. When mastered to the extreme, it can even alter the battlefield environment. Comparing it to Uchiha Ryuda's great fireball, although the size wasn't much larger, the temperature of the flames was so high it began to distort the surrounding air. This was the real great fireball technique. Can't take it head on. Sora instantly judged the power of this fireball. The muscles in his legs tightened, and his legs beneath the bandages began to transform into dragon scales. Thump. In the instant before the fireball was about to hit, he violently pushed off the ground, rolling sideways, and instantly propelled himself nearly 10 meters away. The scorching flames grazed past his back, singeing a small patch of his clothes. Fortunately, the custom-made bandages, purchased at great expense, showed no change. 15, Chapter 15, Dragon's Might. SSS. Sora inhaled sharply. Even with the Azure Dragon Fruit's flame resistance, the temperature still caused a burning pain on his back. Uchiha Takamai's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected this 6-year-old brat to continuously dodge 2 of his attacks. The Tomo in Uchiha Takumai's Sharingan spun faster, clearly indicating he was getting serious. That was the second move. Sora stood up, brushing off sparks from his clothes. There's one last move. Huh. After waiting a few moments, Sora realized something was wrong. Uchiha Takumai in the distance still hadn't used his third move. Father, why isn't Sora moving? Might Duy and Guy, watching from the side, saw Sora dodge the great fireball and then just stand there motionless. They quickly looked at Uchiha Takumai. They saw him weave a series of complex hand seals. Genjutsu Demonic Illusion, Shackling Stakes Technique. Genjutsu Demonic Illusion, Shackling Stakes Technique, a Sharingan Genjutsu unique to the Uchiha clan. The victim feels as if wedges are being driven into their entire body, rendering them completely immobile and helpless. Something's wrong. A Genjutsu. Sora's vision blurred, the surroundings suddenly distorting. The next second, he found himself nailed to a cross, searing pain shooting through his limbs as if real wedges were being hammered into his joints. Move, move. Sora struggled desperately, but his body wouldn't obey at all. This was the terror of the Sharingan Genjutsu, knowing it was an illusion but being unable to break free. On the sidelines, Might Duy's body erupted with green chakra, his legs slightly bent, clearly ready to intervene at any moment. This is bad. It's the Uchiha's signature Genjutsu. Guy shouted nervously, Sora, wake up. Uchiha Takumai, his eyes closed, sneered coldly. It's over. You do have some skill, but before the Sharingan. Buzz. Suddenly, he froze. Within the Genjutsu space, Sora's tightly shut eyes snapped open, his pupils actually becoming slitted. An aura like that of a primordial beast erupted from this child. What is this? Before Uchiha Takumai could react, he felt his Genjutsu space begin to crumble. Sora, who had been nailed to the cross, was now wreathed in a blue aura, and a massive, hazy figure loomed behind him. The illusionary wedges were shattering into pieces under its pressure. Break! With Sora's low shout, the Genjutsu space completely shattered. Even more terrifying, Uchiha Takumai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his Sharingan, a Genjutsu backlash. Ah! Uchiha Takumai staggered back, clutching his eyes. Might Duy, watching from the side, was dumbfounded, muttering, he actually broke a Sharingan Genjutsu just with his presence. Guy jumped up excitedly. So cool. Sora. Sora himself was somewhat surprised. He had originally planned to use his breathing technique to disrupt his chakra flow to break Uchiha Takumai's Genjutsu. He hadn't expected that, facing a Genjutsu for the first time and in a moment of urgency, the dragon's might automatically unleashed by his body would directly crush the Genjutsu space. That's right, what just broke Uchiha Takumai's Genjutsu was the dragon's might. The innate mental pressure of a high-level beast. It seemed the Azure Dragon Fruit also provided resistance to mental attacks. The 3 moves are over. Sora slowly calmed his breathing and looked at Uchiha Takumai. According to our agreement. Uchiha Takumai barely steadied himself, his bleeding Sharingan full of shock. What was that just now? Willpower. Sora said flatly. We Taijutsu ninja may not know ninjutsu or genjutsu, but we possess a willpower that surpasses ordinary people. These kinds of genjutsu that deceive the body and senses are useless against us. Nonsense, would I tell you it was the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit? Uchiha Takumai's face shifted between shades, clearly not fully believing this explanation, but he couldn't find another reason. After all, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Like that Taijutsu ninja over there with the green chakra aura, Uchiha Takumai wasn't confident he could control him with genjutsu either. If he had seen a tailed beast or the sages of the 3 great sage regions, he might have connected the hazy figure behind Sora to something, but at 12 years old, he hadn't. Hey, according to the agreement. Sora looked at the slightly dazed Uchiha Takumai and reminded him again. The Uchiha keep their word. Uchiha Takumai finally gritted his teeth and conceded. Follow me. You have 1 hour. With that, he turned and walked away, his retreating figure looking somewhat disheveled. To think he, a proud Uchiha Chunin, had been embarrassed by a 6-year-old brat. If this got out. Might Duy, seeing this, gradually deactivated the 8 gates. Glancing at the departing Uchiha Takumai, he couldn't help but advise, Sora, will you be alright going alone? Although the Great Fireball technique wasn't a ninjutsu exclusive to the Uchiha clan, from their conversation, it clearly referred to the Uchiha clan's unique expertise with the technique. Uchiha Takumai, bound by the agreement, teaching Sora was the limit. Guy and his father certainly couldn't be present, even though they wouldn't be able to learn it anyway. It's fine. This is still inside the village, after all. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. Besides, those guys should have arrived nearby already. Sora scanned the surroundings, carefully probing for the guys he mentioned, the ANBU. ANBU, short for Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushu Butai, Assassination Tactics Special Force, is a special force directly under the Hokage. No one else has any authority to mobilize them. They not only undertake various assassination missions externally but are also responsible for safeguarding the internal security of Konoha. With such significant chakra fluctuations coming from this quiet, deep forest riverbank, they would definitely come to investigate. Sure enough, Sora detected a few fresh footprints on a large tree not far away. Clearly, someone else had been on that tree just moments ago. Senior Duy, I'll go for a while. I'll come find you this afternoon to train together. Sora took a look at the nearly vanished figure of Uchiha Takumai and spoke to Might Duy. Alright, go ahead, Sora. As a ninja of many years, Might Duy was obviously aware of the ANBU. Seeing that Sora understood the situation, he agreed. Although the Great Fireball technique was only a C-rank ninjutsu, it was the unique experience of the Uchiha family. An ordinary person wouldn't even get the chance to learn it. Watching Sora's receding figure, Might Duy quietly calculated in his heart, Sora's physical condition has already reached the standard for learning the 8 gates. It seems it's time to find an opportunity to teach him. Sora had only been training with Might Duy for a little over 2 weeks, not a long time at all. Yet, in this short period, Might Duy had genuinely come to respect this young man. Recalling the intensity with which Sora trained, even more relentless than Guy's, Might Duy couldn't help but crack a smile. If Guy was a hard-working genius, then Sora was a genius of hard work. 16, Chapter 16 Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Might Duy turned his head and looked at Guy, who was still cheering excitedly for Sora's victory moments ago. His heart grew more certain. With Sora leading the way, Guy will have another goal, another role model. Although Guy was often oblivious, Might Duy had caught him secretly wiping tears in his room more than once. There was the disappointment of failing to get into the ninja academy. There was also the confusion and frustration, feeling that his path ahead was dim because he couldn't learn ninjutsu and could only focus on physical techniques. Might Duy himself was clear. Although he could briefly reach Kage level when opening the 8 inner gates, that was not his normal state. His true strength was only at Chunin level. Just like during Sora's fight with Uchiha Ryota earlier. If he didn't open the 8 inner gates, he wasn't entirely confident he could have rushed in at any moment to save Sora. And because he couldn't practice ninjutsu, he had been stuck, unable to be promoted to Chunin. For so many years, he had only been taking on trivial D rank and E rank missions. But Sora was different. Even without the 8 inner gates, he could trade blows with a Chunin from the Uchiha clan. Once he grew up a few more years and trained properly, he could become a Taijutsu-style Jonin. A Jonin who could use the 8 inner gates. A being like that would absolutely give Guy immense confidence. Guy, Sora can already fight against a Chunin. We can't admit defeat either. Today's morning training will have an extra 10 kilometers. After that, we'll do a combined training set. Yes, father. I will definitely catch up to Sora. Might Guy answered loudly. Training field near the orphanage. Uchiha Takumai was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Seeing Sora arrive, he said plainly, "First, you must gather chakra at the throat." Hearing him start explaining directly, Sora quickly sat down nearby and listened carefully. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour went by. Finally, the hand seals are snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Remember them? Uchiha Takumai asked. Sora nodded and tried performing the seals once. Uchiha Takumai was surprised to find his hand seal technique was actually quite standard. Not bad. It seems you've put in the work. But just knowing the seals is useless. The key is how to control the chakra. For the next half hour, Uchiha Takumai patiently guided Sora's practice. Although Sora's chakra amount was pitifully small, his control was unexpectedly good. Let's stop here. Takumai looked at the sky. It was almost noon. Having just returned from a mission, he still needed to go back and make lunch for his younger brother, Ryota. Your chakra is too low. Practicing further will injure your chakra pathways. After this, just practice the Great Fireball technique using the method from today. Sora wiped his sweat. Thank you for the instruction. Don't misunderstand. I'm just fulfilling the bet. Takumai said awkwardly. After saying that, he turned and left. He didn't get far before stopping again. By the way, Ryota did not send me to find you. Also, thank you for holding back during the exam that day and not going for a killing blow against Ryota. This Uchiha Takumai's personality was quite interesting. Although hypocritical, protective of his own, and a doting older brother, he still had some principles. This was just the Uchiha. Like Uchiha Itachi in the original story. Between the village and his clan, he actually chose to personally slaughter his entire clan, including his own parents. What kind of normal person does that? The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, called the Uchiha an evil clan. He wasn't without reason. They were too emotional, too easily bound and controlled by so-called love, ultimately leading them to extremes. Watching Uchiha Takumai's departing back, Sora considered his parting words. So, you mean today's matter was you, the older brother, acting unilaterally to stand up for your brother? If it were someone else, they would have died during the exam. There wouldn't have been a today. Because Sora possessed an adult soul, he hadn't cared about Uchiha Ryota's taunts at the Ninja Academy. It was like an adult truly getting angry over a kindergarten child's casual, innocent criticism. The difference in perspective was vast. Arguing over such things was unnecessary. But Uchiha Ryota violating the rules to use the Great Fireball technique, nearly killing Sora, that was a different matter entirely. Uchiha Ryota, you better not fall into my hands, or you'll be in for a world of hurt. But how did he know I held back that day? Sora recalled the previous combat exam. He had indeed held back. If he hadn't held back the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit, Uchiha Ryota would definitely have been bedridden for 10 days to half a month. But from Uchiha Takumai's perspective, Sora's strength couldn't have improved so much in half a month. So he guessed Sora had shown mercy to Uchiha Ryota during the exam. But Sora's strength had indeed achieved a qualitative leap in that short half-month. It could only be said this was a perfect misunderstanding. Sora shook his head, slowly suppressing various thoughts. His mind turned to the newly learned Uchiha version of the Great Fireball technique. Because of the Azure Dragon Fruit's existence, Sora's chakra nature could be said to encompass all 5 basic elements. Unfortunately, the abilities the Azure Dragon Fruit inherently provided, like flame, lightning, wind blades, and water vapor, were things Sora couldn't freely display in front of others due to his widely known poor chakra talent. Therefore, the moment Sora saw Uchiha Takumai, he had already thought of a way to reasonably use the flame ability within Konoha. That was the Uchiha's Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. On the surface, it's the Great Fireball technique. In reality, it's the fruit ability, Burrow Breath. As for why he specifically needed the Uchiha clan's exclusive method, it was because the power of the Burrow Breath ability far exceeded ordinary fire release ninjutsu. It really wasn't suitable for someone like Sora. But with the Uchiha clan's name attached, it was different. My fake Great Fireball, real Burrow Breath ninjutsu is strong, right? Go talk to the Uchiha about it. They taught it. And the 3 abilities, lightning, wind blades, and water vapor, can also find reasonable ways to be displayed later. Sora sat on the training field, silently pondering. Hokage building, top floor, Hokage's office. Interesting. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, flipping through the report the ANBU had just delivered. 6 years old and can trade blows with a Uchiha Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, then spoke to his assistant beside him. Go call Nara Shikagure. Soon after, Nara Shikagure entered the room. He wore the Konoha Jonin uniform, had his signature spiky ponytail, and a lazy expression on his face. As the head of the Nara clan, father of Nara Shikaku, he was not only Konoha's strategist but also one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's most trusted advisors. Hokage-sama, what did you need me for? Nara Shikagure yawned. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed him the report in his hand, then asked, Shikagure, what do you think? Nara Shikagure, who had just entered, took the report. After reading it, his eyebrows raised slightly. He said slowly, 6 years old and can trade blows with a Uchiha Chunin, and also break a Sharingan Genjutsu. This child is not simple. However, that imposing manner that could directly crush the Genjutsu, it doesn't seem like something ordinary Taijutsu could achieve. 17, Chapter 17 Uzumaki Bloodline. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and nodded. That is what I think as well. He unconsciously tapped his fingers on the desk and spoke again. Go and retrieve Sora's file. Yes, Hokage-sama. Whoosh. The ANBU who had just delivered the report immediately responded, leaving the office with a body flicker technique. A short while later, the ANBU delivered Sora's file. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the document and began reading it carefully. Sora, discovered at the border by ANBU Team Heigo at age 5, brought to the Konoha Orphanage. Original village located in the border region between the Land of Whirlpools, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Water, destroyed by Mist Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself. The reason for the village's destruction was Uzumaki bloodline. Nara Shikagure leaned over to take a look and said thoughtfully, the Uzumaki clan? No wonder his physique is different from ordinary people, able to withstand high-intensity taijutsu training. However, his bloodline should be quite diluted. Pure-blooded Uzumaki clan members all have distinctive red hair. Kushina's nickname, Red Hot Habanero, was derived from this. But Sora's hair is a silvery white, identical to Kakashi's. Even if he has Uzumaki clan bloodline, it must be very diluted. However, one cannot judge the concentration of his bloodline based on hair color alone. Just like Kushina in the original story, who was chosen by Konoha to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the purity of her Uzumaki bloodline is beyond doubt. Yet, her child with Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Naruto, has blonde hair like Minato's. Logically speaking, Naruto has half Uzumaki bloodline. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikagure, both carrying preconceived notions, focused only on Sora's white hair. Combined with his low chakra aptitude, they directly concluded that Sora was a distant Uzumaki relative with a diluted bloodline. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. The Uzumaki clan, no wonder his physique is exceptional. A pity. If his bloodline were purer, he might have become an important combatant for the village. Nara Shikagure smiled and said, even so, his potential should not be underestimated. Being able to spar with a Chunin at age 6, when he grows up, he is at least a candidate for an elite Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and made a decision. Alright then. After he graduates from the Ninja Academy, promote him directly to Chunin and bring him into the ANBU for training. Nara Shikagure nodded and added, also, this Might Duy can be considered for promotion to Chunin. Although that guy's ninjutsu and genjutsu are a mess, his taijutsu is indeed formidable. The 8 inner gates. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the desk, silently pondering for a moment, then nodded and said, fine, it's decided. Additionally, arrange for a jonin to observe that Sora covertly. I want a detailed report. Logically speaking, promotion to Chunin requires passing a series of tests, like the Chunin exams for Naruto's generation in the original story. But in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the logic, training ground. At this moment, Sora was still contemplating the other abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Although he knew the ANBU would investigate soon, he was unaware of the conclusion Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other had drawn about his identity at this very moment. After arriving in Konoha and entering the orphanage, Sora soon began his Saitama-style training. But Sora, being an adult mentally, did not pay attention to what the normal daily limit of training for a child should be. He merely set his training volume based on the feedback from his own body, and slowly increased it bit by bit beyond his daily limit. If Sora had paid attention to comparing himself with other children in the orphanage, he would have discovered that his body was indeed different from normal. Because ordinary children simply could not withstand that Saitama training regimen. After all, it was 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. It must be understood that a child's bones and muscles are not fully developed. Even though children in the Naruto world develop faster, and even with the existence of chakra, it is impossible to reach Sora's training intensity in just half a year. In the world of One Piece, it might have been possible. Seen in this light, Sarutobi Hiruzen's inference that he possesses the Uzumaki bloodline is not wrong. Sora indeed has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. It's just that he, having transmigrated, did not know this. After all, when he transmigrated, the original consciousness had long since dissipated. He did not inherit the original's memories like many other transmigrators. However, Sora's bloodline is not as diluted as Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other suspected. His father, just like Kushina, was a direct line member of the Uzumaki clan. His body, like Naruto's, is also half of a Uzumaki sage body. But precisely because of this half Uzumaki sage body, it became part of the reason for him being called a taijutsu genius by Might Duy. The other part is the physical enhancement brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit. Unfortunately, the soul that transmigrated into Sora has defects. This directly resulted in insufficient mental energy needed to synthesize chakra, ultimately making his chakra aptitude exceptionally low. Translator, and the cause of all this will be explained in future plot. Sora let out a long breath, stood up, and then mimicked the hand seal sequence that Uchiha Takumai had just taught him. Deliberately slowing his movements, he slowly formed the seals with his hands in the order. Me, snake, me, ram, Saru, monkey, I, boar, Uma, horse, Tora, tiger. It looked like he was doing it properly, but in reality, there was no fluctuation of chakra within his body. That tiny, weak chakra had already been mostly depleted during the earlier training. When the final Tora seal was formed, Sora's Adam's apple moved slightly, as if he were really mobilizing the chakra in his throat. The next second, he tilted his head slightly and opened his mouth towards the empty space not far away. A burst of orange-red flame whooshed out. The flame was about the size of a basketball. It hovered in the air for half a second before dissipating on its own. It lacked the scorching impact of a great fireball and had no scattering sparks. It was even inferior to Uchiha Ryuda's great fireball. Just as I expected. It looks no different from the great fireball technique. Sora watched the slowly dissipating fireball before him, a flash of understanding passing through his eyes. The burrow breath ability of the Azure Dragon Fruit he had just invoked was not even 1/10,000th of its power. He had deliberately suppressed the flame's temperature and explosive force, only imitating the most superficial form of the great fireball. Fire release powered by chakra carries an earthy smell, while the flame from the fruit ability is purer. This subtle difference is impossible to detect without careful observation. Sora released his hands. As the hand seals dispersed, he deliberately shook his wrist a couple of times, panting as if he had exhausted his chakra. This should be about right. Sora muttered to himself. In the future, if he needed to use flame abilities, he would just need to form a few proper-looking seals beforehand and then release this half-baked great fireball-level burrow breath. Anyone would think he was a taijutsu ninja who, having received some instruction from the Uchiha, had barely managed to learn fire release. As for the increasingly powerful effects in the future, naturally, he could attribute it to the Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha clan is renowned for fire release. One more odd genius they taught would actually make it less suspicious. Of course, the premise is to try to avoid the Hyuga clan as much as possible. When they activate their Byakugan, it's practically a 360-degree, no blind spot surveillance. They can not only see external movements but also internal details like muscles, chakra pathways, and chakra flow within the body. Chapter 18 The 8 Inner Gates. Training Grounds. Sora silently recalled the original story's settings. Within the Konoha ANBU, there truly were members who possessed clan Kekii Genkai like the Byakugan and Sharingan, though their numbers were extremely few. Moreover, the Byakugan was not something typically activated casually within the village. After all, no one liked being seen completely through, inside and out. His gaze swept over the dense forest at the edge of the training grounds. The ANBU surveillance should still be nearby, right? That earlier, great fireball technique must have already been seen by certain people. Just as well. Sora curled the corner of his mouth and turned to walk towards the direction of the orphanage. Let this reasonable disguise become the first layer of protection for hiding his claws. That afternoon, by the small river used for daily training, Sora put in more effort. Youth does not permit slacking off. Yes, Duy-san. Sora, sweating profusely, continued doing squats. The special bandages on his body were already soaked through with sweat. Guy was doing the same training nearby, occasionally stealing glances at Sora. Ever since witnessing Sora's fight with Uchiha Takumai, Guy's training enthusiasm had burned even brighter. Alright, take a 10-minute break. Huff, huff. Sora plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. Sora. Might Duy suddenly squatted in front of him, his expression unusually serious. I have something to say to you. Sora's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? I have decided to teach you the 8 inner gates. Just as he thought. Yet, Sora did not feel as happy as he imagined he would be. His purpose in getting close to Might Guy and his father was the 8 inner gates. To say he didn't want it now would be a complete lie. But thinking of how Might Duy had directly activated the 8 inner gates that morning to ensure Sora wouldn't be harmed by Uchiha Takumai, a thread of guilt inevitably formed in Sora's heart towards the father and son. Forcing down the thoughts in his mind, Sora feigned calm and asked, the 8 inner gates. What is that? Might Duy stood up, placing his hands on his hips. The 8 inner gates is the ultimate taijutsu secret art of the Might clan. It releases power far surpassing the norm by unlocking the 8 special points within the human body that restrain chakra. Guy excitedly moved closer. Father, I want to learn it too. Might Duy shook his head. Guy, you're not ready yet. You need to at least be able to complete 1,000 consecutive push-ups without getting out of breath first. Guy immediately deflated. Yes, father. Sora timely showed a puzzled expression. Duy-san, why have you suddenly decided to teach me? Might Duy patted Sora's shoulder. Because you have already met the training standard. Your physical fitness has improved rapidly over these 2 weeks of training. More importantly. He paused, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. You possess willpower far exceeding that of ordinary people. That is the most crucial condition for training the 8 inner gates. Sora nodded inwardly. In the original story, the training conditions for the 8 inner gates were extremely harsh. It required not only a powerful physical constitution but also unwavering willpower. Otherwise, just the pain during the training process was enough to make a person break down. So, shall we start now? Sora asked impatiently. Might Duy laughed heartily. Don't rush it. First, listen to my explanation of the principles. He drew a simple diagram of a human body on the ground. Within the human body, there are 8 chakra points, located respectively. For the next half hour, Might Duy explained the principles and training methods of the 8 inner gates in detail. Sora listened while comparing it with his memories of the original story. The first gate, the gate of opening, removes the brain's restrictions on the body's muscles, releasing basic physical ability, causing relatively minor damage to the body. Located at the top of the head. The second gate, the gate of healing, further removes body restrictions, enhancing stamina. Muscles sustain minor strains requiring some recovery time. Located at the temples. The third gate, the gate of life, further enhances bodily functions, increasing the burden on the body. Located at the neck. The eighth gate, the gate of death, located at the heart. Opening it grants power surpassing that of a Hokage, but death is inevitable. The training method is simple. Might Duy held up a finger. First, use the youth breathing method to guide chakra to impact the point. After success, practice opening and closing it repeatedly until you can control it freely. Guy listened with shining eyes. It sounds so amazing. Sora, however, frowned. Duy-san, is impacting the point very dangerous? Might Duy's expression turned grave. Of course it's dangerous. The slightest mistake can rupture your chakra pathways. That's why someone must be present to watch over you in the early stages. Don't worry, with me watching over you, nothing will happen to you. Sora nodded. He remembered in the original story, Rock Lee nearly became crippled during his training, and it was fortunate Guy was there to save him in time. Alright, theory is done. Now let's start the practical part. Sora, first try to impact the first gate, the gate of opening. Sora sat down cross-legged, adjusting his breathing according to the method taught by Might Duy. As the youth breathing method circulated, he felt the chakra within his body begin to gather towards the top of his head. Concentrate. Imagine the chakra impacting the point like a drill. Might Duy instructed from the side. Sora closed his eyes and focused, controlling his chakra to launch an impact towards the gate of opening at the top of his head. Ugh! A sharp pain suddenly struck, and Sora couldn't help but groan. It felt like someone was hammering the top of his skull. Hang in there. The first impact is the hardest. Might Duy's voice came through. Sora gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew this was a necessary process. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Boom. Sora felt as if a roar like a great gate opening echoed in his mind. Success. Might Duy shouted joyfully. Sora opened his eyes, feeling the world had become different. The sounds around him were clearer, his thinking was more agile, and even his control over his body felt more effortless. Sora tried moving his fingers and murmured, "Is this the effect of opening the gate?" Might Duy nodded with satisfaction. Good. Succeeding on the first try, truly a genius of hard work. Guy watched on with envious, shining eyes. Sora, how does it feel? Very strange. Sora smiled. It's like, a lock in my brain was opened. Might Duy clapped his hands. Alright, that's enough for today. For the next week, you only need to practice opening and closing it. Once you've fully adapted, then you can impact the second gate. Sora nodded. He understood the principle of not biting off more than one could chew. The 8 inner gates must be practiced step by step. On the way back to the orphanage, Sora analyzed as he walked. Opening the gate mainly increases basic physical ability. Limbs feel lighter, and reaction speed improves too. After opening the gate of healing, stamina will greatly increase, and training efficiency will also improve. However, Sora remembered the side effects of the 8 inner gates from the original story. Even just opening the first 3 gates caused damage to the muscles. Long-term activation could even lead to muscle breakdown. Fortunately, I have the Azure Dragon Fruit's recovery ability. The physical side effects from just opening the gate have already recovered in this short while. As expected, his conjecture was correct. 8 inner gates plus Azure Dragon Fruit. This combination was simply perfect. Chapter 19 The Route Underground. Not far from the orphanage, Sora dragged his tired body towards the orphanage. Although the recovery ability of the Azure Dragon Fruit allowed the physical side effects after opening the first gate to quickly subside, the cost was that the body's stored energy was rapidly consumed. Gurgle gurgle. His stomach let out a series of rumbling sounds. Hungry, very hungry. Hurry back for dinner. Nono should have dinner ready by now. Turning a street corner, the orphanage was just ahead. What's that? Sora suddenly stopped at the corner. He saw a dark figure flash past near the orphanage gate, its movements furtive. Although it was just a blurry figure, Sora's eyes, enhanced by eating the Azure Dragon Fruit, still managed to see that the person wore a black cat mask on their face. ANBU. Or root. Sora looked in the direction the shadow left. That person's chakra felt cold, sticky, and gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Sora stroked his chin, recalling. Root was the ANBU within the ANBU of Konoha, established by Shimura Danzo. They operated with extreme methods, adhering to the belief everything can be sacrificed for Konoha. Members were branded with the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, preventing them from revealing any information about the organization. Quickening his pace, Sora quickly analyzed in his mind. If it's ANBU, then I need to hold back on the 8 inner gates training recently. But if it's Root, then they are here for Nono. Connecting it to Nono's unusual behavior recently, Sora felt it was most likely Root. Pushing open the orphanage gate, the aroma of food wafted over. 2 little girls were chasing and playing in the yard. Miyamoto Ichiro, on weekend break, sat on the corridor reading a ninjutsu scroll. Sora, you're back. Miyamoto Ichiro looked up to greet him. How was training today? All right. Sora replied casually, his eyes sweeping over the yard. Where is Nono's sister? Kitchen. Miyamoto Ichiro pointed. By the way, do you know when Sato and Inoue will be back? They've been on a mission for almost a month. Sora shook his head. The Sato and Inoue mentioned by Miyamoto Ichiro were the 2 other older children at the orphanage. Since becoming genin half a year ago, they often went out on missions. This time they had indeed been gone for quite a while. They couldn't have gotten into trouble, could they? Miyamoto Ichiro muttered quietly. Sora didn't respond and walked straight to the kitchen. Pushing the door open, he saw Nono chopping vegetables, while Usuji Rin was cooking soup nearby. You're back. Nono said without looking up. Go take a bath first, dinner will be ready soon. Sora didn't move. He stared at Nono's back for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, Sister, has anyone been giving you trouble recently? The kitchen knife paused for a moment, then continued chopping. No, why do you ask? I just saw a suspicious person lurking around nearby. Sora said deliberately. Wearing a mask, acting sneaky. The expression on Nono's face didn't change, her tone gentle. It might have been a patrolling ninja. Don't overthink it, go take a bath and eat. Although Sora didn't detect any problems from Nono's answer or her expression, that initial, momentary pause of the kitchen knife just now. Something is definitely wrong. Back in his room, Sora changed his clothes while recalling the original plot. That old schemer Danzo loved to use the orphanage to threaten Nono. In the original story, he threatened to cut off the orphanage's funding, forcing her to continue performing dangerous missions. It seems Nono hasn't officially left Root during this period. Sora had been in Konoha for over a year now. During this time, Nono had never left the village, which led him to believe she had already left Root. Until today, he discovered that wasn't the case. My strength is still too weak. Fortunately, I have obtained the 8 inner gates. My strength should improve very quickly from now on. After dinner, Sora returned to his room, preparing to start today's daily dragon transformation training. Knock knock knock. A sudden knocking sound interrupted Sora's movements. Sora, are you asleep? It was Nono's voice, a few tones lower than usual. Sora quickly sat up. Not yet, sister, come in. The door was gently pulled open. Nono walked in wearing a light blue kimono, carrying a tray. On it was a small bowl of red bean soup. You didn't eat much dessert just now, so I saved some for you. Nono placed the bowl on the low table, her smile as gentle as ever. Thank you, sister. Sora picked up the spoon but didn't bring it to his mouth. Sister, is there something you need from me, coming so late? Nono's movements paused for a moment, then she casually wiped the tray. Nothing particularly important. Her voice hesitated slightly. Actually, Sora, you probably noticed. That person you discovered today is actually a former teammate from the village I used to go on missions with. Sora silently drank the red bean soup from the bowl and nodded without speaking. That's no teammate. It's clearly someone from Root. He came to ask me to go on a mission with him. A small mission, that's all. We can finish it in 2 weeks. I know you're sensible, much more mature than kids your age, so I won't hide it from you. I need to go out tomorrow for this mission. I'll be back in 2 weeks. Nono took a deep breath, softening her tone even more. While I'm gone, I want you to look after the other children a bit more. And she looked up at Sora, trying hard to curl her lips into a smile. Don't you worry either. Your sister is very strong. I've carried out missions 10 times harder than this before. Saying that, she deliberately puffed out her chest slightly, as if proving she really was strong. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Sora knew perfectly well how much of that statement was true. For example, the so-called small mission was, if not a life or death situation, definitely a dangerous and unpredictable tricky task. But Sora also knew he currently had no ability to stop it. Forget facing Kage-level gatekeeper Danzo. Even against an ordinary root ninja, with his current strength, charging forward would just be delivering himself. Don't worry, I'll be back in 2 weeks. I'm counting on you to take care of the other children during this time. Nono added, oh, right, and the director too. The director she mentioned was the only elderly person at the orphanage. He had worked there for decades and had been bedridden for many years, relying entirely on Nono's care. Sora looked at Nono and, for once, saw a trace of weariness in her eyes. He nodded and said, Sister, you can go with peace of mind. I'll take good care of everyone. Seeing Sora nod, Nono showed a relieved smile, picked up the empty tray, and turned to leave the room. The moment the door closed, the calm expression vanished from Sora's face. Still too weak. If he had Kage-level strength now, why would he let Nono go on such a life-threatening mission? But that's how the ninja world is. With low strength, you are at the mercy of others. Either die in dangerous missions one after another, or die in the future ninja wars. No choice. 20 Chapter 20 Kakashi graduates. People have their sorrows and joys, partings and reunions. The moon has its periods of being cloudy or clear, waxing or waning. Tonight, the night sky over Konoha held a half moon, its pale light faint, like a broken piece of a jade plate. It seemed to reflect Nono, who would be leaving tomorrow. Fortunately, I have the Azure Dragon Fruit, and I've also obtained the 8 gates. Sora gazed at the half moon outside the window, took a deep breath, and his eyes became sharp. Next time, I absolutely will not let something like this happen again. He had been worried that this butterfly, might change Nono's fate ahead of time, preventing her from living to the age of 31 as she did in the original story. But now it seemed his influence on Nono was still too small. It was merely that she had one more orphan to care for. At 6 years old, he ultimately did not yet have the ability to leverage many things. But one day, he would have this ability. Early the next morning, Sora arrived at Nono's room. He saw it was cleaned spotlessly, and the quilt on the bed was neatly folded. Clearly, Nono had already left. He walked to the window, looked at the clear sky outside, and felt slightly more at ease. The weather is so good, it should be a good sign. Sora murmured to himself. After quickly washing up, Sora headed to the kitchen and found Uchiha had already prepared breakfast. The other children were also getting up one after another and gathering around the dining table. Where is Nono's sister? Yumi, the youngest, asked, holding up her spoon. The orphanage no longer had the dozen or so children from when Sora first arrived. Over the past year or so, some had been adopted, some had been picked up. Now only Sora, Miyamoto Ichiro, Uchiha, plus the 2 out on missions, along with Yumi and another little girl named Ayumi remained. Sister went out on a mission. She'll be back in 2 weeks. Sora patted her head. I will take care of everyone during this time, don't worry. Brother Sora is the most reliable. Yumi said with a giggle. After breakfast, Sora and Uchiha hurried to the Ninja Academy together. Originally, Sora planned to ask for leave and stay at the orphanage, but Miyamoto Ichiro said he had already asked for leave earlier, wanting to stay at the orphanage to look after the other children. I never really liked the ninja life anyway. Several friends I knew before all died on missions. Remembering Miyamoto Ichiro's words, Sora felt somewhat emotional. Perhaps, for him, being an ordinary person really was better, because Miyamoto Ichiro was also a dead last. Not everyone is named Uchiha, Uzumaki, or Might. Arriving at the academy, as soon as Sora entered the classroom, Kurenai waved to him. Sora, come quickly. Something big is happening today. What big thing? Sora walked over and sat down, asking curiously. Kurenai leaned closer to him, lowering her voice. I heard Kakashi is going to graduate early today. The whole school is talking about it. Kakashi. Sora raised an eyebrow. Yeah, he's only 5, a year above us, and now he's graduating. Kurenai said with an admiring look. I heard his strength is already at Chunin level. Sora analyzed silently in his heart. Chunin? I remember Kakashi graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. So even if he's not at Chunin level now, he must be extremely close. Just then, the classroom door opened. The homeroom teacher, Yamada Kenichi, walked in, clapped his hands and said, Students, this morning's classes are suspended. Everyone assemble at the training ground. Heitake Kakashi is taking his graduation exam today. The school is allowing students from other classes to observe. The classroom instantly erupted. The students began discussing excitedly. Really? Graduating at 5? As expected of a genius. I heard his father is Konoha's white fan, a super powerful ninja. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Sora felt emotional. Kakashi's talent is indeed terrifying, but his childhood is also full of tragedy. His father's suicide, and later Minato, Obito, Rin. On the training ground, all the teachers and students of the school had gathered. Sora and Kurenai stood in the Class B line, and from afar they spotted Kakashi in the center of the examination area. Just like in the original story, he wore a mask, his head of white hair particularly conspicuous. It was a pity his face couldn't be seen clearly, which left Sora feeling a bit regretful. However, this Kakashi, although appearing somewhat aloof, was merely cold-natured and a bit tsundere. Especially his eyes, they were very bright, brimming with vitality. Not like later when he always had those lifeless, dead fish eyes. The examining teacher announced, Heitake Kakashi, applying for early graduation. The examination content is a practical combat test. The opponent is a Takubitsu Jonin, Gekko Yukikaze. Gekko Yukikaze. Sora stared at the man who looked very similar to Gekko Heiate and was stunned for a moment. Could he be Heiate's father? After thinking about it, Sora felt it probably was. Gekko Heiate was 23 when he appeared, also a Takubitsu Jonin, 3 years younger than Kakashi. This Gekko Yukikaze looked to be in his 20s. Given the early maturing style of the ninja world, it was probably correct. Kurenai tugged on Sora's sleeve and asked quietly, Sora, do you think Kakashi can win? Sora shook his head. He can't win. A Takubitsu Jonin's strength far surpasses a Genin's. Although Kakashi is a genius, he is only 5 now. But the graduation exam doesn't necessarily require winning. He just needs to demonstrate sufficient strength. Sure enough, after the fight began, although Kakashi displayed amazing taijutsu and shuriken skills, he still appeared overwhelmed by Gekko Yukikaze's speed. Watching the two on the field, Sora pondered to himself. Using shuriken, Heitake Sakumo was famous for his sword techniques. But then again, that makes sense. Kakashi only started using the Chidori with sword techniques later on. He's just over 5 now, clearly not at that stage yet. And later, Gekko Heiate was a master of sword techniques, with Crescent Moon Dance as his specialty. His father is probably similar. Trying to compete with sword techniques against him now would probably make Kakashi lose even faster. 10 minutes later, the examining teacher called a halt to the fight. Heitake Kakashi, examination passed. Effective immediately, you officially graduate and become a Konoha Genin. Clap clap clap. The entire area erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Some little girls even fainted, hearts in their eyes. Kakashi bowed expressionlessly, then turned and left the training ground. So cool. Kurenai watched Kakashi's retreating figure, stars shining in her eyes. Sora smiled. What, you want to graduate early too? Kurenai stuck out her tongue. No way, I still want to go to school with you. Sora felt warmth in his heart, but then thought of Nono who had left, and the light in his eyes dimmed again. After school ended in the afternoon, Sora walked alone on the road back to the orphanage. Halfway there, he caught sight of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. A boy wearing goggles was carefully helping an old lady cross the street. Slowly, Granny, there's a step here. Thank you, child. You are such a kind, good ninja. Hee, it's what I should do. Sora was stunned for a moment, then recognized him. Uchiha Obito. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 21, Chapter 21 Summoned by the Hokage. Uchiha Obito. Obito heard the voice, turned his head, and looked surprised when he saw Sora. Huh, you know me. I've heard of you. Sora smiled. First year, Class C, right. Obito's eyes lit up. That's right. I am the future Hokage, Uchiha Obito. Just like in the original, passionate and simple-minded. Seeing that Sora did not speak, Obito took the initiative to come closer. Hey, which class are you in? I feel like you look familiar. First year, Class B, Sora. Oh, you're that guy with the strong taijutsu. Obito slapped his forehead. I heard Ryota mention you. He said you. Halfway through his sentence, Obito suddenly got stuck, scratching his head awkwardly. Sora raised an eyebrow. He said I what? He said you. Obito hemmed and hawed, finally sighing. Forget it. That guy has a bad temper. Don't take what he says to heart. The corner of Sora's mouth lifted slightly, and he smiled. Don't worry. I'm not that petty. I'm not some villain either. Obito breathed a sigh of relief, then became excited again. Right. Do you want to go eat dango together? My treat. Sora shook his head. Next time. I need to go back to the orphanage first. The orphanage. Obito was stunned for a moment, then patted his chest. Then I'll walk you back. I know this area super well. Sora originally intended to refuse, but looking at Obito's enthusiastic expression, he ultimately nodded. The two walked side by side under the setting sun. Obito chattered all the way about interesting things at school, while Sora occasionally responded with a few words. 2 weeks later, early on a weekend morning, Sora was sweating profusely doing push-ups on the training ground. 998, 999, 1000. Sora stood up panting heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Today is the day Nono returns. I wonder how her mission went. I hope she didn't get hurt. Whoosh. At that moment, a black figure appeared silently behind him. Sora, the Hokage wishes to see you. A cold voice came. Sora's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and saw a ninja wearing a gray bear mask standing to the side. ANBU, who are you? Sora feigned vigilance and asked. In Konoha, ordinary villagers and even many low-ranking ninja knew little about the ANBU. A 6-year-old Sora could not possibly know about the existence of the ANBU. I am the Hokage's personal guard. The Hokage wishes to see you. Follow me. Gray Bear spoke again. Sora pretended to size him up, then nodded. Okay, to the Hokage building. Gray Bear nodded, turned, and led the way. The Azure Dragon Fruit ability shouldn't have been exposed. I only train at night, and I wrap myself in bandages. Then why does Sarutobi Hiruzen want to see me? Various thoughts flashed through Sora's mind along the way. He ultimately concluded it was likely due to his previous fight with Uchiha Takumai that had drawn Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. After all, Sora was less than 7 years old and could trade blows with a Uchiha Chunin, even if the other was going easy on him. But that was 2 weeks ago. It's illogical to summon me only today. Whatever. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll know when I see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Inside the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a pipe in his mouth, his gaze profound as he looked at the report in his hand. The report detailed Sora's daily routine over the past 2 weeks. Wake up at 5 a.m., morning training for 2 hours, care for the other orphans. After morning classes at the Ninja Academy, go directly to the training ground to practice taijutsu. After school in the afternoon, train under Might Duy. He even trains more at night. Flipping to the last page of the report in his hand was the comment from Sora's homeroom teacher, Yamada Kenichi. He gets along well with others. Though his chakra talent is average, his studies are exceptionally diligent, and his taijutsu is excellent. Beneath the comment, a line of small text was written. His dream is to become strong to protect those important to him. It was exactly Sora's self-introduction on the first day of school. This little one is good soil for the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly. Creak. The office door was gently pushed open. Gray Bear brought Sora inside. Hokage-sama, Sora has been brought. After speaking, Gray Bear vanished with a body flicker. Sora stood in the center of the office, looking nervously at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sora, no need to be nervous. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a kindly smile, pointing to the chair opposite him. Sit. Sora gave a slight bow, then sat down. Hokage-sama, did you need to see me for something? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking slowly. I heard you have been training very hard recently. Sora nodded. Yes. I want to become strong as soon as possible. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Sora was silent for a moment, then said seriously. To protect the people important to me. A hint of appreciation flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. A good answer. Then, do you know what kind of blood flows in your veins? Blood? What blood could I have? Could it be that my white hair means I have Heitake Sakumo's bloodline? Sora shook his head blankly. I don't quite understand what you mean. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, took a file from a drawer, and pushed it in front of Sora. Your records show you come from a village on the border of the land of whirlpools. That area was one of the settlements of the Uzumaki clan. Sora looked down at the file. On it were written the words, suspected Uzumaki lineage. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued immediately. Your physique is different from ordinary people. You can withstand high-intensity training. This is not something an ordinary child can do. I have Uzumaki clan blood. Sora looked up and said in surprise. He genuinely was surprised. Having crossed into the Naruto world for nearly 2 years, he only now discovered he actually had the sage body lineage of the Uzumaki clan. Then shouldn't I be called Uzumaki Sora? A thought flashed through Sora's mind but quickly vanished. When he crossed over, he had no memories of the original body's owner, so he was still more accustomed to his previous life's name. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt my recovery ability was stronger than most people's. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. The Uzumaki clan are allies of Konoha. Their bloodline represents powerful vitality and chakra potential. Although your bloodline may be somewhat diluted, it is still worthy of nurturing. Sora suppressed the urge to roll his eyes at the term, allies, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth and said respectfully, "Thank you for your recognition, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, speaking slowly. "Sora, I have seen the battle report of your fight with Uchiha Takumai. To be able to exchange blows with a Chunin at age 6 shows great potential. Therefore, I have decided to place you on the ANBU observation list early. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you can be directly promoted to Chunin and join the ANBU training program." Sora was startled inwardly and pretended to ask, Hokage-sama, what is that?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his bewildered expression and explained. The ANBU is a special force directly under the Hokage. They are responsible for carrying out the most confidential, most dangerous missions. Assassinating rogue ninja, protecting important personnel, gathering intelligence, and so on. ANBU members wear masks to conceal their identities. Their actions are only under the orders of the Hokage. They are Konoha's sharpest blade and also its most hidden shield. The one who brought you to see me just now was an ANBU member. Code name, Grey Bear. 22 Chapter 22 Nono's Return. Sora really wanted to refuse Sarutobi Hiruzen. He only wanted to develop quietly and discreetly, and did not want to join the ANBU. But the one speaking before him was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the very top of Konoha's power pyramid. Sora had no choice but to say firmly, "I am willing to serve the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily. "Good. You truly are a worthy inheritor of the will of fire." He stood up, walked over to Sora, and patted his shoulder. "Do you remember what I said at the Ninja Academy? Where the leaves dance, the fire burns bright. Your efforts will become the flame that illuminates Konoha's future." Sora nodded emphatically. "Of course I remember. I will definitely live up to the Hokage's expectations." After leaving the Hokage building, walking back, Sora silently calculated the information Sarutobi Hiruzen had just given him. First, his body possesses the constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Second, after graduation, he can be directly promoted to Chunin, but afterward, he must enter the ANBU. Third, for now, the Azure Dragon Fruit does not seem to be exposed. Furthermore, due to his Uzumaki clan bloodline, he can appropriately display his physical strength later. The first point is definitely a good thing. The Uzumaki clan possesses extremely strong vitality and recovery power, as well as enormous chakra reserves. But why is my body's chakra amount so low? Could there be a problem with my mind? Chakra is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. If Sora has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, his physical energy is certainly not the problem. Then the problem must lie with his spirit. Others who transmigrate get enhanced souls. How come I ended up with a problem? Looks like I really have to stick to the path of pure taijutsu all the way. Sora was extremely speechless but had no solution for this. Shaking his head to clear the chaotic thoughts, Sora began to consider the second piece of information. Although joining the ANBU conflicted with Sora's training plans, entering the ANBU also had quite a few benefits. First was resources. ANBU members could access Konoha's most core training methods. Whether it was taijutsu secret manuals, ninjutsu scrolls, or special techniques for chakra refining, as long as one had sufficient ability and made contributions, they could obtain them with priority. Second was the speed of growth. ANBU missions spanned all nations, directly confronting the most brutal battlefields and the most troublesome enemies. Rogue ninja, spies, even elite ninja from other hidden villages. Being honed on the edge of life and death, the increase in strength was often several times faster than in ordinary units. More crucially was authority. Although Sora knew the major events from the original story like the back of his hand, the countless minute events constituting this world were like hidden in a fog. He could only rely on his adaptability and feel his way forward. But the ANBU directly took orders from the Hokage and could access the village's most core secrets. Those intelligence reports never made public, from the minor movements of a certain clan to the secret actions of a neighboring hidden village, all could be known. If this first-hand intelligence was cross-referenced with the plot he knew from memory, he could act with more certainty and less passivity when dealing with future crises or making plans. As for the third point, the existence of the Azure Dragon Fruit, it seemed Sarutobi Hiruzen attributed Sora's extraordinary physical qualities entirely to his Uzumaki clan bloodline. As long as I don't display the dragon transformation form, just relying on the enhanced human form should be fine. But Sora still had a question in his heart: why did Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly investigate my file? Sora pondered to himself. He had never overly displayed the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit, always presenting himself as the persona of a hardworking taijutsu genius. Even beating an Uchiha could somewhat be explained within this setting. Logically, an orphan from outside the village shouldn't have attracted the Hokage's special attention. Thinking it over, the problem might lie with his training volume. Ever since eating the Azure Dragon fruit, he had always held back, never training to his body's limit. Even developing the fruit's abilities was done secretly in his room at night. Perhaps, what he saw as restraint still appeared extraordinary to others. And all this was covered by the reputation of the Uzumaki bloodline. Sora clenched his fist, looking down at his own body. No wonder Might Duy always says I'm a genius. I always thought it was because of the Azure Dragon fruit. It seems this Uzumaki constitution is also a big reason. Good thing the Uzumaki bloodline serves as a cover, otherwise it would have been exposed long ago. But soon he shook his head. No, that's too one-sided. Without the Uzumaki constitution, my training intensity would be stuck at the limit of an ordinary person. Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have noticed me, so naturally there would be no risk of exposure. But precisely because of the Uzumaki bloodline, even if he finds my talent astonishing, he would logically attribute it to the clan's characteristics. In the end, the Uzumaki bloodline brought both success and potential failure. This is an unavoidable inevitability. Fortunately, the result was good. The Azure Dragon fruit was not exposed. Walking on the road, Sora silently pondered the information he had just received. Before long, he had returned to the orphanage, right at lunchtime. Thinking of lunch, Sora showed a slightly awkward expression. Although Nono had asked him to look after the other children when she left, most of the time it was Miyamoto Ichiro and Yusuji Rin who took care of them. Sora was basically in the role of a hands-off manager, spending every day either exercising or training in the 8 inner gates. Just 2 weeks, and I can already open the second gate, Rest Gate. That's a pretty good speed. Recalling from the original story that Rock Lee started training in the 8 inner gates at age 12, opened the 5th gate at 13, and by the 4th Great Ninja War at 17, had fully mastered the 6th gate. Sora compared privately. His speed of opening one gate in 2 weeks was extremely fast. With the recovery ability of the Azure Dragon fruit, the 8th gate, Gate of Death, was within reach. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Sora ended his afternoon routine training early and returned to the orphanage. At this moment, Sora was doing push-ups in the yard, his eyes glancing toward the gate from time to time. Sora! Yumi suddenly rushed out of the house, shouting excitedly, "Sister Nono is back." Sora stood up abruptly and indeed saw Nono pushing open the courtyard gate, her face wearing the familiar gentle smile. "I'm back," Nono said softly. Sora looked her up and down. Her clothes were tidy, with no bloodstains. Her walking posture was also natural. She didn't seem injured. "Sister." Yumi and Ayumi rushed over and hugged Nono's legs. "Good girls, did you miss me?" Nono crouched down and rubbed the 2 little girls' heads. "Yes. Brother Sora's cooking is terrible." Yumi pouted, lodging a complaint. "Hey." Sora was speechless. Nono chuckled softly, looking up at Sora. "Thank you for your hard work, taking care of everyone." Sora shook his head. "It's nothing. Ichiro and Rin did more." Nono stood up, picking up a small package. "I brought some gifts back. I'll distribute them to everyone tonight." Sora noticed her fingers were trembling slightly. Although the movement was very faint, he still detected it. Indeed, the mission wasn't that simple. 23, Chapter 23 The Gate of Life, Open. After dinner, the children gathered around Nono to receive their gifts, while Sora leaned against the doorframe, silently observing her. Nono's smile was still gentle, but a trace of weariness was hidden in her eyes. "Sora, this is for you." Nono walked over and handed him a small box. Sora took it and opened it. Inside was a meticulously crafted kunai, its blade gleaming coldly, with intricate patterns carved on the handle. "This is. I bought it during the mission journey. I thought it suited you." Nono smiled. "Do you like it?" Thank you." Sora gripped the kunai tightly. He hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, "The mission, was it smooth?" Nono's smile froze for an instant before returning to normal as if nothing happened. "It went quite smoothly. I was just a bit tired. Thankfully, after this mission, I won't need to go on any missions for the next 2 years." Sora knew she was lying, but he didn't press further. In Sora's memory, the missions Danzo assigned to Nono were mostly espionage activities, even including assassinating important targets. Although she showed no physical injuries this time, the mental toll must have been significant. "Sister, you go and rest. Ichiro and I will wash the dishes," Sora said. Nono was taken aback for a second, then smiled. "All right, then I'll leave it to you and Ichiro." Sora returned to his room, lay down on the bed, and thought back to the original plot. Danzo wouldn't let Nono go so easily. This mission is just the beginning. I hope it's really as Nono said, that she doesn't need to go on missions these next 2 years. That way, I'll also have time to improve my strength. Currently, Sora's strength, while using the 8 gates released formation, was firmly at Chunin level. In 2 years, he was confident he could develop the Azure Dragon fruit to the stage where he could freely undergo dragon transformation on any part of his body. This was the second stage in Sora's plan, partial beast transformation. As for the 8 gates released formation, because of the Azure Dragon Fruit's bodily recovery properties, Sora was also confident he could at least open up to the 6th gate, the Gate of Joy, after 2 years. This speed could be considered quite fast. In the original work, Rock Lee started training in the 8 Gates released formation at age 12, barely managed to open the 5th gate by age 13, and fully mastered the 6th gate by age 17. In other words, it took Rock Lee roughly 4 years to train the 8 Gates released formation to the state of the 6th gate. Sora was confident he could open up to the 6th gate, the Gate of Joy, within 2 years, which showed the high compatibility between the Azure Dragon Fruit and the 8 Gates released formation. Not to mention Sora also had the Uzumaki Sage body as a foundation. Although he wasn't sure exactly how much Uzumaki bloodline he had, after learning the news from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he carefully examined his body. He ultimately estimated his bloodline concentration to be roughly between 30 to 50%. That meant one of his parents or ancestors should have been a pure-blooded Uzumaki clan member. Of course, his so-called Uzumaki Sage body definitely had a gap compared to other Uzumaki clan members. Not to mention the top-tier level like Karen and her mother, whose bite could fully restore someone's health. Even Naruto's Uzumaki physique was probably slightly superior to his. But Sora felt the gap between them shouldn't be too large. It was like with Hashirama Senju. Although others belonged to the Senju clan, their sage bodies were worlds apart from his. Sora estimated that even though he would only be 8 years old 2 years later, and without mastering ninjutsu and with his body not fully matured, he could at least reach the level of a Takebutsu Jonin or a Jonin. If he opened the 8 Gates released formation, he could firmly stabilize at the Jonin level. And by then, although he would still be no match against the vast organization of Root, he could at least provide some help to Nono, unlike now where he could only stay at the orphanage and do nothing. Actually, Sora in his previous life was someone with an inherently solitary nature at his core. Not unsociable, but accustomed to acting alone. Growing up in an orphanage, he had no blood-related family around, nor did he make any truly close, heart-to-heart friends. After entering society, it was even more so. Colleagues were limited to work interactions. He never spoke more than necessary privately. In everything he did, he always thought first, don't cause trouble, don't owe favors, like a plant growing close to a wall, silently confining himself within a safe little world. He often thought, if when he arrived in Konoha, he hadn't entered the orphanage and met Nono, but lived alone in a single apartment like Naruto, he would probably have maintained his previous life's demeanor in this lifetime too, polite to everyone, yet always separated by an invisible membrane. But tonight, for the first time, Sora didn't do his dragon transformation training. He just lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and recalled the days of the more than a year since he came to Konoha. The warm milk Nono handed him, the fruit Kurenai passed him during training, Might Duy shouting hoarsely about youth, Guy waving his fist saying they should get stronger together. These names and images swirled in his mind, becoming clearer and clearer. He found that he could no longer regard these people as strangers in a story like he did in his previous life. The thought of watching them step by step walk towards those known tragic fates made his heart feel as if gripped by something, aching dully. Is this what's called bonds? 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. By the river behind the training ground, early morning. Sora, bare-chested, sat cross-legged on the ground. His body trembled slightly, emitting rapid breaths. Once more. Might Duy stood nearby, his expression serious. The key to breaking through the 3rd gate, the Gate of Life, lies in the explosive force of chakra. It must be like floodwaters breaking through a dam. Hang in there, Sora. Guy, standing to the side, clenched his fists in encouragement, as if he were the one training the 8 Gates released formation. Understood. Sora gritted his teeth and responded. For these past 2 months, he had endured such torment almost daily. Since first opening the 8 Gates released formation, a trace of chakra had actually been born within Sora's body. Although the amount was small, it was enough to perform a few simple clone techniques. More importantly, his physical fitness had also leaped forward a notch. However, the difficulty of breaking through the 3rd gate, the Gate of Life, far exceeded his expectations. Sora let out a low roar. The chakra within his body began to gather towards his neck. Intense pain instantly assaulted him, as if someone was stabbing a red-hot iron all into his neck. Sora groaned, veins bulging on his forehead, but the movement of his hands never stopped. Hold on. Imagine the chakra is a hammer, smashing open that gate. Sora closed his eyes tightly, controlling the chakra with all his might. Once, twice, 3 times. Each impact brought heart-wrenching pain, but Sora stubbornly gritted his teeth and endured it. This kid. Might Duy watched Sora's stubborn back, inwardly shocked. He's clearly trembling all over in pain, yet he won't even let out a single cry of agony. In the original work, even Rock Lee fainted from the pain while training the 8 Gates released formation. Sora's willpower was actually more tenacious than Rock Lee's. Ha! Suddenly, Sora shouted explosively. The chakra within his body surged towards the node of the Gate of Life like a breached dam. Boom! A loud noise seemed to echo in his mind. Sora only felt his whole body lighten. His originally utterly exhausted body was instantly filled with power. Success! Might Duy shouted excitedly. The 3rd gate, the Gate of Life, is open. 24, Chapter 24, Ninja Academy Ranking Assessment. Sora slowly stood up, feeling the surging power within his body. The effect of the Gate of Life was more noticeable than the Gate of Rest. Not only was his endurance greatly increased, even the fatigue in his muscles was much reduced, and green energy currents swirled around him. How do you feel? Might Duy patted Sora's shoulder. Great. Sora clenched his fist. It is like, another layer of shackles inside my body has been unlocked. Might Duy laughed heartily, gave a thumbs up, and showed his white teeth, saying, as expected of a genius of hard work. Mastering the third gate in just 2 months, even I didn't expect such speed. Guy nearby had the same expression, saying, Sora, you really are a genius. But, I will definitely catch up to you. Sora smiled, but he knew clearly in his heart, if not for the recovery ability of the Azure Dragon Fruit, he absolutely could not have continuously impacted the nodes in such a short time. After each training session, the fruit's power would rapidly repair his damaged muscles and meridians, which allowed him to attempt again and again. Next, you need to adapt to the state of the Gate of Life, Might Duy said seriously. Keep it open for 1 hour every day. After your body fully adapts, then try to impact the fourth gate, the Gate of Injury. Sora nodded. After opening the Gate of Injury, the body would begin to sustain damage due to excessive load. For him currently, it was not yet time. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, as soon as Sora entered, he heard Kotetsu Hagane shouting loudly, I will definitely make it into the top 20 in this assessment. Then I can show off in front of my dad in the security force. With your mediocre skills, you should be grateful if you can make the top 30. What did you say? Kotetsu Hagane rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight Kamizuki Izumo, but was quickly pulled apart by surrounding classmates. Assessment. Sora walked over and sat down next to Kurenai, asking, Kurenai, what assessment are they talking about? Sora, you don't know. Kurenai widened her eyes. The Academy is holding a practical ranking assessment next week. All first-year students must participate. In the end, rankings will be determined based on results. This ranking assessment seems very important. I heard the top 3 can receive ninjutsu scrolls personally awarded by the Hokage-sama. Sora raised an eyebrow. He wasn't very interested in ninjutsu scrolls, but he was more concerned about the rules of this assessment. This assessment was clearly similar to the Ninja Academy's final exam, but also slightly different. More accurately, this was actually Konoha's first lesson for the new generation of ninjas. First, it allowed students who had just entered the academy to experience the atmosphere of ninja combat early, adapting in advance to the tension and practical feeling of this profession. Second, it was also to screen out children with ninja talent for focused cultivation. After all, geniuses often emerge early. Those who truly achieve success later in life are ultimately only a minority, and the top few in this grade would certainly have rewards, like the ninjutsu scrolls Kurenai mentioned. But the most crucial part was not the scrolls, but that the rewards would be handed out personally by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason Sora was antagonized by Uchiha Ryuta originated from being singled out and named by the third Hokage during the opening ceremony. It was now Konoha year 38. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had not yet become as tense as it would later. Many children in the clan greatly admired the third Hokage. Uchiha Ryuta and Obito were like this. Sora slightly turned his head, the corner of his eye sweeping over Uchiha Ryuta sitting in the back row. The other boy occasionally glanced his way, but the previous arrogant expression was gone from his face. He figured the news of his brother's bet with Sora had reached his ears, making him finally understand that Sora was not someone he could provoke. After all, while Uchiha people had a bit of a Chiyanibio streak, they were not fools. At that moment, homeroom teacher Yamada Kenichi walked in, and the classroom immediately quieted down. Quiet, everyone. Teacher Yamada cleared his throat. Starting next Monday, the Academy will hold the annual practical ranking assessment. Let me explain the rules. First, the assessment uses a one-on-one elimination tournament format. Winners advance until the final rankings are determined. Second, the use of ninjutsu or weapons that may cause fatal injuries is prohibited. Violators will be immediately disqualified. Third, victory or defeat is determined by the referee. Surrendering, losing combat ability, or being thrown out of the ring all count as defeat. Teacher Yamada paused, then added, this assessment is not only a test of your progress since entering the academy, but also an important basis for Konoha to screen for talent. I hope everyone can show their true abilities. The classroom immediately became noisy again. Sora leaned back in his chair, thinking to himself, an elimination tournament format? That actually saves a lot of trouble. He looked at his classmates around him. Most looked excited, with only a few showing signs of nervousness. Sora, what are you thinking about? Kurenai's voice brought him back to reality. Nothing, Sora smiled. Just thinking about how to fight in this assessment. You will definitely get first place. Kurenai said with confidence. Your taijutsu is so strong. Sora shook his head. First place is not the goal. My target isn't high, just making the top 10 is fine. Hearing this, Asuma, who was chewing on a toothpick behind him, immediately leaned over. Don't think you're strong just because you beat Ryuta. I bet you won't last 3 rounds. Uchiha Ryota. Seeing this, Sora also turned his head and said nothing, obviously not wanting to pay attention to this little kid. In this kind of practical ranking assessment, as long as you achieve a high ranking, you could apply for early graduation. But everyone were children who had entered the Ninja Academy for less than a year. Basically, no one chose to graduate early. Prodigies and monsters like Hatake Kakashi were extremely rare. Most people had to follow the standard path and study for several years, slowly honing their skills. Sora was the same. Although he was almost 7 years old now, compared to Kakashi who graduated at 5, it was nothing. But one must know that after graduation, he would be directly promoted to Chunin by Sarutobi Hiruzen and join the ANBU. A 7-year-old Chunin was still too conspicuous. Sora did not have a father like Konoha's white fan behind him. Enjoying the same genius treatment as Kakashi was out of the question. Therefore, Sora planned to stay at the Ninja Academy for 1 more year. By then, he would be about 8 years old. Compared to Kurenai, Asuma, and others from the original story who graduated at 9, although it would still be 1 year earlier, it would not attract too much attention. Moreover, Guy entered the Ninja Academy at 6 and graduated at 7. Sora was 1 year older than Guy and Kakashi, so he could graduate at the same time as Guy. Although he couldn't team up with Guy to do missions because he had to join the ANBU, he would still have some help. After all, by then Guy should have started training in the 8 inner gates. In the original story, Rock Lee only started training in the 8 inner gates at 12 because he became Guy's student after graduating from the Ninja Academy. But Guy's situation was different. The 8 inner gates was his family's secret technique. Although in the original story, Guy started training in the 8 inner gates around the time of the Third Shinobi World War, when he was about 12. But now, because of Sora's appearance, not only had he spurred Guy's training motivation, Sora's success in opening the 8 inner gates had given Might Duy great confidence. Now, Might Duy was only waiting for Guy's physical fitness to reach the baseline required for training the 8 inner gates. Once he met the standard, he would immediately teach him this secret technique. 25, Chapter 25, Wishing You Peace, Sister. Evening, by the river where daily training took place. Sora, having just finished his training, was panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. Rest for 10 minutes, then try the life gate again. Soon, the 10 minutes passed, and Sora began to open the 8 gates. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. Sora guided the small amount of chakra within his body. After several attempts, 3 acupuncture points finally produced clear, faint sounds. The first 3 gates opened as commanded. Huff. This feeling is easily more than twice as strong as when only opening the first 2 gates. The 8 gates released formation truly lives up to being the strongest taijutsu in Naruto. Sora quietly sensed the feeling after opening the gate of life. His blood flow accelerated, and he could hear the thump pulsations within his blood vessels in his ears. It was as if a warm current rushed up along his carotid artery to the top of his head. The view before his eyes also seemed brighter. Although there was a slight tearing sensation in his muscles, Sora did not mind. With the enhancement of the Azure Dragon Fruit, he could recover fairly quickly after releasing the 8 gates released formation. Boom! Lifting his hand to throw a punch, the sound of the wind was also sharper than usual. The most obvious improvement was in endurance. Sora felt as if he had inexhaustible strength. According to Duy, maintain it for an hour, then release the 8 gates released formation afterward. Sora began his training again. Next was 1000 push-ups. Under the boost of the opened gate of life, Sora's push UPS seemed to create after images. At the same time, Konoha, in a certain hidden underground base. Nono looked at the person before her, her tone carrying a hint of confusion. Lord Danzo, didn't you say last time that after completing the previous mission, there would be 2 years for rest and adjustment? Plans have changed. Danzo's voice from the shadows was flat. We need to send someone to the Land of Lightning to gather intelligence. It's all for the village. But, if you are unwilling to go, then let him go. Danzo said, casually tossing over a new file. Nono caught it. The moment she saw the contents, her expression changed drastically. No, he cannot go. Why not? Danzo gave a light chuckle, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Weren't you also around that age when you were executing missions in the Land of Earth? No, absolutely not. Nono seemed not to hear his words. She just clutched the file tightly, murmuring repeatedly. The photo on the file was clearly of Sora. No, the village raised them. They should pay their dues to the village. This is all for the village. Danzo's voice turned colder, carrying an undeniable pressure. Sato and Inoue already died on the mission in the Land of Lightning. Nono suddenly looked up, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Danzo didn't even lift an eyelid. There wasn't a ripple on his face, as if those were just 2 insignificant names. I'll go on this mission. Nono's fingers tightened forcefully on the file in her hand. She finally said it, though her voice carried an unconcealable weakness. Whoosh! She grabbed several files from the table, and her figure instantly vanished into the depths of the base. TCH. Danzo in the shadows let out a cold laugh, muttering to himself in a low voice. A tool should have the awareness of a tool. A tool that develops its own thoughts needs to be constantly hammered and repaired. The root ninja standing behind him had no reaction, as if he hadn't heard anything. Years of brainwashing had long turned him into a machine that only understood obeying orders, a machine that acted only for the village's benefit. To be more precise, for Danzo's benefit. Not long after, the 1,000 push-ups were done. Sora actually only felt slightly tired. Sora wiped his sweat and looked up at the sky. Time to go back. Sora started walking towards the direction of the orphanage. Just as he turned the corner into the small alley outside the orphanage, a sudden chill ran up the back of his neck. Someone is following me. Sora's heart sank. ANBU. Or. Root. Deliberately slowing his pace, Sora pretended to be tired while quietly sensing the movements behind him. Sure enough, that gaze still existed. Moreover, the other party's aura was cold and hidden, like a venomous snake lurking in the dark. Hidden so deeply. If I weren't still under the effects of the 8 Gates released formation, I might not have noticed him at all. It seems to be a root member. Sora gritted his teeth. What scheme is that old schemer Danzo plotting now? Sora did not alert the enemy. He continued pretending to be completely unaware and returned to the orphanage. When he pushed open the orphanage gate, Nono happened to be coming out of the house. You're back. Nono said with a smile, her voice still gentle. But Sora felt a hint of strain in her smile. The atmosphere during dinner was a bit strange. Nono's hand trembled as she served food to the children. Ichiro Miyamoto tried several times to ask about Sato and Inoue, but was subtly pulled by the sleeve by Rin Yusuji each time. Sora shoveled rice into his mouth, his eyes glancing towards the door. He still felt that the root ninja from earlier should still be nearby. Unfortunately, Sora could not maintain the Gate of Life open for long periods. Now, after releasing the 8 Gates released formation, he could no longer sense that person's presence. After dinner, Nono called out to Sora, who was about to return to his room. Come to my room for a moment. Sora nodded. Nono sat on the tatame, her hands clasped together on her knees. She was silent for a long while before speaking. Sora, sister needs to tell you something. You're going on a mission? Sora asked directly. Nono abruptly looked up, a flicker of panic in her eyes, followed by a bitter smile. As expected, I can't hide it from you. She took a deep breath, her voice lowering. This time, I might be gone for a long time. How long is a long time? I don't know. Nono shook her head. Maybe a year, maybe, several years. Is it related to me? Sora stared into her eyes. That root ninja earlier was definitely not a coincidence. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned him and his Uzumaki lineage was discovered, Root's attention must have increased. After all, someone like Danzo is best at using people close to someone as a weakness. Nono's eyelashes trembled slightly. She picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, as if covering something up. Don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with you. It's the village's arrangement. Someone has to go. Sora did not press further. He could tell that Nono had the cursed tongue eradication seal placed on her. Some things simply could not be spoken. But he was almost certain that Danzo, just like in the original story, must have used the orphanage, used Sora himself, to threaten Nono. The children. I will take care of them. Sora finished her sentence. Like last time, no extra promises were needed. A relieved smile appeared on Nono's face. Next time we meet, you'll be a grown young man. I'll bring gifts back for everyone then. Sora forced a smile, but his heart felt heavy like a stone was pressing on it. Unlike last time, Nono's departure this time might very well be permanent. Last time, Sora could guess that Nono's mission had nothing to do with him. Compared to the original story, she would definitely return safely. But this time was different. This mission was clearly because of Sora's own situation that Nono received this mission. It must be remembered that Sora is a person who did not exist in the original story. That means Nono has one more uncertain mission. Sora has no confidence in her ability to return safely. Get some rest early. Nono stood up. I'll depart before dawn. I won't say goodbye to the others to avoid them crying. Returning to his room, Sora lay on his bed with his eyes open. He did not ask Nono where she was going. A person branded with the cursed tongue eradication seal, upon attempting to speak about Danzo or the root organization, would become completely paralyzed, unable to speak or move. Moreover, the cursed seal is bound to Danzo's life. As long as Danzo is alive, the seal remains active. The subject cannot remove it themselves and cannot even commit suicide. Only after Danzo's death does the cursed tongue eradication seal automatically release. Sora remembers that Sai determined Danzo's death through this phenomenon. This is Root's method. Turning people into emotionless tools, unable to even say a sincere farewell. Danzo. Sora whispered the name. This old man, for Konoha's peace, has his hands stained with blood. Whether it's the annihilated Uchiha clan, the tragic Nagato and others, or even the traitorous Orochimaru, all are connected to him. When I reach Kage level strength, the first person I'll deal with is you. Sora said fiercely in his heart. After all, not long ago he had secretly vowed not to let such things happen again. To be slapped in the face by Danzo within less than 3 months, his mood can be imagined. An unknown amount of time passed. Very light footsteps came from the orphanage entrance. Sora suddenly sat up, ran to the window, and lifted a corner of the curtain. Nono stood in the courtyard with a small pack on her back. She looked back at the orphanage, her gaze finally falling on Sora's window. She seemed to know Sora was watching. She gave a light smile towards the window, but the moonlight falling on her face added a touch of pallor and weakness to that smile. Then she turned around, her hands quickly forming hand seals. With a poof sound, she turned into an afterimage and disappeared beyond the wall. Sora stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the spot where Nono had just stood, lost in thought. The courtyard was empty. Only the wind stirred up a few fallen leaves. Sora spoke softly, as if making a promise to the air. I will take care of everyone. You must come back alive too. Wishing you peace, sister. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 26, Chapter 26 No Longer Hiding. Sora lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling with vacant eyes. Today is the first day of the ranking exam. I can't hold back anymore, I must draw attention. That old dog Danzo has already set his sights on me. If I don't quickly capture the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, I'm afraid I'll be captured and brainwashed by the root before I can fully grow. Sora definitely doesn't want to become a cold, emotionless killing machine like Sai. Currently, Sora has shown his face in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he is merely a promising talent worth cultivating. There are many geniuses like him in Konoha, and some are even more talented than he is. I don't want to end up like Kabuto, going out as some kind of spy. But I also can't expose all my abilities beyond the Azure Dragon Fruit. I just need to secure first place in the end. First place will definitely bring me into Sarutobi Hiruzen's field of vision. Lying on his bed, Sora silently contemplated. He had always followed the principle of showing half and hiding half of his strength. If he wanted to avoid Kabuto's fate, he needed to find a powerful patron to rely on within Konoha. As for who the mightiest and most reliable patron in Konoha during this period was, it could only be the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was now Konoha year 38, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was in his prime. This was different from the Naruto era, when he had already suffered consecutive blows like the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage and his wife, the suicide of the White Fan, and the disintegration of the Sannin, his edge gradually fading. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, both in terms of strength and mentality, was at his peak. His every move exuded an air of lofty ambition, fully worthy of the title, the Professor. Although in Sora's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a good man either, or rather, he was a complex man. He was well aware of the dark methods of Danzo's root, yet he chose to tacitly allow it for the sake of maintaining village stability, even indirectly utilizing its power, leading to many tragedies. It could be said he used them as his white gloves. It was the same with Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen publicly claimed Naruto is the son of a hero, yet he never truly gave Naruto the protection he deserved. He couldn't possibly be unaware of the discrimination and isolation Naruto faced from the Konoha villagers, yet he let this prejudice fester. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen had held the position of Hokage for decades. While he spoke of doing it for the village, he never truly freed himself from the influence of clan interests. 3,000 Sarutobi clan ninja participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War, and that was just the number on the battlefield. There were many more who didn't go to the front lines. The total number of Sarutobi clan ninja might be around 5,000. Considering Konoha currently only has about 10,000 ninja in total, this scale is nothing short of a single clan forming an army. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly worked for the benefit of his family indeed. But I can't reveal too much in today's exam. Sora pondered his strategy. The Ninja Academy exam would definitely be monitored by the ANBU. Sarutobi Hiruzen would certainly attend the final stage. He had to showcase his strength while simultaneously not exposing the abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit. After all, being strong in Taijutsu wasn't a big deal. Konoha wasn't lacking in Taijutsu experts. But if a fantastical ability like the Azure Dragon Fruit were exposed, it wouldn't just be Danzo he'd have to deal with. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would likely be interested. Pure Taijutsu combat, and burrow breath. I can also use the 8 inner gates if necessary. Although it might seem like overkill, there were many students at the Ninja Academy, including those from various secret technique families and bloodline limits like the Byakugan. If Sora didn't use the 8 inner gates, he couldn't guarantee he would secure first place. This world was never short of geniuses. Moreover, because of the Byakugan, Sora couldn't even use his dragon form. The bandages on his body couldn't block its penetrating vision. Ninja Academy Playground. Due to the large number of participants, 5 separate arenas were activated simultaneously for the practical ranking exam. The rules were as follows. First, all students would be assigned opponents via a drawing of lots. After determining wins and losses, winners would face other winners, and losers would face other losers. This process of repeated pairings and lot drawings would continue until an overall ranking was established. Initially, 4 sub-arenas would be used. After a day of matches, the outstanding top performers would advance to the 5th main arena on the second day for their final matches. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would personally preside over the main arena. This arrangement was enough to show how much importance Sarutobi Hiruzen placed on ninja training at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally presided over the opening ceremony for the practical ranking exam. Under the reverent gazes of numerous ninja, he walked onto the stage with composure, wearing the Hokage's official robe. The moment they saw him, all the students cheered in unison. The atmosphere was very lively. In Konoha, the Hokage was undoubtedly the figure of the highest status and greatest respect. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't tall, the looks directed at him were full of awe, simply because he was the third Hokage, the strongest ninja in Konoha at this moment. He raised his hand and gave a light wave. The entire arena fell silent instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the young faces in the crowd below the stage. His voice was steady and powerful as he spoke. "Children, welcome to the first trial on your path as ninja. The will of fire is never an empty slogan. It is the towering tree planted by the first Hokage. It is the stream nurtured by the second Hokage. It is the path forward illuminated by every generation of Konoha ninja burning themselves as torches. Now, let me see your light, for Konoha, for the will of fire that will be passed on." After these few short sentences, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the arena. Whether they were children from civilian families or ninja from clans like the Hokage or Uchiha, all were ignited by these words, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Sora stood silently among the crowd, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen delivering his impassioned speech on stage, a complex mix of emotions in his gaze. The Hokage. The children of this world, including Uchiha Obito, probably all once aimed to become him. If Sora wasn't a transmigrator familiar with the plot, perhaps he too would have been infected by this passion, striving wholeheartedly towards the goal of becoming Hokage. But in Sora's heart, although the position of Hokage was distant, there were figures even further beyond it: Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Kagaya Atsutsuki. Those were the goals hidden deepest in his heart. Of course, that was too far away. The most urgent matter at hand was dealing with Danzo's prying eyes. What's right in front of me now is Danzo. Sora clenched his fist, a flash of determination passing through his eyes. No matter how long the road, you have to walk it step by step. No matter how difficult the obstacle, you cannot give up. And the first step to seizing your dream is to firmly grasp the present moment. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's rousing speech concluded, the practical ranking exam officially began. The students were led to the 4 sub-arenas. He, the Hokage, left early, as there were far too many matters in Konoha requiring his attention. Moreover, the matches in the sub-arenas weren't worth his personal attention. Only the victors who could stand in the main arena were, in his eyes, the pillars of Konoha's new generation. Sora was assigned to the first sub-arena. Coincidentally, Kurenai Ui was also in this arena. Seeing that Sora was in the same arena, she cheered him on, saying, "Sora, you can definitely take first place." 27, Chapter 27, The assessment begins. The first match, Class B Sora vs Class D Inyazuka-tsum. The proctor teacher loudly announced, "Inyazuka clan." Sora raised an eyebrow. This clan was known for raising ninja dogs and having a keen sense of smell, and was very skilled in tracking. "Sora, do your best." Kurenai waved her small hand from the spectator stands. Sora nodded to her and slowly walked onto the ring. Opposite him was a girl with a ponytail, her face painted with the distinctive inverted triangle markings. A small brown dog followed beside her. This was Inyazuka-tsum. Inyazuka-tsum? I remember Kiba's mother seems to be called that name too, but probably not. Kiba is in the same grade as Naruto, so his mother should be from the same generation as Namikaze Minato. It seems it's just the same name. Sora looked at the Inyazuka-tsum before him and silently considered this in his mind. "Please guide me well." Inyazuka-tsum politely bowed, her little dog also barking once. "Please guide me well." Sora returned the courtesy while observing her. In the original work, the Inyazuka clan's taijutsu was very strong, and cooperating with ninja dogs could achieve a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. However, this little dog in front of him was clearly still in its infancy, posing little threat. "Begin." As soon as the proctor's words fell, Inyazuka-tsum quickly formed hand seals, beast mimicry technique, 4 legs technique. Her fingernails suddenly grew longer, sharp like a beast's claws. She moved on all fours, quickly charging towards Sora. That little dog also circled from the side, trying to form a pincer attack. Not bad speed. Sora silently assessed Inyazuka-tsum's strength. Although Inyazuka-tsum's movements were much faster than an ordinary student's, in his eyes, it was still too slow. "Let's test first." Sora adopted a standard taijutsu stance to meet her. Boom! Their fists collided in mid-air. Sora deliberately allowed himself to be pushed back half a step, showing a strained expression on his face. Not weak strength. Inyazuka-tsum, seeing this, gained more confidence, her attacks becoming more fierce. Her little dog, Kuromaru, also continuously harassed from the side, creating trouble for Sora. After several exchanges, Sora deliberately took a few hits, his clothes torn in several places. Gasps came from the spectator stands, and Kurenai also nervously clenched her fists. That's about enough. Sora had figured out Inyazuka-tsum's attack patterns, estimating that the act had gone on long enough, then suddenly increased his pace. He sidestepped to avoid a claw strike, his right hand forming a knife hand aimed straight at Inyazuka-tsume's neck. So fast. Inyazuka-tsume hastily leaned back, narrowly dodging this attack. But her little dog wasn't so fortunate. Sora's left hand swept out, accurately catching the pouncing Kuromaru. Surrender. Sora gently placed the puppy on the ground. I don't want to hurt it. Inyazuka-tsume bit her lip, looked at her subdued beloved dog, and finally lowered her head. I surrender. Class B Sora wins. The proctor announced. Wow, that move just now was so cool. He looked really struggling before, but suddenly turned it around. Yeah, that Sora's reaction was so fast. Is this what taijutsu is like? A few exclamations of awe sounded from the spectator stands. Several students who didn't know him couldn't help but whisper to each other. Next match, Class B Kurenai vs Class C Uchiha Obito. The proctor continued announcing. Well fought. Sora nodded to Inyazuka-tsume and turned to walk off the ring. Kurenai immediately came up to meet him, her face showing a trace of worry. You scared me. Sora, are you okay? Fine, just a few scratches. Sora smiled. Now it's your turn. During this period, Uchiha Obito was a genuine dead last. Kurenai winning was only a matter of how fast, so Sora wasn't worried. Kurenai nodded vigorously. I will definitely win. Sora sat in the rest area, his gaze sweeping over the spectator stands. Several masked figures caught his attention. ANBU is indeed here. He pretended not to see them and continued watching the other matches. In the fight against Inyazuka-tsume just now, Sora originally wanted to see the Inyazuka clan's human-beast fusion secret technique. Unfortunately, Inyazuka-tsume was too young and hadn't mastered it yet. He waited for a long time, but she didn't use it. However, this first match was won just right, showing strength without being too conspicuous. What needed to be done next was to maintain this state, advancing step by step to get first place. Kurenai wins. The next match is Class B Uchiha Ryota vs Class A Shiranui Genma. The proctor's voice rang out. Indeed, Kurenai completely overpowered Obito. As for Uchiha Ryota, Sora hadn't paid attention when they were first divided into teams. He didn't expect they were actually in the same group. Don't fall into my hands, otherwise. Sora looked at Uchiha Ryota walking onto the field, the corner of his mouth curving up in a slight arc. He still remembered that great fireball technique from Uchiha Ryota. Uchiha Ryota, who had just stepped onto the platform, seemed to sense something. He turned to look at Sora. Seeing the trace of a cold smile and mockery in Sora's eyes looking at him, his heart immediately tightened. Damn it, to be in the same group as him. My brother said he has strength close to a Chunin. Should I just surrender? Otherwise, if I encounter him, it will definitely be terrible. No, I am a noble member of the Uchiha clan. How can I be afraid of an orphan from an outside village? Uchiha Ryota's facial expression was very dramatic. First, there was a trace of fear, then it changed to a proud, arrogant expression. Sora was even wondering if this guy had gone insane. Begin. With the proctor's command, the battle between Uchiha Ryota and Shiranui Genma officially began. No longer paying attention to Uchiha Ryota on the stage, Sora began to think about the opponents he might encounter next. In this year, the biggest threat to Sora was Kakashi, but unfortunately he had already graduated. Asuma from the same class was the Hokage's son. Although his strength was not weak, he posed no threat to Sora. Now Sora had entered the second stage of the Azure Dragon Fruit Power, Semi-Beast Transformation. Even in his normal state, he had Chunin level strength. As for others like Kamizuki Izumo and Katetsu Hagane, they were even less his match. Then, Sora shifted his gaze to look at the others in the first subfield. There were no opponents for Sora in his own class, but in this year, there were still many characters who would become strong later on. People like Shiranui Genma, Marino Ibiki and others were also in the first subfield. Sora remembered that in the later period, although they didn't have Kage-level strength, they basically reached the level of Jonin or even Elite Jonin. He just didn't know what their strength was like now. Sora basically had no contact with people from other classes. After school every day, he would just go back to train his body and develop his fruit ability. With people like Shiranui Genma, they were merely nodding acquaintances. He didn't understand their strength well. Moreover, being a ninja was a profession with an extremely high mortality rate. It was possible that during this ninja school period, some genius in Sora's year might have perished midway. Need to conserve stamina for the matches later. Sora decided to continue controlling the pace in the upcoming matches. The subfield assessment would last until the afternoon. Tomorrow would be the final round at the 5th battle arena. Sarutobi Hiruzen would also come to watch then. He must make a remarkable showing in the finals to attract sufficient attention from this Hokage. 28, Chapter 28, Facing Uchiha Ryota again. In the blink of an eye, the time arrived in the afternoon. Sora had been through 3 battles in between. He encountered one classmate and chose to surrender directly. After all, unlike people from other classes, this classmate knew Sora's strength. As for the 2 other people from other classes, Sora resolved them with one move after holding back slightly for a moment. There was absolutely no need to unleash too much power. It was almost like a sweeping, crushing victory. Now, Sora just needed to win one more match to advance to the finals tomorrow. This also caused a wave of astonishment. He's too strong. Yes, this Sora's taijutsu is too abnormal. Does he already have Chunin level strength? The other students in the first arena all wore expressions of shock at this moment. Even the proctor here and several ANBU members showed unusual looks at the strength Sora displayed, carrying a slight hint of praise. Kurenai's eyes sparkled, watching this scene with extreme excitement and happiness. Not long after, Sora faced his final match. Class B Sora vs Class B Uchiha Ryota. Hearing the referee announce his opponent's name, the corner of Sora's mouth lifted, carrying a trace of playful amusement. Finally, I've waited. Sora ran his hands over his head, whispering to himself. The feeling of searing, burning pain from the assessment field 3 months ago seemed to sweep across his arms once again. He was no saint who repaid grievances with virtue. For a guy who had nearly taken his life with a great fireball and showed no remorse, he had long wanted to find an opportunity to have a good chat. Previously, he just hadn't found a suitable chance, plus he needed to hide his strength. But now, collecting a bit of interest within reasonable limits, and testing a new skill in passing, was practically a heaven-sent opportunity. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ryota on the opposite side felt his heart sink, his face instantly turning somewhat pale. His brother Takumai's words were still echoing in his ears. That Sora is not simple. His taijutsu is likely close to Chunin level. If you encounter him in the assessment, it's best to forfeit directly to avoid suffering. Just now, seeing Sora win several matches easily and effortlessly, with that poised and relaxed attitude, Uchiha Ryota's bit of Uchiha pride had already been battered and was on the verge of collapse. Now that he was really about to face him, he deeply understood that his brother's warning was not unfounded. Especially the look in Sora's eyes as he glanced over, icy cold yet carrying mockery, like a cat looking at a mouse under its paw, made a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. Damn it! How did I really run into him? Uchiha Ryota screamed wildly in his heart. Standing at the edge of the ring, his face kept changing. Fortunately, in the end, Uchiha Honor overcame fear. He steeled himself and stepped onto the ring. The two stood facing each other in the center of the area. Please go easy on me. Sora's tone was flat, showing no emotion. Humph, cut the crap. Uchiha Ryota retorted, his voice fierce but his courage thin. He took the initiative first, swinging both hands. Several shuriken shot towards Sora with a whistling sound, trying to seize the initiative. It was still the precise Uchiha-style shurikenjutsu, sealing off Sora's space for dodging left and right. But to Sora, it somehow didn't seem to be at the level he had shown when fighting Shiranui Genma just now. After all, Uchiha Ryota was someone who could use the C-rank fire release, Great Fireball technique at age 6. Although he couldn't compare to Uchiha Itake, who could use Great Fireball at 4, among his peers he was absolutely considered a genius. As long as he grew step by step, becoming a Uchiha Jonin later on was almost certain. One must know, Uchiha Ryota had already won 3 consecutive matches today, including that tough fight with Shiranui Genma in the morning. Getting this far was definitely not by luck. But right now, this shurikenjutsu made Sora feel a sense of flustered inadequacy. Without thinking further, Sora's upper body swayed slightly, like a willow branch swaying in the wind, narrowly avoiding all attacks by a hair's breadth. Is this all you've got? Sora chuckled lightly. 3 months, and no improvement at all? The Uchiha family's shurikenjutsu doesn't seem as legendary as they say. You. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ryota's face instantly flushed red, and he even stammered. Then, Uchiha Ryota, overwhelmed by shame and anger, seemed to completely forget his fear. He roared and charged forward, his fist aimed straight at Sora's face. Sora neither dodged nor avoided, instead throwing a punch of his own. Thud. Their fists collided, with a result identical to 3 months ago, or even worse. Uchiha Ryota felt an irresistible, tremendous force coming from the other's fist. His knuckles felt like they were about to crack, and his entire arm went numb. He cried out in pain, staggering back several steps, almost falling flat on his backside. Your taijutsu is still this terrible. Sora shook his head, his tone full of disappointment. Suppressed exclamations had already started rising from the sidelines. Wow! He knocked back the Uchiha with one punch. Sora's strength is too terrifying. That Uchiha Ryota is completely outmatched. Kurenai clenched her fists tightly, her small face full of excitement. But seeing Ryota's appearance, a trace of pity emerged, though thinking back to how he had gone all out against Sora back then, this bit of pity quickly disappeared. Shiranui Genma, with a senbon in his mouth, narrowed his eyes slightly. TSK, the gap in strength is too big. That Uchiha kid is in for a world of hurt. Marino Ibiki beside him nodded silently. Asuma, chewing on a grass root he had pulled from somewhere, snorted. Although he disliked Sora, he disliked Uchiha Ryota's arrogant, overbearing attitude even more, and was happy to see him suffer. In several consecutive taijutsu exchanges, Uchiha Ryota couldn't even touch the hem of Sora's clothes. Instead, he was seemingly casually slapped, tripped, and pushed, ending up covered in dust and looking disheveled, which drew snickers from the sidelines. Uchiha Ryota felt like a child being played with by an adult. All his movements seemed laughably slow and full of openings in the other's eyes. Damn it! You asked for this. Uchiha Ryota retreated a few steps, his hands forming seals again rapidly. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball appeared again, roaring towards Sora with scorching high temperatures. This time, the fireball, both in size and solidity, was significantly stronger than during the class combat assessment. Clearly, he hadn't neglected his practice these 3 months. Ryota is using this move again. Isn't that against the rules? This kind of ninjutsu is forbidden in assessments. Aren't the teachers going to intervene? The proctor teacher frowned deeply, about to step in. But Sora smiled. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Oh, great fireball. Sora's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. What a coincidence. Someone just taught me a little of that too. Fire release, great fireball technique. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Sora also formed seals. His hand seals were even more fluent and standard than Uchiha Ryota's. In the next moment, an even more violent, more scorching torrent of flames, with a color that even faintly carried a hint of bluish-green, surged from his mouth. 29, Chapter 29 Uchiha Ryota's Suffering. Boom. 2 fireballs collided violently in the air. However, after a stalemate of less than 3 seconds, Sora's great fireball instantly overwhelmed, crushed, and obliterated Uchiha Ryota's fireball with a dominating force. The remaining flames and heatwave even surged back towards Ryota. What? Impossible. How is his great fireball stronger than an Uchiha's? The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone, including the ANBU, was stunned. Kurenai covered her small mouth, her eyes wide open. Asuma's blade of grass fell from his mouth. Genma Shiranui also dropped his lazy expression, looking shocked. Sora's meager chakra, of course, couldn't produce such a powerful great fireball technique. The core driver was actually the burrow breath ability of the Azure Dragon Fruit. To better mimic releasing the great fireball technique, Sora even deliberately gathered his small amount of chakra to his throat. But Uchiha Ryota knew none of this. He stared dumbfounded at his easily crushed fireball, his mind blank. No, impossible. How could he? And it's stronger than mine. How is this possible? His clan's pride was completely shattered at this moment. The scorching heatwave blasted against his face, singeing his bangs, causing a burning pain, and instantly extinguishing his last shred of fighting spirit. Sir. Before the word render could leave his mouth, Sora's figure appeared before him like a ghost. Want to surrender? Did you ask me? Sora's icy voice reached Uchiha Ryota's ears. The next moment, Sora's right hand moved like lightning, having dodged the fireball with him, grabbed his collar, and yanked him down hard. Rip. A crisp sound of tearing cloth. A large piece of Uchiha Ryota's jacket was ripped off by Sora. Before he could react, that cloth bundle, still warm from his body temperature, was rudely and forcibly stuffed by Sora into his wide-open mouth, firmly blocking that render word. MMMPH. Uchiha Ryota's eyes widened in terror, only able to emit muffled grunts, desperately trying to spit out the cloth in his mouth, his hands clawing wildly. But how could Sora give him a chance? Uchiha genius. Is this all? Sora sneered, his left hand grabbing Ryota's wrist, which was trying to resist, like an iron clamp, and gave a slight twist. Ugh. Intense pain caused Ryota's scream to be muffled in his mouth, his body involuntarily bending over. Then, Sora's fists rained down like hail. Of course, Sora was very measured in his strikes. He targeted only fleshy areas like the buttocks, thighs, and arms, avoiding all vital points and joints. Every punch and kick was guaranteed to make Uchiha Ryota feel pain to the bone, but would only cause superficial injuries, not even minor wounds, allowing him to recover and bounce back in a few days. MMMPH. Ow. Uchiha Ryota was beaten without any ability to fight back, howling on the ground like a human punching bag. Uchiha Ryota tried to dodge, but Sora's attacks always landed on him with precision. Tears, snot, and saliva mixed with dust smeared all over his face, making him look utterly miserable. For the first time, he felt despair and regret so clearly. He regretted why he had provoked this monster. He regretted why he had used the great fireball earlier. He regretted why he hadn't listened to his brother and surrendered directly. The sidelines were eerily quiet, with only the dull thuds of fists on flesh and Uchiha Ryota's muffled groans of pain through the gag. Hiss. The other students nearby gasped in shock, staring dumbfounded. Some of the girls even turned their heads, not daring to watch. This was completely a one-sided beatdown. Kurenai looked at Sora, who was going all out in the arena, feeling a bit scared, but more a sense of vindication. Genma Shiranui's mouth twitched. This guy, he really hits hard. But his tone didn't hold much sympathy. Asuma also watched with his eyelids twitching, secretly glad that although he and Sora didn't get along, it hadn't reached the level of a life or death grudge. The referee teacher was sweating on his forehead. He wanted to intervene several times, but according to the rules, as long as one party hadn't surrendered or lost the ability to fight, the match could continue. And now, with Uchiha Ryota's mouth stuffed, he indeed couldn't clearly surrender. This Sora was clearly exploiting a loophole for revenge. But this method of revenge was too. Hiss. He felt pain just watching. Finally, when Uchiha Ryota had been beaten until his face was swollen and bruised, curled up on the ground only able to emit weak moans, and had no strength left to struggle, the referee teacher couldn't bear to watch anymore. He used a body flicker technique to appear in the middle of the arena, blocking Sora. Enough, Sora. The outcome is decided. Cease your attacks immediately. The referee said sternly, while quickly squatting down to pull the cloth bundle out of Ryota's mouth. As soon as the cloth was removed, Ryota immediately let out a tearful, slurred wail. Surrender. I surrender. Don't hit me anymore. Wah. His gaze towards Sora was filled with fear, as if he had seen some demon, his body involuntarily curling backward. Seeing this, Sora reluctantly stopped, shaking his wrist as if he had just done a warm-up exercise. He looked down at the tear-streaked Uchiha Ryota and said calmly, learn to speak properly from now on. Don't play with fire so recklessly. It's very dangerous. These words made Uchiha Ryota shudder all over, burying his head even lower. The last remnants of resentment in his heart were completely replaced by fear, leaving only one thought. Demon. He's a demon. I must never provoke him again. Sora no longer paid attention to the shivering defeated opponent on the ground. He turned and walked off the stage. Under the gaze of countless complex looks, he calmly returned to the rest area. Kurenai immediately handed him a water canteen, her eyes holding both admiration for Sora and a sense of vindication for avenging his previous grudge. Sora smiled at her, took the canteen, and drank a mouthful of water. Thus, the first person to advance from the first sub-arena appeared. Class B, Sora. Watching Sora in the distance taking the canteen to rest, Uchiha Obito silently recalled the words Sora had said that day. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. I'm not a bad person either. This is basically a devil, right? Obito looked at Uchiha Ryota, who was being helped off the stage by two clansmen, and silently shed a tear of sympathy for him in his heart. Not long after, the final four for the third sub-arena were all determined. They were Sora, Genma Shiranui, Sarutobi Asuma, and Ibiki Marino. With a record of 5 consecutive victories, Sora unsurprisingly occupied the top spot, advancing to the final matches tomorrow. Regrettably, Kurenai did not advance. Sora specifically cheered her up and encouraged her for a while. And the scene of Uchiha Ryota's suffering would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation for many people present during their leisure time, as well as a vivid lesson reminding themselves not to easily provoke that monster named Sora. 30, Chapter 30, The Legendary Sannin. The preliminary venue assessments were completely over. The list of 16 outstanding individuals, who had emerged victorious from the 4 preliminary venues, was prominently displayed on the notice board. The names Sora, Genma Shiranui, Asuma, and Ibiki Marino were clearly listed, representing the strongest combatants from the 3rd preliminary venue. Sora looked at the list, his gaze sweeping over the other unfamiliar names. Those who had made it this far were undoubtedly the elite among this year's students. The finals tomorrow were destined to not be easy. Sora. Kurenai Ui jogged over, a trace of worry on her face. Even though she hadn't advanced, she had been following the matches closely. Have you seen the list? Yeah, just finished looking. Sora nodded. You need to be careful of one person. Kurenai lowered her voice, pointing to the first name from the 4th preliminary venue on the list. Hikaru Hyuga, first place from the 4th venue. He's very strong, and he fights particularly brutally. Oh, Kurenai, how do you know this? Sora wasn't particularly concerned about the mentioned Hikaru Hyuga, but he was a bit surprised how Kurenai had gotten this information. After all, for almost the entire day today, he had been with Kurenai at the 1st preliminary venue, the two of them inseparable. He hadn't seen her ask anyone for news. Kurenai Yui's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, Asuma told me. Asuma, huh, that explains it. But, seeing that Sora wasn't taking it seriously, Kurenai continued. Hikaru Hyuga is from the Hyuga branch family. He looks gentle and refined, speaks softly, but he fights extremely brutally. I heard his opponents were all beaten very badly. One even seemed to have his chakra pathways injured. He was still spitting blood when the medical team carried him away. Hikaru Hyuga. Sora searched his memory for this name. There didn't seem to be such a character in the original story. But that wasn't strange. The Hyuga branch family had a large population. It was normal for there to be a few powerful individuals not mentioned in the original story. Moreover, in the cruel ninja world, countless talents met premature ends. Furthermore, the Hyuga branch family, burdened by the caged bird seal, had tragic fates. This kind of repression and despair could easily give rise to extreme personalities. They either became extremely weak and submissive, or they became extremely cruel and vicious in the areas they could control, venting their inner pain or proving their worth by tormenting others. This Hikaru Hyuga was clearly the latter. Yes. Kurenai nodded vigorously. His gentle fist is very powerful, and he's also very fast. Many people were struck on their pressure points before they could even react. And he seems to particularly like attacking his opponent's chakra points, causing a lot of pain. I understand. Thank you for the information, Kurenai. Sora thanked her sincerely. This was indeed important information. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist could be considered the bane of taijutsu, specifically damaging internal organs and chakra pathways. Even with Sora's robust physique, having key pressure points sealed would be troublesome. However, Sora wasn't overly worried in his heart. His strength had already created a chasmic gap compared to the vast majority of his peers. What truly concerned him was how to win against these elite students while still concealing his full strength. After all, battles between ninjas were fought on intelligence. Sora did not want to expose his entire arsenal in such a public setting. Walking back, Sora mentally reviewed the day's events. Actually, he had carefully calculated the incident of beating Uchiha Ryota. First, he hadn't gone for the kill. It looked terrible, but in reality, they were all superficial injuries. For someone in the ninja profession, it was nothing worth mentioning. Second, Sora was, after all, a child not yet 7 years old. Even if Uchiha Ryota's elders wanted to seek retribution for him, they would feel it beneath them to make a fuss over a little kid. Moreover, the current third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was not just for show. If things really escalated, the Uchiha would have to weigh the consequences carefully. At most, the fiercely protective brother, Uchiha Takumai, might come looking for him. But the current Sora was no longer afraid of a mere Chunin-level Uchiha Takumai. Unless, Uchiha Takumai, in an emotional outburst, directly activated the Mangekyo, but that was basically impossible. Furthermore, after this assessment ended, Sora would most likely be directly declared a graduate by Sarutobi Hiruzen and enter the ANBU. Once in the ANBU, it wouldn't be so easy for the Uchiha and people like Danzo to touch him. Of course, there was still some risk when leaving the village on missions, but that risk could only come from Danzo. The Uchiha clan, for all their faults, still had their own pride. They wouldn't do something as lowly as a sneak attack from behind. Just like when they later planned to rebel against the village, all they could think about was a direct, head-on confrontation. The next day, the Ninja Academy's largest central training ground, the 5th Combat Arena. The atmosphere here was far more solemn than at yesterday's preliminary venues. The spectator stands were packed. Not only were there students and teachers from other grades, but also many Konoha ninja who had come after hearing the news. Konoha flags bearing flame patterns were planted all around the arena, fluttering in the gentle breeze. On the highest main viewing platform, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing his Hokage robe and hat, looked down with a smile at the assembled 16 finalists. To his sides and behind him sat several high-level Konoha advisors and the clan heads or representatives of various major families. Remarkably, the legendary Sannin were all present. Jiraiya sat not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen, acting very casually, his eyes wandering everywhere, obviously checking out women. Standing next to Jiraiya, Tsunade wore an expression of utter disdain, a vein visibly throbbing on her temple, clearly suppressing the urge to punch him. As for Orochimaru, he sat in a slightly more distant spot, his figure partially shrouded in shadow. His serpentine eyes held a chilling gleam as they continuously scanned the people below, including Sora. Standing in the contestant preparation area, Sora could clearly feel the gazes from the important figures on the viewing platform. Especially the scrutiny from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru made him feel as if he were being scanned by X-rays. The Sannin are all here. They should all be at elite Jonin level now, right? Sora thought to himself. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru made their names during the Second Shinobi World War. It was also the Second Shinobi World War that completely altered their paths. On the battlefield, Orochimaru witnessed too much life and death, deeply feeling the fragility and brevity of life. From then on, he plunged headfirst into forbidden technique research, single-mindedly pursuing immortality. Therefore, in Konoha, besides Danzo, Orochimaru posed the greatest threat to Sora. Sora knew very well that once his Azure Dragon Fruit abilities were exposed, regardless of whether Orochimaru considered them a special Kekii Genkai or an unknown ability, he would inevitably end up as a lab rat on the other's operating table. So now, with such a vast disparity in strength between them, Sora's choice was clear: avoid meeting him at all costs, the farther away the better. As for Tsunade, because her younger brother Nawaki and later her lover Dan both died tragically in the war, unable to bear the blow of losing loved ones one after another, she developed severe hemophobia. Even the sight of blood would cause her whole body to tremble. On the highest viewing platform, that's Sora. Tsunade glanced at Sora and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "I heard his taijutsu is good, and he knows fire release. He's a promising seedling. His chakra reserves are just a bit low," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking a puff from his pipe. Jiraiya stroked his chin, looking towards Orochimaru in the shadows with a laugh. "Anyone who can make an Uchiha suffer such a big loss must have something. I bet he can make the top 3. Hearing this from a distance, Orochimaru licked his lips but did not reply, which was quite fitting for his title of Snake Sannin. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 31, Chapter 31 Danzo. The rules for the finals were simple. The 16 winners from the 4 sub-venues would decide their opponents by drawing lots, proceeding through a single elimination tournament until the final champion was determined. Soon after, the draw began. The first opponent Sora drew was Rado Namayashi. Rado Namayashi, Sora looked at the cool-faced black-haired boy not far away. He had some impression of this guy. In the original story, he later became one of the 4th Hokage's bodyguards, skilled in using a black blade and also knowing the Flying Thunder God formation technique, making him a fairly strong jonin. He just didn't know how strong this 7-year-old Rado Namayashi was now. It should mainly be taijutsu and kenjutsu. At this age, he definitely hasn't started learning those advanced ninjutsu yet. Sora quickly analyzed in his mind. To be safe, just finish it quickly with taijutsu. Just as the match was about to begin, a slight commotion came from the entrance of the main viewing stand. A figure slowly walked in, radiating a cold, oppressive aura. Wherever he passed, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze slightly. It was the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo. However, the current Danzo was not yet like in the Naruto era, leaning on a cane, one-eyed, with bandages wrapped around his arm. He just appeared somewhat cold. But his arrival instantly made the originally relaxed atmosphere of the main viewing stand turn somewhat delicate. Danzo walked straight to the empty seat next to Sarutobi Hiruzen and sat down, speaking in a low voice. "Hiruzen, I heard this year has produced a few promising sprouts." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression unchanged, and said calmly, "Yes, the children are all working hard. The future of Konoha is always full of hope." Facing Danzo's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen inwardly scoffed, immediately guessing Danzo's purpose. Without a doubt, it was to select some talented children worth cultivating and take them to the root. However, as long as things weren't serious, Sarutobi Hiruzen generally wouldn't interfere too much with Danzo's affairs, often turning a blind eye to him. Danzo's gaze swept over the competitors below, pausing particularly on Sora, then said with meaning, "Hope. Hope also needs correct guidance and tempering to become the cornerstone protecting Konoha." His gaze turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. "I heard there's an orphan named Sora, with poor chakra talent, yet reached the finals relying on taijutsu, and even, can use an extremely powerful Great Fireball technique. Such an anomaly necessitates an in-depth evaluation by the root to ensure his absolute loyalty to the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe paused slightly, his eyes deepening. He naturally heard Danzo's subtext, he wanted to bring Sora into the root. "Danzo, evaluation is the responsibility of the ANBU, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was steady but carried undeniable authority. "That child Sora is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, with physical abilities different from ordinary people. He is somewhat special. As for that fire release, he learned it from the Uchiha clan. There's no need to make a fuss." Speaking to this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then continued in a deep voice. "Moreover, he is currently a student of the Ninja Academy, a future Konoha ninja. Whether he turns out good or bad depends on the path he chooses himself. Guidance from the academy and his peers is important, but the final choice lies with him." Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were impartial. He neither denied Sora's uniqueness, nor directly obstructed Danzo, simply placing the judgment criteria on Sora's own performance. He needed to see if this child could truly align with Konoha's path before deciding whether to intervene. In the end, at this time, Danzo was someone Sarutobi Hiruzen trusted considerably. But as Hokage, he couldn't allow Danzo's influence to expand unchecked. Furthermore, although Sora was currently a genius, Konoha at this time was not lacking in geniuses or powerful combat strength. The White Fan, the Sannin, the growing Nine Tails Jinchuriki, plus Sarutobi Hiruzen himself being at the peak Kage level strength, all gave him ample confidence. Therefore, he did not show any particular favor towards Sora. And this was precisely why Sora decided not to hold back most of his strength and was determined to take first place in this assessment. A barely noticeable sinister gleam flashed in Danzo's eyes. He knew Hiruzen was observing and waiting. He slightly nodded, no longer dwelling on this topic, but his tone remained icy. "I hope your judgment is correct, Hiruzen. But for the absolute safety of the village, necessary surveillance is indispensable. If any unstable factors are discovered, the root will take necessary measures." After saying this, he fell silent, just coldly watching the arena below, especially in Sora's direction, like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked his pipe, his brow imperceptibly furrowing slightly. He understood Danzo's stubbornness and dark side all too well. Being targeted by him, Sora's future path would likely not be peaceful. But as Hokage, he had to maintain a balance. Below the stage, although Sora couldn't hear the specific conversation on the viewing stand clearly, Danzo's undisguised, cold, scrutinizing gaze made him feel as if needles were on his back. A bead of cold sweat even seeped out on his back. That old fox Danzo really came. And he's clearly targeting me. Today, I must get first place, show enough value to attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, giving him a reason to protect me. Just then, the referee's voice sounded. First match, Sora vs Rado Namayashi. Both contestants, enter the arena. Sora gathered his thoughts, temporarily putting aside the pressure from the viewing stand, and walked into the center of the arena with a sharp gaze. Match begin. The teacher referee loudly announced. Before his voice faded, Rado Namayashi's eyes turned sharp. Without the slightest hesitation, his right hand quickly reached behind his waist. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, he threw 3 shuriken in a triangular formation, aiming at Sora's upper, middle, and lower body. An opening probe. Sora's mind raced. His body swayed slightly like a reflex, easily dodging the shuriken with minimal movement. His dynamic vision and physical reaction speed far exceeded those of his peers. Attacks of this level posed no threat to him. However, the moment Sora dodged the shuriken, Rado Namayoshi moved. Unlike the other children Sora had encountered who charged directly, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Ninjutsu. Smoke screen technique. Poof. A small cloud of gray-white smoke suddenly erupted in front of Sora. Although the range wasn't large, it was enough to briefly block vision. A smoke bomb? No, it's a simple smoke screen technique. Sora's mind shifted, immediately realizing his opponent's tactic. Rado Namayoshi clearly understood the strength of Sora's taijutsu, so he had no intention of a direct clash. Instead, he used ninjutsu to create an opportunity. Almost at the same time the smoke rose, Sora heard faint sounds of something cutting through the air from the side. Without thinking, he immediately leaped backward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several sunbon needles grazed past the spot where he had just been standing, sticking into the ground. As expected, use the smoke as cover while attacking from the side. Sora landed, his expression turning serious. He had indeed underestimated these future jonin. Even now as 7 or 8-year-old children, their combat thinking was already taking shape. They were definitely not brutes who only knew how to fight recklessly. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Rado Namayoshi's figure appeared not far away. He was now holding an unsharpened short sword in his hand, his gaze sharp as he stared at Sora, assuming the opening stance of his family's sword technique. 32 Chapter 32 Rado Namayoshi. A bit interesting. Sora looked at Rado Namayoshi who had taken his stance, and put away his last trace of underestimation. Boom! He pushed off with his foot, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Sora took the initiative to attack, his speed suddenly increasing, shooting towards Rado Namayoshi like an arrow from a bow. So fast. Rado Namayoshi's pupils contracted, clearly not expecting Sora's speed to be this high. But he did not panic. Gripping his sword with both hands, he judged Sora's approach and met it with a fierce straight thrust. The tip of the blade gleamed coldly, aimed directly at Sora's chest. While charging forward at high speed, Sora suddenly leaned his body to the right, narrowly avoiding the blade's tip. At the same time, he brought the fingers of his right hand together and delivered a swift hand chop like lightning towards Rado Namayoshi's sword-wielding wrist. If this hit solidly, Rado Namayoshi would definitely lose his grip on the sword. But Rado Namayoshi reacted extremely quickly. He flipped his wrist, changing the thrust into a slash. The short sword swept towards Sora's attacking arm, forcing Sora to retract his move. Sora immediately changed techniques, transforming the hand chop into a claw, precisely aiming for the joint of Rado Namayoshi's wrist. The two went back and forth, exchanging several rounds in an instant. Blade light and fist shadows intertwined, emitting thumping sounds of collision. A series of exclamations rose from the spectator stands. Rado Namayoshi's sword technique was fierce and tricky, while Sora's taijutsu was astonishingly fast. He often dodged attacks and countered within a hair's breadth, making it dazzling to watch. TCH, this kid's taijutsu is really abnormal, Jiraiya on the spectator stand commented while stroking his chin. The Namayoshi family's sword technique is already quite developed, yet he can't gain any advantage at all. Tsunade also nodded slightly. His foundation is very solid. His speed and strength far surpass his peers, even approaching some Chunin. The Uzumaki clan's physique is indeed naturally gifted. In the shadows, Orochimaru's golden snake eyes flickered slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into an interested arc. Is that all? On the main seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked his pipe, his eyes showing appreciation. Danzo, however, remained expressionless, just staring down at the field with an even colder gaze. On the field, Rado Namayoshi grew more and more shocked the longer they fought. Every time his sword seemed about to hit Sora, it was always dodged by the other with an unbelievable speed and angle. And Sora's counterattacks were immensely powerful, each block sent numbing shocks up his arm. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. I must change tactics. Rado Namayoshi made up his mind. He intentionally sold an opening, deliberately letting his sword move become overextended. Good chance. Seeing the opening, Sora indeed seized the opportunity. A side kick trained tens of thousands of times directly assaulted Rado Namayoshi's flank. However, the instant Sora kicked, a glint of successful scheming flashed in Rado Namayoshi's eyes. He actually used the force of Sora's kick, allowing his body to fly backward, dispersing most of the impact force. Simultaneously, his hands formed seals again. Ninja art, earth-binding technique. Sora's kick landed on air. Just as he touched down, he felt a tightness at his feet. Looking down, he saw several earthen yellow ropes made of chakra suddenly emerge from the ground, entangling his ankles. Although the ropes formed by this low-level jutsu were not sturdy, and Sora could break them with a bit of force, it still required a moment's delay. And it was precisely this moment that Rado Namayoshi had already stabilized his posture. Gripping his sword with both hands, he poured his remaining chakra into the blade with all his might, unleashing his currently strongest attack. Namayashi-style, thrust. His entire person seemed to transform into a black lightning bolt, merging man and sword as one, thrusting at Sora, who was temporarily bound with extreme speed. Although the blade tip was not sharpened, the condensed chakra and impact force were no joke either. On the spectator stands, Kurenai covered her mouth in fright. Asuma, Genma Shiranui, and the others also held their breath. Damn. Sora was startled in his heart. He hadn't expected Rado Namayashi to be so decisive, even willing to take a kick to create this killing opportunity. After all, he was a future named Jonin. This combat intelligence and ruthlessness were not to be underestimated. Feet-bound, Rado Namayashi's full power thrust was already before his eyes. The space for evasion was almost completely sealed off. In the flash of lightning and spark, several thoughts flashed through Sora's mind. Use the 8 inner gates to forcibly erupt and break free. No good. The opponent's attack was already close. Sora wasn't at the level of instantly opening the gates. There wasn't enough time. Use the power or speed of dragon transformation. Even worse. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, especially with the Byakugan possibly watching nearby, exposing the Azure Dragon Fruit ability would have unimaginable consequences. Only that can be used. But he made a decision instantly. Sora's hands moved quickly. With the final tiger seal formed. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. An extremely scorching wave of fire mixed with a hint of bluish-green violently gushed forth from Sora's mouth. The fierce flames instantly swallowed Rado Namayashi's figure. What? Exclamations rose again from the spectator stands. Rado Namayashi completely didn't expect Sora to be able to use such a swift fire release when forced into a corner. He knew Sora's weakness in chakra quantity, so he had deliberately stalemated with Sora for a long time. After all, chakra was a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy. After consuming so much time, Sora, who had been using taijutsu, must also have considerable physical consumption. He was just estimating that Sora couldn't synthesize more chakra before unleashing his final killing move. But now, his thrusting move was already committed. There was no time to change direction or defend. He only felt an unbearable high temperature rushing towards his face. The short sword in his hand felt as if it was about to melt. Thump. The scorching wave of fire impacted his body. Although Sora deliberately controlled the power, the huge impact force and high temperature still violently sent him flying back. The short sword in his hand also flew out, clattering to the ground with a ding. Rado Namayashi was thrown several meters away. Multiple places on his clothes were scorched, and his skin also transmitted a burning pain. He lay on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Meanwhile, Sora used the recoil from the breath expulsion to break the chakra ropes on his feet, taking a small jump backward, panting slightly, pretending to be heavily drained of chakra. For a moment, silence fell on the field, leaving only the residual sound of flames burning the air and Rado Namayashi's painful gasps. The referee teacher was stunned for a moment before quickly stepping forward to check Rado Namayashi's condition. After confirming he only had superficial wounds and minor burns, he loudly announced, "Winner, Sora." The spectator stands immediately erupted into heated discussions. That move again. It's even stronger than yesterday's against the Uchiha. That was too close. He was almost stabbed by Rado. His reaction was too fast. Could he still use a ninjutsu in that situation? Kurenai let out a long sigh of relief. Just now she truly thought Sora couldn't dodge it. On the main spectator stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He nodded slightly, even more appreciative of Sora's ability to adapt on the spot. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "I told you this kid is interesting. The way he used that fire release, although the chakra quantity looks pitiful, this instant explosive power and control are amazing." Tsunade also showed a hint of interested expression. This Uzumaki clan physique really has endurance. After fighting for so long, he could still release such a fierce great fireball. However, Danzo's gaze became even more profound and cold, as if calculating something. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 33, Chapter 33, Hikaru Hayaga. Sora stood in the center of the field, listening to the discussions around him, but felt little joy. Instead, he was filled with vigilance and self-reflection. Careless, almost capsized in a ditch. Sora watched as Rado Namayashi was helped up by the medical team, thinking to himself. Rado Namayashi's final tactic was simple yet effective, using the environment, ninjutsu, and his own sacrifice to create a killing opportunity. This was true ninja combat, testing not just strength and speed, but also wisdom and resolve. Although Sora possessed strength and knowledge from his past life that surpassed his peers, looking down on any opponent because of this would lead to a great loss sooner or later. This world never lacked examples of the weak overcoming the strong. I must be more cautious, more steady. Sora warned himself inwardly. Fortunately, people in the ninja world were basically high offense, low defense. Below the 6 paths level, no matter how strong you are, you won't survive a kunao stab through the heart. But Sora was different. The Azure Dragon Fruit, developed to its later stages, could truly be called immortal and indestructible. Even if you let someone hit you, they couldn't kill you, just like Kaido in One Piece who kept shouting about wanting to die. The first round of matches ended, and Sora successfully advanced to the quarter-finals. Stepping off the arena, Sora was met with Kurenai's admiring gaze and Asuma's complicated look. "Sora, you were amazing just now." Kurenai's small face still showed excitement that hadn't faded and a trace of lingering fear. "That last moment scared me to death, I thought you couldn't dodge it. I was a bit careless." Rado Namayashi was more troublesome than I imagined. His tactics were clever, Sora said, shaking his head. This was his genuine feeling. His identity as a transmigrator and the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit gave him a starting point far beyond his peers, but it didn't mean he could look down on the natives of this world. Rado Namayashi used actual combat to teach him a lesson. In battles between ninjas, wisdom was often more important than brute force. The next match seems to be Hikaru Hayaga's. Asuma had somehow come over, a newly plucked blade of grass in his mouth, his expression serious as he said, "Be careful with that guy. I've seen his matches. He fights dirty." Sora didn't mind, joking, "Why are you everywhere, Asuma? Hey, we're classmates sitting in front and back of each other, don't be so heartless." Sora was just teasing him, then nodded and turned his gaze towards the arena. Sure enough, the referee soon announced the next match. Second match, Hikaru Hayaga vs Fujiwara Isamu. The one named Fujiwara Isamu looked like a rather sturdy commoner child. Being able to break into the top 16 clearly meant he had some skill. Hikaru Hayaga, however, looked very delicate, even somewhat frail. His white eyes were pure and flawless, and a slightly shy smile was on his face. He politely bowed slightly to Fujiwara Isamu. "Hikaru Hayaga, please guide me." His voice was gentle, his manners proper, completely unlike the vicious image described by Kurenai and Asuma. Fujiwara Isamu seemed misled by Hikaru's appearance, relaxing his guard slightly, and also returned the courtesy. "Fujiwara Isamu, please guide me." Match begin. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Fujiwara Isamu let out a loud shout, trying to overwhelm his opponent with momentum while rushing forward quickly, throwing a powerful straight punch aimed at Hikaru Hayaga's face. A standard taijutsu opening move, full of strength. However, facing this swift punch, Hikaru Hayaga only shifted slightly to the side and easily avoided it. At the same time, he extended his right index and middle fingers together, pointing with pinpoint accuracy at the inner wrist of Fujiwara Isamu's punching arm. Gentle fist technique. Pressure point strike. Thud. A soft sound. Hug. Fujiwara Isamu's forward momentum suddenly halted. His entire right arm instantly became weak and numb, as if it wasn't his own. The power in his fist also dissipated in an instant. A look of shock appeared on Fujiwara Isamu's face. He clearly hadn't expected Hikaru Hayaga's counterattack to be so strange and swift. So fast. Such precise pressure point striking. Sora's eyes sharpened. Hikaru Hayaga's move just now, whether in timing, angle, or force, was perfectly executed, completely unlike the level a 7 or 8-year-old child should have. This was definitely the result of long-term, rigorous training. Having succeeded with one strike, the shy smile on Hikaru Hayaga's face seemed to widen a bit. His footwork slid, instantly closing in on Fujiwara Isamu, who had left a huge opening due to his injured arm. Gentle fist technique. Body blow. Hikaru Hayaga's voice remained gentle, but his hands turned into blurs. Using his palms as blades, he chopped repeatedly at the muscle groups on Fujiwara Isamu's chest, arms, shoulder blades, and other areas. Thwack, 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 thwack. A series of dense, crisp striking sounds rang out. Wah! Fujiwara Isamu had no power to resist at all. He only felt tearing muscle pain all over his body, his chakra chaotically rushing through his meridians, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Fujiwara Isamu kept screaming in agony, but Hikaru Hayaga showed no intention of stopping. After more than a dozen palm strikes, Fujiwara Isamu had already collapsed on the ground, curled up, groaning in pain, unable to even utter words of surrender. But Hikaru Hayaga seemed to think it wasn't enough. He raised his foot and stepped, seemingly casually, on Fujiwara Isamu's right wrist. Crack. A sickeningly slight bone cracking sound was heard. Ah! Fujiwara Isamu let out a heart-rending scream and completely lost consciousness. The entire venue fell silent. Many students and even teachers showed expressions of discomfort. This had far exceeded the scope of an assessment spar. It was clearly intentional injury. The referee immediately rushed forward to intervene, and the medical team quickly came onto the stage to carry away the unconscious Fujiwara Isamu. Hikaru Hayaga stood in place, lightly smoothing his perfectly neat clothes. The gentle smile on his face never changed, as if the one who had just delivered the vicious blows wasn't him at all. He even bowed slightly towards the carried away Fujiwara Isamu. His posture was impeccable, yet it made people feel a bone-chilling coldness. Winner, Hikaru Hayaga. The referee's voice held a note of complexity. On the viewing stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly furrowed his brows, took a puff from his pipe, and said nothing. Meanwhile, Danzo beside him had a flash of interest in his eyes, clearly taking a liking to this Hikaru Hyuga. See that? This guy is a psycho. He clearly won long ago, yet he had to inflict serious injury. I heard he's from the Hyuga branch family. Probably has some psychological issues. Asuma whispered to Sora nearby, his tone full of disgust. Sora nodded silently. No wonder this Hikaru Hyuga didn't exist in the original. Behaving like this on an occasion where the Hokage was present, it completely tarnished the face of the Hyuga clan. As a branch family member, it would be strange if he could survive. The subsequent matches continued. Genma Shiranui, Ibiki Marino, Asuma, and others all successfully advanced. Uchiha Ryota, who defeated Genma Shiranui, was indeed a genius based on this. Unfortunately, he encountered Sora and was directly knocked out of the competition. 34, Chapter 34, vs Uchiha. After the first round ended completely, 8 finalists were produced. After a short rest, the matchups for the second round were decided by drawing lots. The opponent Sora encountered in the second round was also a girl from the Inuzuka clan. Her strength was decent, but she was clearly a step below Rado Namayashi, and her ninja dog was injured in the previous match and couldn't cooperate effectively. Learning from the previous experience, Sora did not give her any chance to deploy tactics again. As soon as the match began, he closed in with absolute speed, using a precise hand chop to avoid the ninja dog and lightly struck the side of the girl's neck, instantly rendering her temporarily unconscious and ending the fight. Winner, Sora. This victory was clean and neat, once again drawing exclamations of surprise from the spectator stands. On the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, seemingly quite approving of Sora's efficient and non-excessive style. However, Asuma encountered a setback in the second round. His opponent was from the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Enta. Although Uchiha Enta hadn't awakened his Sharingan either, his Uchiha-style Shurikenjutsu and basic fire release techniques were quite proficient, and his Taijutsu wasn't weak either. Winner, Uchiha Enta. Asuma punched the ground unwillingly, but gritted his teeth and stood up, bowing towards his father's direction on the stands before walking off the arena. On the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his son's defeat. His face didn't show much disappointment, but instead held a trace of barely noticeable relief and seriousness. He took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly to Jiraiya beside him, "It's good to suffer some setbacks, it lets him know there are skies beyond skies, people beyond people. Jade that is not polished does not become a gem." As the Hokage's son, his future path is destined to be more difficult than others. Experiencing more failures now is better than paying the price with his life on a mission in the future. His words were calm and steady. As a father, he might feel distressed, but as the Hokage, he understood the importance of tempering even more clearly. With Asuma's defeat, all matches of the second round ended, officially announcing the top 4 finalists of this ninja school practical exam. Sora, Hikaru Hyuga, Ibiki Marino, Uchiha Enta. These 4 undoubtedly represented the top combat strength among this year's new generation in Konoha village. The atmosphere at the scene became even more heated and tense. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming semi-finals. This wasn't just a competition for ranking, but also an important display of clan, style, and even future path. Sora's gaze slowly swept over the other 3, finally settling on Hikaru Hyuga. Hikaru seemed to sense it and also turned his head. Those white eyes looked calmly at Sora, the corner of his mouth still holding a gentle yet cold smile. The atmosphere at the central arena grew even heavier. The top 4 were decided, and next were the semi-finals to determine who had the qualification to compete for the championship. The referee teacher walked to the center of the field holding a new lottery cylinder. Sora, Hikaru Hyuga, Ibiki Marino, Uchiha Enta stepped forward one by one to draw lots. Sora took a deep breath, reached into the cylinder, and pulled out a paper slip, unfolding it. It had the number 2 written on it. Number 2. Sora turned his head to look and saw that the number Uchiha Enta just pulled from the lottery bucket was 1. Another Uchiha. I wonder how his strength compares to Uchiha Ryota. Immediately after, the referee loudly announced the drawing results. Semi-final first match, Sora vs. Uchiha Enta. Uchiha Enta seemed more steady than Uchiha Ryota. His face didn't have that arrogant expression, but deep in his eyes, he still carried the pride unique to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Enta. Sora quickly recalled in his mind, confirming that this character indeed didn't exist in the original work. Semi-final first match, Sora vs. Uchiha Enta. Both contestants please enter the arena. Sora and Uchiha Enta simultaneously stepped into the center of the arena. Please guide me. Uchiha Enta spoke first. His tone was still polite, but carried a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat. He witnessed firsthand how Sora violently beat Uchiha Ryota. Being from the same Uchiha clan, he felt humiliated but also held a desire to restore the clan's honor. Please guide me. Sora returned the greeting calmly, while carefully observing Uchiha Enta. His aura was steadier than Uchiha Ryota's, his chakra amount seemed slightly better, but, for some reason, Sora intuitively felt that the sense of threat from this Uchiha Enta was even less than that from the previous Rado Namayashi. Match begin. As soon as the referee's words fell, Uchiha Enta immediately moved his hands rapidly. Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Claw Red. He spat 5 or 6 fist-sized fireballs from his mouth, while simultaneously throwing several shuriken with both hands, hidden behind the fireballs as they shot towards Sora. Starting with this move again, he used it against Asuma too. Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Claw Red is the precursor to the C-rank Phoenix Flower Jutsu and belongs to D rank. Watching Uchiha Enta's match against Asuma, Sora noticed he used it very proficiently. He probably wouldn't take long to learn the C-rank Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Choosing not to take it head-on, Sora forcefully exerted power from his feet. His body instantly shot forward to the left front, extremely fast, narrowly avoiding the coverage of the fireballs and shuriken. So fast! Someone exclaimed from the stands. Seeing his attack miss, Uchiha Enta immediately retreated, while forming hand seals again, trying to create distance and continue suppressing with ninjutsu. But how would Sora give him this chance? The moment he avoided the attack, Sora's sprinting speed increased again, closing in on Uchiha Enta like an arrow released from its bow. So fast! Uchiha Enta's pupils contracted. His hand seal movement was interrupted. In haste, he could only draw a kunai and hold it in front for defense. Sora closed in, throwing a simple, direct straight punch towards Uchiha Enta's face, the fist wind whistling. Uchiha Enta hurriedly used the side of his kunai to block. Thud! The fist collided with the kunai, emitting a dull sound. Uchiha Enta felt a tremendous force transmitted from the kunai, making his wrist go numb. His body uncontrollably slid back several steps before barely stabilizing his posture. His power is too great. Uchiha Enta was shocked inwardly, his arms still trembling slightly. He finally personally experienced what Uchiha Ryuta felt then. This was simply not power on the same level. Enta, do your best. Uchiha clansmen shouted from the audience seats. But Sora wouldn't give him a chance, pressing forward step by step. Fist, foot, elbow, knee, every part of his body became a sharp weapon. The offensive poured down like a violent storm. Sora's taijutsu was forged under Might Duy's near self-destructive hellish training. Its foundation was solid, movements concise and efficient, without any unnecessary flashiness. Every strike aimed directly for vital points. Uchiha Enta could only awkwardly swing his kunai to block and evade. His taijutsu was considered good among his peers, but under this pure taijutsu suppression from Sora, it wasn't enough at all. The sounds of clanging collisions were incessant. Uchiha Enta was completely forced into a passive state, pulled along by Sora's rhythm. Often blocking one punch, the next kick would already be before him. He was flustered, with dangerous situations arising repeatedly. From the moment Sora closed in, he had already lost. 35, Chapter 35, Advance to the Finals. Beside the fighting arena, Kurenai watched with shining eyes, her small face flushed. Sora is amazing. He completely suppressed that Uchiha. Asuma stood to the side and pursed his lips, but he had to admit, this guy's taijutsu is really monstrous. He remembered how he and Uchiha Enta had exchanged blows, and how he had ultimately lost. He immediately felt even more depressed. In the arena, Uchiha Enta grew more shocked and more frustrated the longer the fight went on. He was full of chakra and ninjutsu, but Sora clung to him tightly, giving him no chance to form hand seals. Damn it! Uchiha Enta tried to force a hand seal, intending to take a side kick from Sora. Too slow. Sora shouted coldly. Before the seal could be completed, a faster, swifter knife hand strike precisely chopped down on his wrist. Arg! Uchiha Enta cried out in pain. His chakra instantly became chaotic, the hand seal failed, and his kunai almost slipped from his hand. Sora seized this opening, his body following through into Enta's center. His shoulder slammed hard into Uchiha Enta's chest. Thud! Gah! Uchiha Enta felt his chest go tight, as if struck by a giant rock. His body flew backward uncontrollably, landing heavily on the ground 2 or 3 meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. He had just struggled to get up when Sora's next attack arrived. A knife hand strike, fast as lightning, lightly chopped the back of his neck. Uchiha Enta's vision went dark. His body went limp, completely collapsing to the ground. Although he was still conscious, he was unable to get up and fight for a short while. From the start of the match to the end, it had only been a minute or two. The area beside the arena fell silent, then erupted into even louder noise. It's over. So fast. The Uchiha lost just like that. He couldn't fight back at all. That Sora's speed and strength are too monstrous. It seems like, he didn't even use that powerful fire release. Kurenai was so excited her small face was bright red. She waved her small fists vigorously. He won. Sora won. So amazing. As if she herself had won. Asuma watched, the corner of his eye twitching. Though unhappy, he had to admit Sora's strength was far beyond that of their year's students. The referee stepped forward to confirm Uchiha Enta's condition, then announced loudly, the winner is Sora. Advances to the finals. The medical team came forward and helped Uchiha Enta down. Uchiha Enta bit his lip, his face full of unwillingness and disappointment. But when he looked at Sora, there was less fighting spirit in his eyes, replaced by more awe and confusion. He had originally thought the gap between himself and Sora might not be that big, that he could at least force out more of the other's strength. He never expected to lose so cleanly and decisively, appearing even more powerless than Uchiha Ryota had that time. Sora watched as Uchiha Enta was helped away, feeling no great turmoil in his heart. The Uchiha's strength lies in the Sharingan. Once awakened, their power undergoes a qualitative leap. The current Uchiha Enta could not be called a true Uchiha. Winning against him gave Sora little sense of accomplishment, because it should have been like this. Losing would have been the problem. Not long after, the match between Hyuga Hikaru and Marino Ibiki began. Sora sat in the rest area, watching the two on the stage, silently analyzing in his heart. In Sora's memory, Ibiki was more famous for his interrogation skills and summoning jutsu. But to become a special jonin and later the head of the interrogation department, his basic strength, willpower, and combat intelligence were definitely first-rate. Ibiki's fighting style focuses more on endurance, analysis, and finding openings. A bit like a weaker version of Kakashi, but with stronger pressure resistance. And Hyuga Hikaru. His gentle fist is the natural nemesis of taijutsu, specifically targeting internal organs and chakra pathways. It's fast, with precise strikes. If Ibiki can't find an effective way to deal with the strikes, he'll be very passive. The tactic Ibiki chose was the same as Namayoshi Rato's against Sora, trying to create distance for long-range attacks. But his speed was completely unable to keep up with Hyuga Hikaru. Gentle fist technique, body blow. Slap, slap, slap. In just over 10 seconds, Ibiki had been hit several times. Although his kunao clashed with Hyuga Hikaru's palms a few times, the damage caused was limited. Ibiki's movements became visibly slower, sweat beading on his forehead. Ibiki is completely suppressed. He can't touch Hyuga Hikaru at all. Those eyes are too unfair. All his moves are seen through. Discussion came from the spectator stands. Sora, watching from below the stage, frowned slightly. Hyuga Hikaru's mastery of the gentle fist is indeed deep. His speed and precision in striking points are far beyond that of an ordinary genin. Ibiki's tactic isn't wrong, but the absolute speed gap is too big, and his defense is countered by the gentle fist. Pure RBQ. On the stage, Ibiki gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his body. At that moment, a sharp glint flashed in Hyuga Hikaru's eyes, as if he was tired of this chasing game. He found an opening in Ibiki's defense. A swift palm strike, like a knife, shot straight towards Ibiki's shoulder and collarbone area. There was an important chakra point there. If hit, the entire arm would likely be temporarily disabled. This strike was extremely fast, at a tricky angle. However, at that very moment, Ibiki did something no one expected. He did not try to block it or awkwardly dodge. Instead, he pushed off the ground hard. His body did not retreat. Instead, using the force of Hyuga Hikaru's incoming strike, he actively flew backward. He flew backward very fast, controlling the direction perfectly, landing directly outside the ring. Thud. Ibiki's body landed heavily on the ground outside the ring, even rolling twice before stopping. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was stunned, including Hyuga Hikaru, who had been preparing to land a heavy blow. The smile on his face froze for a moment, as if he hadn't expected the other to surrender in this way. The referee was also stunned for a moment before reacting. He immediately announced loudly, "Marino Ibiki has fallen out of the arena. The winner is Hyuga Hikaru." Sora watched this scene, and his evaluation of Ibiki rose a few more points. Indeed not a simple person. So young, yet understands how to assess the situation, decisively sacrificing the match to avoid serious injury. This level of mind. It's not without reason he becomes the head of the interrogation department in the future. Ibiki struggled to get up from the ground. He clutched his painful shoulder, a trace of blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. But the look he gave Hyuga Hikaru was exceptionally calm, even carrying a hint of imperceptible mockery. He had used his own method to avoid being severely injured by Hyuga Hikaru. Though he lost the match, he preserved himself. This calm judgment and decisive choice under extreme disadvantage far exceeded the maturity expected for his age. One can only say, this is the Naruto world after all. Everyone matures early. Hyuga Hikaru looked at Ibiki below, who, though in a sorry state, had a stubborn look in his eyes. The gentle smile on his face finally disappeared, replaced by a shadow of displeasure and annoyance. He clearly understood Ibiki's intention, feeling he had been played. TCH, boring. Hyuga Hikaru coldly threw down these words, turned, and walked off the stage, not looking at Ibiki again. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 36, Chapter 36 Taijutsu Showdown. Sora turned his gaze towards Hikaru Hyuga, who was walking off the field, thinking silently to himself. Speed, precision in striking acupuncture points, and the power application techniques of the gentle fist are all excellent. With the support of the Byakugan, his taijutsu definitely has Chunin level strength. Attacks targeting chakra pathways are especially troublesome. Although my physical constitution far exceeds ordinary people, chakra pathways and acupuncture points are still weaknesses. If I am hit multiple times by his gentle fist, my meridians will be blocked, and no matter how great my strength or speed, they will be significantly reduced. It seems the final match will not be as easy as before, but perhaps I need to release some restrictions slightly. Sora took a deep breath. He thought of the 8 inner gates. The gate of opening and the gate of healing mainly enhance chakra flow, physical functions, and recovery ability. They do not cause drastic changes in appearance, unlike the third gate, the gate of life, which surrounds the body with a flow of air. If I only open the first gate, the gate of opening, it should be fine. It can greatly increase my reaction speed and chakra control, making it easier to avoid his strikes. Even if I am hit occasionally, a stronger chakra flow can also clear the blocked points faster. As for the second gate, the gate of healing, I will decide based on the situation. I cannot reveal too much for now. The short rest period ended, and the atmosphere at the central arena also reached its peak. Everyone's gaze focused on Sora and Hikaru Hyuga, who were about to step onto the field for their match. This was not just a battle for the championship, but also a clash of 2 top-tier taijutsu styles. Final match, Sora vs. Hikaru Hyuga. Both contestants, please enter the arena. The referee's voice was loud, spreading throughout the entire training ground. On the viewing stand, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe. His gaze became focused. Sora had already shown extremely high ninja talent by reaching this point. He had already decided to strongly protect Sora. But Hiruzen Sarutobi also wanted to see how far Sora could go, whether he could show even greater value. Sora and Hikaru Hyuga stepped into the center of the arena at the same time. Hikaru's face still wore that gentle, fake smile, but his white eyes were icy cold. He bowed slightly. Hikaru Hyuga, please advise me. Sora calmly returned the bow. Sora, please advise me. Match begin. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Sora and Hikaru Hyuga moved almost simultaneously. Unlike other contestants who would create distance to probe, neither of them did so, because they both knew the core of this showdown was taijutsu. Ninjutsu had little room for use in such a close-quarters taijutsu duel, especially when facing the Byakugan's 360-degree, no blind spot insight and the gentle fist's quick counters. There were no flashy ninjutsu, no flying shuriken, only 2 figures instantly colliding. Bam, bam, bam. The sounds of fists and feet connecting rang out like dense drumbeats. The speed was so fast it dazzled the eyes. Sora's taijutsu was broad and forceful, his power fierce, his movements simple and efficient. Every punch and kick carried a whistling sound of wind, pursuing ultimate destructive power. This was the strong fist style. Hikaru Hyuga's movements were strange and tricky. He did not clash head-on with Sora. Instead, using the Byakugan's powerful insight, he predicted Sora's attack trajectories in advance. Using his palms and fingers as weapons, he specifically targeted the chakra points on Sora's wrists, elbows, shoulders, and various parts of his body. This was the gentle fist method. As expected, troublesome. Sora thought warily to himself. The Byakugan's insight lived up to its reputation. Many of his attacks were seen through by Hikaru in advance and cleverly neutralized. Moreover, the penetrating power of Hikaru's gentle fist finger strikes was extremely strong. Even when blocked, that cold chakra would seep into his body, making his arms go numb and his chakra flow slightly sluggish. Several times, Hikaru's fingers grazed dangerously close to Sora's key acupuncture points, forcing Sora to change his moves at the last moment to defend. Gasps of surprise rose from the sidelines. So fast. I can't see the movements at all. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan is too strong. Sora's attacks all seem to be seen through. But Sora's strength is immense. Hikaru Hyuga doesn't dare to receive them head-on either. The two moved at high speed on the field, colliding, separating, colliding again. For a time, they seemed evenly matched, appearing to be in a stalemate. But Sora knew if this continued, he would definitely lose. The nature of the gentle fist was cumulative damage. The longer the fight went on, the more times he was struck, the more severely his chakra flow would be obstructed, and his speed and strength would decline. Can't drag this out. Must break his rhythm. With a thought, Sora suddenly accelerated his attack rhythm again. His offensive became like a storm, trying to suppress Hikaru with absolute speed and power. TCH. Hikaru sneered coldly. In the Byakugan's vision, Sora's chakra flow and muscle exertion were clearly visible. If this was Sora's only level, he was sure to win. Hikaru's movements, enhanced by the Byakugan, were extremely agile. He always managed to evade Sora's most fierce attacks by a hair's breadth. At the same time, his fingers were like poisonous snakes, striking towards Sora's acupuncture points again and again. Thump, thump. Finally, due to a moment of negligence from Sora, both his left and right shoulders were almost simultaneously struck by Hikaru's fingertips. Although Sora tensed his muscles instantly, deflecting most of the striking force and not having his points completely sealed, an intense sensation of soreness, numbness, and chakra blockage immediately spread, causing the movements of his arms to noticeably slow down by half a beat. Bad. Kurenai Ui exclaimed from below the field. Heh. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Hikaru's mouth. Seizing this opportunity, his hands became after images, aiming directly for the vital points on Sora's chest and abdomen. He seemed to already see Sora's chakra being disabled, collapsing to the ground and howling. No choice. A flash of resolve passed through Sora's eyes. Boom. Pushing off with his feet, Sora instantly created distance between himself and Hikaru. 8 inner gates. First gate, gate of opening. Open. There was no earth-shattering surge of aura, but the flow of chakra within Sora's body instantly accelerated by a level. The previously somewhat sluggish chakra due to the struck points forcefully broke through the restraints. A stronger power surged throughout his body. His speed suddenly increased another notch, allowing Sora's body to twist at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding Hikaru's pursuing chain of strikes. What? The smile on Hikaru's face froze. The Byakugan clearly saw the instant surge in the amount and flow speed of chakra within Sora's body. His chakra, what happened? Not only him, the Jonin and Kage level experts on the viewing stand with keen eyesight also noticed the anomaly. Oh, his chakra suddenly became much more active. Did he use some secret technique? Jiraiya said curiously. It's a bit like the 100 healing seal, but not quite. Tsunade frowned slightly. As a master of medical ninjutsu, she was extremely sensitive to chakra and the human body. Orochimaru's serpentine pupils contracted slightly. He licked his lips. He knows the 8 inner gates too. Interesting. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze was profound. He took a puff of his pipe and did not speak. He knew Sora could use the 8 inner gates. Now he just wanted to see to what extent Sora's value could be displayed. And Danzo, sitting next to Hiruzen Sarutobi, had an even deeper, more inscrutable look in his eyes. If before, he only wanted to discipline Nono, and incidentally act against Sora to make it easier to control Nono. Then now, he was genuinely interested in Sora himself. Such talent must enter root, for Konoha, for him, Shimura Danzo. To absorb nourishment. 37, Chapter 37, The 8 Inner Gates Release Versus. The Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams. After opening the gate of opening, Sora felt exceptionally clear-headed. His body became more agile, and his reaction speed greatly increased. Although the improvement in strength was not obvious, handling Hikaru's gentle fist became much more manageable. However, Hikaru was also a genius from the branch family who grew up under the harsh, even cruel, training of the main family and the suppression of the caged bird curse mark. His willpower and strength were far from ordinary. Hikaru quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. By operating his Byakugan to its fullest and executing the techniques of the gentle fist to their utmost, he once again engaged in close combat with Sora. Slap, slap, thump. Although Sora was faster and more agile, Hikaru, relying on the insight of his Byakugan, could see Sora's muscle movements and chakra flow clearly. Combined with his tricky gentle fist strikes, he still managed to hit Sora from time to time. The chakra in the gate of opening state could flush open the blocked chakra points more quickly, but after multiple accumulations, Sora still felt his body gradually becoming heavier and his chakra flow no longer as smooth. Although Hikaru was surprised by Sora's sudden secret technique outburst, he thought it was futile before his Byakugan. He spoke coldly, in front of these eyes, your taijutsu doesn't stand a chance. Looking at the overly showy Hikaru before him, Sora felt a bit speechless because he knew that although Hikaru was showing off, he wasn't wrong. Below the Kage level, the Byakugan holds a significant advantage against other ordinary ninjas. With its 360-degree unobstructed field of vision, the Byakugan can easily see through an opponent's movement trajectory. Even high-speed body flicker techniques have a hard time achieving a true sneak attack. More importantly, it can directly see through the human body's chakra network and chakra flow. Combined with the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, it can precisely strike an opponent's chakra points, either disrupting their chakra and rendering them powerless or damaging their chakra network causing permanent injury. For ordinary ninjas, facing a Hyuga clan member with activated Byakugan is almost equivalent to having all their moves seen through. Every attack, every hand seal is exposed under the opponent's eyes. The pressure brought by this information gap is almost overwhelming in mid to low-level battles, especially at stages like the Ninja Academy, Genin, and Chunin. If this level of speed isn't enough, then 8 inner gates release, second gate, gate of healing, open. Sora no longer wanted to drag things out. This Hikaru gave him immense pressure, completely on par with geniuses like Kakashi. This time, the change was even more obvious. The veins on Sora's temples slightly bulged. White streams of air occasionally appeared around his body as a powerful chakra aura uncontrollably emanated from him. Speed, strength, reaction, soared once again. How is this possible? Hikaru finally cried out in disbelief. In his Byakugan's vision, the chakra within Sora's body seemed to boil. It was at least double the intensity from before. This explosive enhancement completely exceeded Hikaru's understanding. Although most people in Konoha with a certain level of strength or status knew of the existence of the 8 inner gates release, Hikaru, as a member of the Hyuga branch family, naturally wouldn't know about this secret technique. Bang! Crack! Sora exerted force with his legs. The ground beneath his feet cracked like a spider web. Before the sound could even arrive, his fist was already in front of Hikaru. Bang! Hikaru, who had just raised his arms, was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away by Sora's punch, landing heavily on the training ground. Lying on the ground, Hikaru felt intense pain in his arm, as if it was about to fracture. Bastard! Hikaru roared inwardly, a wave of humiliation and madness surging in his heart. As a branch family member, he had carried the curse and despair since childhood. Only by desperately training and overwhelming others with strength could he find a sliver of value in his existence, could he make those from the main family look at him somewhat seriously. How much had he sacrificed? He started receiving harsh gentle fist training from the age of 3. Practicing until his fingers fractured and his body was covered in bruises was a daily routine. While other children played, he practiced striking chakra points on wooden stakes, never stopping, through harsh winters and scorching summers. All to master the power of this Byakugan, to master this gentle fist technique treasured by the main family. He absolutely would not allow himself to lose. Especially not to an orphan from an outside clan, one without any Kekii Genkai. You forced me to do this. In that split second, Hikaru's eyes turned frantic. He scrambled up, leaped back to create some distance, and assumed a peculiar opening stance. All the chakra in his body converged wildly towards his palms. That is. On the viewing stands, some members of the Hyuga clan exclaimed in surprise. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 16 palms. Hikaru roared, his body charging towards Sora like a whirlwind. His palms transformed into a sky full of palm shadows, like a giant 8 trigrams formation, completely sealing off all of Sora's dodging space. Every palm strike aimed precisely at 16 important chakra points on Sora's body. This was the strongest move he currently mastered, his trump card. At his age of 7 and with his chakra level, using this move was extremely strenuous and could even damage his chakra network, but he couldn't care less now. 16 palms. Exclamations rose from the stands. No one expected Hikaru to have mastered this technique. This was a high-level gentle fist skill that even some adult Hyuga Chunin might not have mastered proficiently. 8 trigrams 16 palms. Facing this unavoidable killing move, a hint of seriousness also flashed in Sora's eyes. The 8 trigrams palms was a secret taijutsu of the Hyuga clan, specifically divided into 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, and finally, a secret advanced ultimate technique of the main family, 128 palms. In Sora's memory, Niji demonstrated the 8 trigrams 64 palms and rotation during the Chunin exams at age 13. It's speculated that Niji mastered the 16 palms around age 8 or 9. The Hikaru before him was in the same grade as Sora, around 7 years old now. Indeed, geniuses are all madmen. Can't drag this out any longer. Sora could feel the threat of this move. Once hit, with 16 chakra points simultaneously sealed, even with the support of the Gate of Healing's chakra, he would probably lose his fighting ability instantly. But it wasn't enough to make Sora open the third gate. That would likely require facing the 32 palms. Obviously, the 16 palms was the limit for Hikaru at this age. Sora took a deep breath, pushing the power brought by the Gate of Healing to its extreme, his concentration heightened to the maximum. The instant the Byakugan's 8 trigrams field enveloped him, his body also moved. Sora did not try to completely dodge, that was almost impossible. Instead, he combined strength and speed to their utmost. His fists shot out like cannonballs, accurately meeting the key pressure points among the sky full of palm shadows. Bang, 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 bang. Fists and palms collided wildly, emitting sickening thuds. Although the 8 trigrams 16 palms was exquisite, Hikaru was after all young. His chakra and stamina couldn't fully support such a complex technique. Its speed and power had their limits. And Sora, in the state of the 8 inner gates release's second gate, whether in absolute speed or instant explosive power, exceeded the limits of what Hikaru could handle. After a series of breathlessly fast attacks and defenses, Sora seized a tiny flaw in the flow of the 8 trigrams palms. Now, a heavy punch, far exceeding the previous force, forcefully smashed through Hikaru's defensive palms and solidly landed on his chest. Bleed. Hikaru spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a broken kite, landing heavily at the edge of the training ground. The madness and disbelief in his eyes slowly solidified. He struggled twice but ultimately couldn't get up again. His all-or-nothing 8 trigrams 16 palms was ultimately defeated. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 38. Chapter 38. The well-deserved first place. The entire venue was completely silent. Everyone was speechless, shocked by the thrilling and intense duel, and especially by Sora's earth-shattering final punch. The referee froze for several seconds before quickly stepping forward to check Hyuga Hikaru's condition. After confirming that he had lost the ability to fight, the referee took a deep breath and announced with all his strength. The winner is Sora. The champion of this ninja school practical combat exam is Sora. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and exclamations erupted throughout the venue. He won. Sora won. So strong. He even broke the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palms. What technique did he use at the end? His speed and power increased so much all of a sudden. A monster. He's truly a monster. Kurenai jumped up excitedly, her small face flushed red with excitement. In the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Jiraiya laughed heartily. I told you this kid could take first place. Ha ha ha. Tsunade also nodded. Although he took shortcuts, his explosive power and timing were top-notch. Orochimaru, however, gave Sora a deep look, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc. He had clearly developed some interest in Sora as well. Sora stood in the center of the ring, breathing slightly heavily, feeling the surging power within his body gradually calm down as he released the 8 inner gate state. He had won. This championship should be enough to attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, right? Although he had exposed the 8 inner gates, he ultimately did not use the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Sora looked at Hyuga Hikaru, who was being carried down by the medical team, feeling not much joy in his heart. This Hyuga Hikaru was very strong, arguably a Byakugan genius even greater than Neji. He had truly forced Sora to the point of opening the second gate. It was a pity he encountered Sora, who had cheats. This also made Sora feel very insecure. Now, apart from the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit, almost all his other means had been exposed. But Sora's true foundation had always been the Azure Dragon Fruit. Secret techniques like the 8 inner gates were, in the end, just icing on the cake. So while it seemed like he had exposed most of his strength and trump cards, that wasn't actually the case. His greatest trump card was always the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. If he truly used that power, his strength could at least double, and he could even exchange blows with a Jonin. Currently, Sora was in the second stage of fruit development, semi-beast transformation. But he could only control the beast transformation of his hands and legs, and it still required some transition time. When he could freely control body parts for beast transformation, Sora would enter the third stage, complete beast transformation, the true complete Azure Dragon form. By then, he wouldn't need to hide and pretend to be weak everywhere like he did now, worrying about being captured as a lab rat. He also wouldn't need to watch others' faces, and could try out what "I don't eat beef" feels like. Not long after, it was time for the final award ceremony. A high-pitched announcement sounded again. Now, please welcome the third Hokage-sama to present awards to the winners of this practical combat exam. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the main stand. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a gentle smile on his face, slowly stood up. Under the gaze of numerous high-ranking officials and Jonin, he step-by-step walked towards the ring. He first walked up to Hyuga Hikaru, who had just regained consciousness and was being supported by a medical ninja. Then, from a tray held by an attendant behind him, he picked up a scroll and a small ninja tool pouch. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the rewards over, saying in a gentle tone, "Hyuga Hikaru, congratulations on achieving second place. I hope you guard against arrogance and impatience, continue to work hard, and become a solid pillar protecting Konoha in the future." Hyuga Hikaru bit his lip, taking the rewards with difficulty, and said in a low voice, "Yes, Hokage-sama." But Sora, standing nearby, still caught a glimpse of humiliation and viciousness in his eyes. Showing this expression even in front of the Hokage, this Hyuga Hikaru is doomed sooner or later, Sora thought to himself. Indeed, although not obvious, Sora could still sense that the gentleness in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes had diminished slightly. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen came before Sora. The final remaining reward on the tray was clearly much more substantial than the previous one. A more exquisite, extra-large ninja tool pouch, and a sealing scroll that looked very high-end. Sora. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose slightly, ensuring the surrounding crowd could hear. Your performance today exceeded everyone's expectations. Tenacious will, outstanding taijutsu, composure under pressure, adaptability, and that final explosive power all fully prove your talent and effort. This first place is well deserved for you. He picked up the conspicuous ninja tool pouch and scroll, handing them personally to Sora. These are your rewards. A specially made ninja tool kit containing some practical ninja tools and explosive tags. And this B-rank ninjutsu scroll, I hope it will aid your future growth. A B-rank ninjutsu. Sora remembered that B-rank ninjutsu were typically used by Jonin. Whether in terms of chakra consumption, hand seal complexity, or power in actual combat, they were far beyond the C-rank and D-rank ninjutsu commonly used by Genin and Chunin. It was important to know that within Konoha's ninja system, not all Jonin mastered A-rank ninjutsu. Those were forbidden techniques. Not to mention the extremely rare S-rank ultimate techniques. The vast majority of ordinary Jonin were only proficient in 3 or 4 B-rank ninjutsu. The weight of this scroll could be seen from this. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sora respectfully accepted them with both hands. They felt heavy to the touch. These rewards were indeed generous. Although ninjutsu weren't very useful to Sora. But compared to these material rewards, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude next was the key. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Sora's shoulder, lowering his voice to a whisper. Come to my Hokage office after the award ceremony ends. Here it comes. Sora's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged, still that respectful and slightly excited appearance. He nodded in response. Yes, Hokage-sama. The award ceremony concluded. Sarutobi Hiruzen then gave a brief speech to all the teachers, students, and spectators, encouraging the youth to train hard and inherit the will of fire. After eliciting another round of cheers, he left the training grounds under the protection of the ANBU. The crowd began to disperse gradually, everyone still excitedly discussing the thrilling match just now, especially Sora's earth-shattering counterattack at the end. "Sora, you were amazing." Kurenai was the first to rush over, her small face full of admiration and joy. Asuma, Genma Shiranui, and Ibiki also walked over. Asuma said with a pout, "Humph, you're pretty good, but I won't lose to you next time. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river." Genma Shiranui, holding a senbon in his mouth, gave a cool nod of acknowledgement. He had lost in the quarter-finals against Ibiki. Ibiki also showed Sora an expression that could be considered friendly. It is worth noting that the exam only had a top 4, with no third place, sparing Ibiki and Uchiha Enta from having to face each other. Sora responded to each of them, but his mind had already flown to the Hokage building. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 39, Chapter 39 Danzo. I am the Hokage. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already taken off his ceremonial robe, wearing only his usual clothes, sitting behind the large desk with a pipe in his mouth. "Here, sit down, child." Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the chair opposite. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Sora quickly sat down, his back straight, appearing ready to listen attentively. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and said slowly, "Sora, your performance today was excellent. Your taijutsu, tactics, and the 8 gates released formation at the end all prove you possess extraordinary talent. Konoha needs fresh blood like you." Sora nodded upon hearing this, knowing Sarutobi Hiruzen had other things to say by calling him here. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone then shifted, becoming deeper. "Konoha is like a great tree. Its prosperity depends on the efforts of every leaf, and also on the solid support of its roots and the nourishment of sunlight and rain. And some things, like the roots hidden underground, unknown to most, exist to better absorb nutrients and protect the tree from being eroded by wind and rain. But their duty is limited to the underground. They should not interfere with the growth under the sunlight. Do you understand what I mean?" Sora understood in his heart. This was referring to Danzo and root. The words sounded beautiful, all that talk about roots and leaves. Essentially, it meant Sora should rest assured being a leaf, not worry about Danzo, that old root hidden underground, because he, Hiruzen, had his back. But this was just right. For now, clinging to the third Hokage, the thickest and strongest thigh, seemed the safest choice. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about Sora and Nono's matter, as the third Hokage, if he wanted to investigate, there was little information in Konoha village he couldn't find. Combined with Sora's precocious and intelligent performance, it wasn't hard for Sarutobi Hiruzen to infer that Sora had long noticed someone in Konoha secretly watching him. It was just due to age and status that he didn't know it was specifically root. Therefore, the meaning in his words was clear: "Don't worry about those hidden intentions, I'll protect you." Sora immediately nodded, his expression firm, and said, "I understand, Hokage-sama. Leaves should strive to grow towards the sunlight, adding greenery to the tree, and should not worry about things underground. I will focus on improving my own strength and strive to become a powerful ninja who can protect Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed very satisfied with Sora's understanding, his smile widening. "Good, it's best that you think this way. Your future is bright and should not be disturbed by other trivial matters. Regarding your arrangements." He paused, then continued. "With your current strength, you have already met the graduation standards, even far surpassing ordinary genin. In principle, you could graduate early." Sora's heart lifted slightly upon hearing this. "But after discussing with several advisors, we have decided to wait until you complete all the basic courses of this semester before granting you graduation. After that, as previously mentioned, you will enter ANBU training. After this semester ends." Initially, Sora thought Sarutobi Hiruzen would let him graduate directly into the ANBU. Now it seems Konoha doesn't lack one Chunin-level kid. It's better to let him stay in the Ninja Academy a while longer, forming more bonds during this time, for example, with Sarutobi Asuma. And it's not long now. Sora has been in the Ninja Academy for 6 months. In another 2 months, there will be a long break. The second-year courses won't start until next April. Without overthinking, Sora immediately showed a grateful expression on his face. "I understand, Hokage-sama. Thank you and the village for your training and consideration. I will make good use of these last 2 months, study hard in the academy courses, and live up to your expectations." Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Sora's full look of gratitude, nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Go now. Remember, Konoha's future needs you young people to build." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Sora stood up, respectfully bowed, and then exited the Hokage office. Walking out of the Hokage building, Sora looked back at the building symbolizing the highest authority in Konoha and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally safe for now. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangements, Danzo shouldn't dare to use forceful methods against me in the short term. After all, Blatantly snatching a genius personally favored by the Hokage and about to enter ANBU training would be like slapping Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face directly. No matter how much power Danzo has, he doesn't have the nerve to tear the relationship that openly now. After all, the current Danzo isn't bold enough to directly arrange an assassination attempt on the Hokage like later. With his worries eased, Sora began planning his goals for the next period. First, keep a low profile, continue developing the Azure Dragon Fruit, and strive to master the half-beast transformation as soon as possible. Second, train in Taijutsu, consolidate the first 3 gates of the 8 gates released formation, and attempt to impact the 4th gate, the Gate of Injury. But Sora felt this point would require some time. The Azure Dragon Fruit only gave him more chances to impact the gates, not reduce the difficulty of opening them. Moreover, the later gates of the 8 gates released formation are harder to open. Otherwise, people with exceptional talent like Might Duy and Might Duy, who gave their all, wouldn't have taken over 20 years to open all 8. Third, study the Academy's theoretical class as well. This is indeed very important. In the original story, Naruto suffered from a lack of education. As for the ANBU later, although dangerous, it is also the fastest promotion path and the best protective umbrella. As long as I survive the early stage and improve my strength, then. A cold glint flashed in Sora's eyes. Danzo, we'll settle our accounts slowly then. Thinking of this, Sora didn't linger any longer. He turned and walked towards the commercial district in the center of the village. Not long after Sora left, the door to the Hokage office was pushed open again. Danzo's figure appeared at the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have expected this. He didn't look up, continuing to review the documents in his hand, and just said lightly, "You've come, Danzo." Danzo walked to the desk and got straight to the point. "Hiruzen, you kept that kid for a talk just to push him into the ANBU. Sora is a promising seedling. His taijutsu is solid, and he knows the 8 gates released formation at a young age. ANBU training is more suitable for his growth." "Suitable?" Danzo sneered, placed both hands on the desk, and said loudly, "Hiruzen, don't play dumb with me. An orphan from another village should be placed en route for proper polishing. Only route can ensure his absolute loyalty to the village." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up with a hint of displeasure. He is a child, a future ninja of Konoha, not a tool. I have decided he will enter the ANBU soon. This matter is not up for further discussion. Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen before him, his tone turning cold. Hiruzen, your ANBU is too soft and idealistic. Only the dark methods of Root can completely erase his unnecessary personal emotions, make him absolutely obedient, and devote himself 100% to the village. Your laissez-faire approach will only cultivate an uncontrollable factor. Here we go again, always this absolute, cold theory of control. A wave of irritation and helplessness rose in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. He knew Danzo was doing this for the village, but he could never fully agree with such forceful methods. Compared to control, he preferred using bonds to make people willingly become part of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone became firm. I have already made a decision regarding Sora. His talent should grow under the sunlight, not be buried in your sunless underground. Danzo took a step forward, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Hiruzen, your indecisiveness and so-called will of fire will bring disaster to the village sooner or later. Hand Sora over to me. I can guarantee he will be 100% loyal to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, placed his hands on the desk, stared intently at Danzo with eyes like torches, and a powerful aura unique to the Hokage and a Kage-level expert slowly spread. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 40, Chapter 40, Ichiraku. Danzo, I am the Hokage. This sentence exploded in the office like a thunderclap. Danzo's body visibly stiffened. He stared intensely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The air in the office seemed to freeze, thick with tension. After several seconds of suffocating confrontation, the muscles on Danzo's face twitched. He knew that no matter what, he could not take Sora away today. Sarutobi Hiruzen had asserted the absolute authority of the Hokage. Fine, Hiruzen. You cling to your naive ideals. Danzo turned around and walked step by step towards the door. At the doorway, he paused, leaving behind a cold, prophetic statement. You will regret this, Hiruzen. After saying that, he left the Hokage office without looking back, his figure disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction Danzo had vanished, slowly sat back down in his chair, furrowed his brow, and took a deep puff from his pipe. Danzo, I hope you do not force me to make an even more difficult choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, his gaze becoming profound. At this moment, he was at his peak. Even if Danzo were to seriously contend over this matter, he had full confidence he could firmly control the situation. On the streets of Konoha's commercial district, Sora and Kurenai were choosing a place to eat dinner. This was Kurenai's gift for Sora achieving first place in the assessment, treating him to a meal. Originally, Kurenai planned to take Sora to her home to eat, but her mother was home today. Whenever Sora had visited her house before, her mother often teased the two of them, making Kurenai blush every time. Therefore, Sora decided to freeload off this little rich girl Kurenai's wallet outside. It had been almost 2 years since Sora arrived in Konoha, and this was the first time he was eating a meal outside the orphanage. After all, the orphanage's funds were limited. His monthly living expenses were just enough for meals. Furthermore, due to the enhancement from the Azure Dragon Fruit and his intermittent training of the 8 gates, Sora's appetite had grown larger and larger. One meal for him could equal 10 portions for others. This forced Sora to occasionally go to some forests in Konoha to hunt game for extra meals, just like Naruto when he was young. Well, Sora, what should we eat? Kurenai, clutching her small wallet, stood on tiptoe looking at the shops along the street, her tone full of anticipation. They had been wandering for a while. Sora kept worrying that eating too much would put her in a difficult position, so he hadn't decided yet. Suddenly, a few raindrops hit the top of his head. Sora looked up. A light rain had begun to fall over Konoha, with a tendency to get heavier. Sora quickly pulled Kurenai under the nearest eaves. Warm yellow light spilled from the shop, along with the aroma of bone broth. Ichiraku ramen. It turned out Sora and Kurenai had taken shelter right at the entrance of Ichiraku ramen. The rain doesn't seem like it will stop soon. Why don't we eat here? Sora pointed at the shop sign. Having been in Konoha for so long, he realized he had never actually eaten at Ichiraku ramen. Kurenai's eyes lit up. Okay, I've heard Ichiraku's ramen is super delicious. As soon as the two stepped to the entrance, a warm, enthusiastic greeting came from inside. Welcome, please come in, you two guests. It's cold outside in the rain. Tuki, at this time, looked to be in his 20s, quite young, bustling about the shop alone. As for his daughter Ayam, Sora remembered she was about 5 years older than Naruto. It was currently October, year 38 of Konoha. She would likely be born in about 3 years. They entered the shop and sat down. Kurenai called out directly, "Boss, 2 bowls of tonkotsu ramen." "Sora, do you want extra noodles? I have a lot of pocket money, you know." Sora didn't stand on ceremony. "Extra noodles, please." "Thank you, boss." Soon, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Sora's bowl was piled with noodles like a small mountain. The side effects from opening the 8 gates during his match against Hikaru had long since recovered, but the cost was that he was almost starved to death. Sora hurriedly slurped down the noodles, drinking even the soup cleanly. "Another bowl, boss." Kurenai was full after eating less than half a bowl. Propping her chin in her hand, she watched Sora eat, her smiling eyes curved like crescent moons. Outside, the rain continued to patter down. Inside the shop, it was warm and cozy. The aroma of bone broth mingled with the sound of rain, exceptionally comfortable. While waiting for Tuka to bring the next bowl, Sora looked towards the corner by the shop's entrance and suddenly thought of Naruto as a child. Also on a rainy day, Naruto stood alone at the entrance of Ichiraku ramen, soaked by the rain, without money to come in and eat a bowl. In the end, Tuka took pity on Naruto and let him come in for a free bowl of ramen. Hokage. Sora took the ramen handed to him by Tuka, but his mind drifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom he had just met, and then to the phrase, "become Hokage," that Naruto would always have on his lips later on. He shook his head, casting that impossible thought out of his mind. He was different from Naruto. Although Naruto, like Sora in his childhood, was not well regarded, his identity was that of a native of Konoha village. He had the qualification to become Hokage. Sora was different. He was an orphan who came from another village. Becoming Hokage was absolutely impossible. Just like at the Ninja Academy, there were always some children who harbored ill will towards him. Ultimately, it was because Sora was an orphan from another village. During this period, many Konoha ninja had died at the hands of ninja from other villages. These children didn't care whether Sora was from the village that killed their family or friends. They directed their hatred towards orphans from other villages like Sora. This was also one of the reasons Miyamoto Ichiro from the orphanage was unwilling to stay at the Ninja Academy. Fortunately, Sora possessed an adult soul. He didn't mind the harsh words from those children. However, the position of Hokage was something Sora's future children might have the qualification for. Thinking this, Sora turned his head to look at Kurenai, who was quietly watching him beside him. Seeing Sora suddenly turn and stare at her intently, Kurenai blushed and said, "Sora, why are you looking at me?" Oh, nothing. I just think you're very beautiful, Kurenai." Hearing Sora's words, Kurenai's little face flushed an even deeper red, like a ripe apple, almost matching Hinata later when she saw Naruto. She quickly lowered her head, unconsciously stirring the remaining noodles in her bowl with her chopsticks, her heart beating wildly. "Sora," he said, "I'm beautiful." Kurenai's heart felt like it was holding a little rabbit, thumping wildly. Although her mother often teased her and Sora, this was the first time Sora had said it so directly. She felt her face burning hot, but there was also a sweet feeling in her heart. After speaking, Sora was also taken aback. Seeing Kurenai's shy appearance, he realized he had inadvertently spoken his mind aloud. He had just been lost in thought. Seeing the quiet, lovely girl beside him, a feeling of admiration had arisen. Feeling a bit awkward internally, Sora quickly coughed and changed the subject. I mean, this ramen is really delicious. Thank you for treating me, Kurenai. MHM. I'm glad you like it. Kurenai also took the offered way out, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but she couldn't help stealing a glance at Sora. Although embarrassed, Sora was, at his core, an adult soul. How could embarrassment compare to actual hunger? He turned his full attention to the ramen. In the end, he ate a full 10 bowls before finally filling his stomach. I really wonder what Hinata's stomach is made of. Remembering the later Ichiraku ramen eating contests and Hinata's record of over 40 bowls, Sora couldn't help muttering to himself. After finishing the ramen, the rain outside had also gradually lessened, turning into a light drizzle. Boss, the check, please. Kurenai took out her cute little wallet and paid very generously. Tuke watched this pair of adorable young customers and sent them off with a smile. Stepping out of the ramen shop, the air carried the freshness after rain. The sky had already darkened, and streetlights on both sides of the road lit up one after another. I'll walk you home, Kurenai, Sora said naturally. Although Konoha village was relatively safe, he still wasn't comfortable letting a girl not yet 7 years old walk home alone at night. Okay, Kurenai nodded, feeling a little happy inside. Along the way, Kurenai chattered about the events of today's assessment. Sora listened quietly most of the time, occasionally nodding or giving simple responses. Looking at the lively girl beside him, Sora found his thoughts drifting to Asuma again. 41, Chapter 41 The Name of Genius. Sora returned to the orphanage very late. Miyamoto Ichiro, Yusuji Rin and the others had already eaten dinner long ago. After helping to settle the 2 little girls to sleep, Sora returned to his own room. Since Nono left, the orphanage only had the old director as the sole caretaker, but she herself needed someone to look after her. Konoha had already sent the newly received orphans to other orphanage. It seemed they wouldn't send more children over before finding new caretakers. After all, Konoha had more than just this one orphanage. At Sora's suggestion, the orphanage's name was changed to Nono's Home, just like Nono's later, Kabuto's home. In the room, Sora sat cross-legged on the bed, taking out the ninjutsu scroll he obtained today to examine. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Seeing the words on the scroll clearly, Sora raised an eyebrow, carefully scanning the recorded technique. Before long, he casually rolled it back up and placed it to the side. This Water Dragon Bullet technique required a full 44 hand seals. Although Sora's hand speed was fast, in the rapidly changing battlefield, 44 seals were still too time-consuming. Sora couldn't help but recall the scene on the Great Naruto Bridge, when Kakashi and Zabuza faced off. Both performed hand seals simultaneously to release Water Dragon bullets. The process dragged on for nearly a minute. Thinking about it felt awkward. If that were on a battlefield, you'd probably be dead 10 times over. Compared to Kisame Hoshigaki's 1 seal and the 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi's 0 seals, it fell far short. However, Sora did remember there was one other person in Konoha who knew a 2-seal Water Dragon bullet. The true scapegoat, Mitarashi Anko. His Water Dragon bullet technique was taught by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and even had the additional effect of absorbing chakra. In the future, there might be a chance to get my hands on that simplified version of the technique, Sora thought to himself. Not dwelling on the scroll anymore, Sora focused his attention back on his own chest, beginning to control the animalization of the chest area. But soon, he couldn't help thinking about Nono's situation again. I wonder which country sister is in now. Is she in any danger? The Sora of now no longer felt that trace of awkwardness he once had when calling Nono sister. From the night Nono was forced to leave because of him, he had completely accepted this sister. Nono was only 12 years old when she left, yet she had to act like an adult supporting a family, shouldering the burden of caring for her younger siblings alone. In his previous life, children of that age were mostly just starting middle school carrying backpacks, their own lives still needing their parents' care. Early the next morning, Sora got up early for his morning training, then went to the ninja academy with Yusuji Rin. Entering the school, along the way there were none of the previous jeers and taunts. The looks other children gave Sora no longer held contempt, hatred, or such emotions. Instead, there was a touch of awe, envy, and even some held a trace of fear. 2 days ago, Sora brutally beating Uchiha Ryuta on the competition field, although it was divided into 4 areas, was still seen by quite a few people. Afterwards, through word of mouth, Sora's strength, personality, and image became increasingly exaggerated, leading to the current situation. Sora, the way others are looking at us today seems different, doesn't it? Yusuji Rin beside him also noticed this and spoke up. Don't mind them, just focus on ourselves. Sora wasn't bothered by this, just like before. Whether these people were mocking, hateful, or now envious, fearful, it didn't matter. In Sora's eyes, they were no different from background characters. The Third Great Ninja War would erupt in Konoha year 43, most of the people here would die on the battlefield like cannon fodder. Entering the Class B classroom, the originally somewhat noisy classroom instantly quieted down considerably. Many pairs of eyes focused on Sora in unison. The looks of contempt and provocation some used to have were gone, replaced by curiosity, awe, and admiration. Look, it's Sora. I didn't expect him to get first place, he even beat that Hyuga Hikaru. That last move of his was super amazing, I didn't even see it clearly. Shh, he's coming over. Whispers arose as Sora walked past, then quickly died down when his gaze swept over. A few kids who usually followed Uchiha Ryuda's lead even subconsciously shrank their necks, not daring to meet his eyes. Sora was well aware of this, and completely indifferent. The ninja world ultimately revered strength above all. Previously, he was mocked because of the two reasons, being a chakra waste and an orphan from an outside village. Now that he had displayed corresponding power, he naturally earned a measure of superficial respect. Kurenai had arrived early. Seeing Sora, she immediately waved happily. Sora, over here. Sora walked over and sat down, smiling. You're here quite early. Of course. Kurenai's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned closer and whispered, you're quite the celebrity now, Sora. What celebrity? Just got lucky, that's all. Sora shook his head, casually taking out his textbook, ready to start today's cultural class. He knew clearly in his heart, while this first place shielded him from Danzo's threats, it would also draw more attention. Before, when Sora walked on the street, few people noticed him, he was completely invisible. Now it was different. Even if not everyone knew him, a majority had heard his name. But this couldn't be avoided, he just had to accept it. Genius it is then. With Sarutobi Hiruzen backing me, there's nothing to fear. What Sora feared from the start was never the label genius. After all, his initial self-positioning was the hard-working Taijutsu genius. As long as the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit wasn't exposed, a few more labels like genius or strong didn't matter. Uchiha Ryuda in the back row didn't come to school, which made Sora take a couple more glances. He heard Ryuda had asked for a week off. After a bit of thought, Sora roughly figured out the reason. Although he hadn't gone for a kill, it would still take a few days for the swelling to go down and recovery. Uchiha Ryuda probably couldn't come to school with a pig's head. He himself might not care about face, but the Uchiha clan had to consider the family's reputation. He was probably still lying in bed now. The cultural class content afterwards was still simple and dull for Sora. After understanding the knowledge the teacher taught, he shifted his focus to operating the breathing technique, while also splitting his attention to ponder the subsequent training of the 8 inner gates. When the bell rang for afternoon dismissal, after saying goodbye to Kurenai, Sora headed straight to the small riverbank where he often trained. Sure enough, even before reaching the riverbank, he heard the passionate shouts of those two green figures. Guy, this is youth. 500 more squats. Yes, father. Burn, youth. Although he had been training with Guy and his father for a while now, every time he saw their signature green spandex suits, their dazzlingly bright white teeth, and that youthful energy that seemed ready to ignite at any moment, Sora still found it hard to keep a straight face. Senior Duy, Guy. Sora called out to the two figures by the river from afar. After greeting them, Sora didn't hesitate, quickly taking off his jacket and throwing it aside, joining their training group. Not long after, as Sora finished a set of push-ups and was about to switch exercises, Might Duy suddenly called out to him. Might Duy flashed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth and said, Sora, congratulations on getting first in the exam. This is the victory of youth. Saying so, he took out a seemingly heavy cloth bag from behind and handed it to Sora. Here, this is a gift to celebrate you getting first place. Sora took it somewhat surprised, feeling its weight. Opening it, inside were actually a pair of finely crafted iron weight wristbands and ankle weights. The workmanship looked quite solid. Senior Duy, this. Sora remembered Might Duy's family wasn't well off, these weight training gear clearly weren't cheap. Ha ha ha. Might Duy laughed heartily, thumping Sora's shoulder repeatedly. Don't worry. A while ago I got promoted to Chunin. The mission rewards are a bit more now. Thought you've been doing high-intensity taijutsu training, these should be helpful for you. This is a senior's gift to a junior's youth. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 42 Chapter 42 Rematch with Uchiha Takumai. Is that so? Sora remembered that Might Duy, when he was a genin, took on tasks like catching cats and accompanying wealthy women shopping and carrying bags. He figured Dewey's income had likely increased quite a bit after becoming a chunin. Looking at the heavy weights in his hand, then at Might Duy's sincere and enthusiastic smile, a warm feeling surged in Sora's heart. Thank you, Duy-senpai. This gift is very practical. Sora thanked him earnestly. Without any affectation, he directly put the weights on his wrists and ankles. As soon as he put them on, he felt his body become noticeably heavier, and his movements became somewhat sluggish. Oh, very motivated, Sora. Then let us burn with double the youth while carrying double the weight. Seeing Sora put them on without hesitation, the appreciation in Might Duy's eyes grew even stronger as he loudly proposed this. Yes. Sora and Guy responded in unison, their enthusiasm for training burning even higher. Guy, Sora, 500 more frog jumps. The steps of youth cannot stop. Yes, father. This is truly the burning heat of youth. Yes, Duy-senpai. On the open ground by the river, Sora and the other two were sweating profusely as they continuously performed various exercises. High knees, push-ups, frog jumps. One high-intensity physical training after another without pause. Huff, huff. Sora wiped the sweat from his face. Just as he was about to adjust his breathing, he caught sight of a familiar figure at the edge of the training ground from the corner of his eye. He is finally here. The newcomer was wearing the Uchiha clan's signature high-collared short-sleeved shirt and had a Konoha forehead protector on his arm. It was Uchiha Takamai. His expression was not as full of provocation as last time, but his eyes were still sharp, and his gaze was directly locked onto Sora. Might Duy recognized Uchiha Takamai. He frowned slightly and, just like last time, blocked Sora's front. Uchiha boy, what are you here for again? Challenges in youth should know when to stop. Guy also looked at Uchiha Takamai warily, adopting a defensive posture. Uchiha Takamai did not speak insolently like last time. He just looked at Sora and spoke. I am not here to cause trouble. At least not entirely. Sora had long been mentally prepared for this brother-obsessed Uchiha Takamai to come looking for him. Seeing the situation, he patted Might Duy's arm to signal him not to worry, then stepped forward. Takamai-senpai, what is the matter? Because Uchiha Takamai had taught Sora the fireball jutsu last time without holding back, Sora still used respectful language. Uchiha Takamai crossed his arms and said flatly, Ryuta's condition has not been good since he returned. Losing to you was a big blow to him. Sora was not surprised by this. With Uchiha Ryuta's personality, proud yet fragile, losing twice in a row to an orphan like him with no Kekkei Genkai, it would be strange if his mentality did not collapse. However, Uchiha Takamai's tone was very calm, as if stating a fact, without much accusatory hostility. Sora thought for a moment and responded, in assessment spars, winning and losing are common. Ryuta has very good talent. If he could focus more on the training itself and not on other things, he would improve quickly. He said this relatively tactfully, but the meaning was clear. Your brother lost because of a poor mentality, only thinking about competing and winning. Uchiha Takamai snorted. It was unclear whether it was agreement or disapproval. He stared at Sora, his crimson single tomo sharing and slowly rotating. I know it is not entirely your fault. That kid really needs more training. But, as his older brother, I cannot watch him remain this dejected. So you came to fight me again, to let your brother vent or regain some face. Are all you Uchiha this brother obsessed? As if seeing through Sora's thoughts, Uchiha Takamai continued. I am not here to take revenge for him. I just want to fight you again. A serious match. If I win, you have to go tell Ryuta that you acknowledge he is very strong, and it was just bad luck this time. Sora raised an eyebrow. This request was a bit childish, but it really fit the Uchiha clan's contradictory personality. What if you lose? I will not lose. Uchiha Takamai answered firmly, but after a pause, he still added. If I lose, if Ryuta comes to trouble you again over something like this, I will personally discipline him. And, I can teach you another fire release jutsu. The C-ranked Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sora's heart stirred. Although the Phoenix Flower Jutsu was also C-rank, its attack method was more flexible, with multiple fireballs attacking from different directions. But Sora did not need fire release anymore. One fireball jutsu was enough to disguise his burrow breath ability. Therefore, he spoke directly. Do you know any lightning release jutsu? I will fight you if you swap for a lightning release one. Hearing Sora say this, Uchiha Takamai stroked his chin. I do not know lightning release. How about earth release? Earth release. Sora was not surprised by Uchiha Takamai's answer. Lightning release was not a specialty of the Uchiha clan. The only famous one later was Sasuke. He wanted lightning release because the Azure Dragon Fruit also had lightning abilities. He wanted to get another benefit from Uchiha Takamai. Unfortunately, after thinking, Sora nodded. Then it will be the Phoenix Flower Jutsu. I agree. Although Sora himself might not use the Phoenix Flower Jutsu, he could give it to others at the orphanage. Moreover, it was still an Uchiha Fire Release Jutsu. Seeing this, Uchiha Takamai also nodded directly in agreement. Fine. That straightforward manner was typical of someone not caring about spending family resources. Seeing him agree, Sora directly took off the weights he had just put on not long ago and gently placed them on the ground. It made a dull thud sound. Uchiha Takamai's gaze lingered on the pair of weights for a moment, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Was this guy training with these on just now? Might Duy did not stop at this time. He just reminded in a deep voice. Sora, stop at the appropriate point. Be careful. He could see that this time, Uchiha Takamai did not seem to have much malice. It was more like a kind of Uchiha-style communication method. Guy was on the side loudly cheering. Sora, go. Let him see the youth of us Taijutsu ninja. Sora moved his suddenly much lighter hands and feet, feeling his body full of power. He walked to the center of the open ground and looked at Uchiha Takamai, speaking calmly. Takamai-senpai, please guide me. Uchiha Takamai also walked to the opposite side of Sora. His Sharingan slowly rotated, and his expression became serious. This time, I will not hold back. Let me see how much you, the top scorer in the practical exam, are really worth. In the air, fighting intent slowly condensed. Sora took a deep breath. Chakra within his body began to flow quietly. Although the 8 gates were not opened, his spirit was highly focused. This would be a more difficult battle than during the exam. After all, the opponent was a serious Chunin Uchiha with a Sharingan. Unlike Hyuga Hikaru, a genius who had not fully grown, as a Chunin, Uchiha Takamai had undoubtedly carried out many missions. Good timing. Let me test my current taijutsu, combined with the reaction and recovery brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit, and see how far I can go. Sora thought to himself, adopting an offensive starting stance. The fight is about to begin. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 43, Chapter 43 Fire Release Duel. Begin. As Might Duy, acting as the temporary referee, finished speaking, Uchiha Takamai's hands shot out as fast as lightning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A full 12 shuriken were thrown from various tricky angles, colliding with each other in mid-air, changing trajectories, instantly weaving a large metal net without any blind spots, descending upon Sora. This technique was even more fierce and precise than last time. The predictive and insight abilities of the Sharingan were fully displayed. Sure enough, a serious Uchiha Chunin is completely different from the brats at school. Sora was inwardly alert, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. With the dynamic vision enhancement of the Sharingan, this shuriken net was indeed troublesome. But his own dynamic vision, with the hidden enhancement of the Azure Dragon Fruit ability, also far surpassed ordinary people. Sora's body twisted left and right as if boneless, sometimes crouching low, sometimes leaping sideways, narrowly and dangerously avoiding most of the shuriken. Unfortunately, the angles of 2 shuriken were too extreme, impossible to dodge completely. Sora simply raised his arms, wrapped in special bandages, to block, protecting vital areas of his body. Clang, clang. The bandages were sliced open in 2 places, the skin and flesh underneath were also cut by the sharp shuriken, instantly bleeding bright red blood. Sora, be careful. Guy, standing nearby, couldn't help but shout loudly. Might Duy, however, was very calm. After all, it was just superficial wounds. In his view, from years of high-intensity training, this was nothing. Not just Sora, even Guy often got similar injuries from bumps and falls during regular training. As long as bones and tendons weren't injured, it didn't affect the fight at all. Of course, the premise was that the shuriken weren't coated with deadly poison. But Sora had already observed earlier that the edges of those shuriken gleamed with the cold light of the metal itself, without any dull coloration, and the tips showed no trace of residue from ointments or liquids. Clearly, although Uchiha Takamai wanted to teach him a lesson, he didn't intend to kill, only using standard-issue shuriken without poison. Therefore, Sora also chose to directly block those 2 shuriken. After dodging the shuriken net, Sora pushed off with his feet, instantly closing the distance. A fierce straight punch shot directly toward Uchiha Takamai's face, intending to use his taijutsu advantage to pressure him. However, Uchiha Takamai was, after all, a Chunin with rich combat experience. He did not choose to block head-on. While rapidly retreating, his hands had already completed a series of hand seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. A thick earthen wall instantly rose from the ground, blocking Sora's path. Thud. Sora's fist smashed heavily into the earthen wall, creating a shallow crater as fragments of stone flew everywhere, but it failed to break through. Earth release. Sora was not surprised. For a genius of the Uchiha clan, knowing a few ninjutsu of other elemental natures was perfectly normal. He immediately changed tactics, stepping on the earthen wall to borrow its rebound force and flip backward. Almost the instant he left his original position, Uchiha Takamai's figure flashed out from the other side of the earthen wall, flame spewing from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball skimmed past the earthen wall, turning the spot where Sora had just rebounded into scorched earth. If Sora hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been hit. Fast reflexes, Uchiha Takamai snorted coldly, his Sharingan locked onto Sora's movements as he tried to predict his next action. He found that Sora's taijutsu movements were concise and efficient, with almost no unnecessary flourishes, making it difficult to find obvious openings. This kid, is he really just a first year at the Ninja Academy? No wonder his combat awareness ranked first in the exam. Uchiha Takamai was secretly shocked, his evaluation of Sora rising yet another level. I can't let him create distance. If he starts bombarding me with long-range ninjutsu, no matter how strong my recovery ability is, I won't be able to hold out. Sora decided he had to drag the fight into the close-quarters combat he was most familiar with. Landing without the slightest pause, he charged at Uchiha Takamai again. Thud, thump. The two collided once more at close range, fists and feet crashing together and producing dull, heavy impacts. Uchiha Takamai's taijutsu was also formidable. Combined with the predictive insight of the Sharingan, he was able to fight Sora evenly for a time, trading blows back and forth. However, Sora's strength and speed were superior. His movements were so fast that they left afterimages, and he gradually gained the upper hand. Damn it. Uchiha Takamai was forced to retreat repeatedly after being struck by a powerful side kick from Sora. His arm went numb from the impact, and he realized he could not gain any advantage in a pure taijutsu confrontation. Uchiha Takamai's thoughts raced as his Sharingan analyzed frantically. In the next moment, he deliberately slowed his blocking motion, letting his shoulder sink slightly and intentionally exposing a flaw, revealing a tiny opening. Sora seized the opportunity immediately, driving a hand blade straight in. Just as the hand blade was about to land, Uchiha Takamai's Sharingan suddenly blazed brightly. Genjutsu, Hell Viewing Technique. This was a simple D-rank genjutsu, usually only capable of making a target see fragmented images of their deepest fears. It lasted for only a very short time and had minimal effect on Chunin level ninja and above. Because of the previous backlash, Uchiha Takamai did not dare use the powerful demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique again, fearing another backlash. However, with this simple genjutsu, even if backlash occurred, he was confident he could endure it. Moreover, Uchiha Takamai never expected this genjutsu to actually control Sora. His goal was merely that brief moment of interference. As expected, Sora only felt his vision blur slightly, as if he saw a hazy image of Nono in danger. But the draconic might contained within the Azure Dragon Fruit instantly activated on its own, shattering that trace of illusion like glass and dispersing it. The entire process took less than half a second. But that half-second pause was already enough. Now, Uchiha Takamai's eyes flashed sharply. This was the opening he had been waiting for. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. A B-rank ninjutsu. This was the strongest fire release technique he could currently use, far surpassing the Great Fireball technique. Boom! 3 ferocious, roaring fire dragons burst from his mouth, attacking from the left, right, and above simultaneously. Carrying an aura of total destruction, they lunged toward Sora, who had just freed himself from the genjutsu. Sora! Might Duy and Might Guy both cried out in alarm at the same time, their expressions changing drastically. This was already a fire release technique with Jonin-level power, extremely terrifying. A B-rank fire release. So he really was hiding a trump card. Facing the 3 violent fire dragons attacking from different angles, Sora's heart clenched sharply. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Sora immediately judged that with his current defense and movement speed, he absolutely could not evade them completely. Taking them head-on would be nothing short of suicide. At this critical moment, Sora's mind was unnaturally calm. The power of the Azure Dragon Fruit could not be exposed easily. However, basic physical recovery and partial beastification beneath the bandages were acceptable. And there was also the 8 gates. 8 gates, Gate of Opening, open. Gate of Healing, open. Gate of Life, open. Without the slightest hesitation, Sora opened the first 3 gates directly. Tremendous energy instantly erupted from within his body, green currents of air swirling around him. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his skin took on a faint blood-red hue. Overwhelming power flooded his entire body, and his speed skyrocketed instantly. But Sora did not flee immediately. Instead, his hands also rapidly formed hand seals: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The burrow breath of the Azure Dragon Fruit surged forth. In essence, this burrow breath was dragon breath. With Sora's current level of control over the fruit, he could unleash it as easily as breathing, the only difference being the level of power. However, this was Konoha, after all. The necessary disguise still had to be maintained. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 44, Chapter 44, Defeating Uchiha Takamai again. Boom. The fireball violently collided with the middle fire dragon, producing a deafening explosion sound. Flames splashed everywhere, temporarily obscuring vision. Taking advantage of the shockwave and light from the explosion as cover, Sora, in the Gate of Life state, decisively chose to beastify his legs. Like a green bolt of lightning, he almost skimmed the ground and narrowly slipped through the gap under the fire impact. The speed was at its extreme. Boom, boom. The other 2 fire dragons also slammed into the ground where Sora had just been standing at almost the same moment. With a dull thud, gravel flew and 2 charred deep pits were instantly blasted into the ground. Across from him, Uchiha Takamai had just finished releasing the Great Fire Annihilation technique and was in a brief period of chakra adjustment. His Sharingan was also momentarily dazzled by the intense explosion light. At the very moment his vision recovered, a fist wrapped in green energy was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. What? So fast? Uchiha Takamai had no time to make any effective reaction. He could only barely raise his arms to block. Thud. A heavy, dull impact sound rang out. Sora's fist, wreathed in green currents, solidly struck Uchiha Takamai's crossed-blocking arms. The powerful force far exceeded before. Uchiha Takamai only felt an irresistible, immense force transmitted. His arms ached sharply, and his entire body flew backward uncontrollably. Splash. A dull splash sounded. Uchiha Takamai was directly smashed into the small river beside them, sending up a splash half a person's height. He struggled a few times. With his high offense but low defense, he couldn't get up immediately and could only lean on the stones at the bank, panting heavily. His soaked clothes clung tightly to his body, looking utterly disheveled. For a moment, only the crackling of burning flames and the sound of the green current surging around Sora's body remained in the field. Might Duy and Guy were dumbstruck, their mouths agape. Sora slowly dispersed the 8 inner gate state, breathing slightly heavily. He looked at Uchiha Takamai lying in the distance and spoke calmly, "Takamai Sr., I accept your concession." He knew he had won by a fluke. If Uchiha Takamai hadn't been wary of the dragon's aura and dared not use powerful genjutsu, if he himself hadn't decisively beastified and used the explosion as cover to close in, the outcome would still be uncertain. With just a single tomo, he possessed such strength. The Uchiha clan truly lived up to their reputation. Uchiha Takamai clutched his numb, painful arm and struggled to sit up. Looking at Sora standing there, his breathing gradually steadying, his face was filled with shock, unwillingness, and a hint of complexity. He had lost. Lost to an orphan less than 7 years old with a meager amount of chakra. And moreover, lost on the great fireball technique he had personally taught. Uchiha Takamai gritted his teeth but ultimately said dejectedly, "I lost. According to our agreement, if Ryota troubles you again in the future, I will discipline him. The scroll for the phoenix flower technique, I will have someone deliver it tomorrow." After speaking, he stood up somewhat awkwardly, took a deep look at Sora, turned, and silently left. His back looked somewhat desolate. "You won, Sora. You're amazing." Guy quickly rushed over, shouting excitedly. Might Duy also walked over and vigorously patted Sora's shoulder, his eyes full of gratification and excitement. "Well done, Sora. You have perfectly mastered the power of the first 3 gates of the 8 inner gates. This is the victory of burning youth." Sora smiled, feeling the slight soreness in his body transmitted from opening the gates, and the warm sensation of the Azure Dragon Fruit's power quietly repairing these injuries. His heart was filled with great confidence regarding future threats. As for the term Ryota troubling him, mentioned by Uchiha Takamai, Sora didn't pay it any mind. Because as long as one was a normal person, after the previous 2 experiences, they would absolutely not think of troubling Sora again. That would be seeking death. "Senior Duy, Guy, let's end training here today. I need to go back and rest." The sun was already about to set, so Sora spoke directly. Although Sora's physique was formidable and he didn't need long rest after the fight, the cuts on his arms from the shuriken were already almost healed. If he didn't go back and someone discovered it, it would be troublesome. Might Duy, upon hearing this, patted Sora's shoulder. "Good kid. You fought passionately enough today. You should go back and rest properly. Youth also needs a balance of work and rest." Guy also chimed in, "Sora, you rest well. Tomorrow we'll train together again, 500 squats. I'll definitely be able to keep up with your speed then." As he spoke, he also gave a thumbs up. Sora looked at this energetic father and son pair and couldn't help but smile. "Alright, see you tomorrow." After speaking, he picked up his jacket and turned to walk in the direction of the orphanage. Uchiha clan compound. At this time, the Uchiha clan still lived on the outskirts of Konoha village. Although they were viewed with suspicion due to Madara's rebellion, the Nine-Tails incident had not yet occurred. After leaving the sight of Sora and the others, Uchiha Takamai also increased his speed to leave. Now, dragging his slightly heavy steps, he walked on the streets of the Uchiha compound. Occasionally, Uchiha clansmen wearing fan-patterned clothes passed by, nodding to each other, but rarely engaging in the warm, casual greetings seen among villagers outside. The air was filled with an atmosphere interwoven with arrogance and aloofness. Uchiha Takamai was long accustomed to all this. He walked straight to a not particularly conspicuous but very clean and tidy residence. This was the home he shared with his younger brother, Uchiha Ryota. Their parents had died during the Second Shinobi World War, so the 2 brothers depended on each other. Pushing open the front door, the entranceway felt somewhat desolate. "Brother, is that you back?" A somewhat weak voice came from the bedroom. Uchiha Takamai pushed open the bedroom door. He saw Uchiha Ryota lying prone on the bed, covered with a thin blanket. The exposed parts of his arms and face still showed some purplish bruises, left over from being educated by Sora a few days earlier. However, they were all superficial wounds. With a shinobi's recovery ability, they were indeed mostly healed, though he still looked somewhat disheveled. Takamai responded, walked over, sat down, and poured himself a cup of water. Uchiha Ryota struggled to turn on his side. Seeing his brother's wet clothes and the clearly unpleasant expression on his face, his heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. "Brother, you went to find that Sora." Then, what was the result? Uchiha Ryota held his breath, looking nervously at his brother. Although he had been beaten badly by Sora, his brother was a talented chunin in the clan, possessing the Sharingan and formidable strength. Even though his brother had also lost to Sora last time, that was a match under various constrained conditions and not a reliable reference. Therefore, deep down, he still harbored a sliver of hope, hoping his brother could salvage a bit of the Uchiha clan's pride for him. Uchiha Takamai set down the water cup, remained silent for a moment, and finally said honestly, "I lost." 2 simple words, but they struck Uchiha Ryota's heart like a heavy hammer. Lost. How is that possible? How could you lose to that guy, brother? He's clearly just a. Uchiha Ryuta's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. He is a true genius, Ryuta. Uchiha Takamai interrupted his brother's words, speaking in a calm tone. His taijutsu far surpasses his peers. His reaction speed is extremely fast. His combat awareness is even more terrifying. And, his great fireball is used better than many clansmen. Uchiha Ryuta felt his worldview was being shaken. That orphan with ant-like chakra had actually defeated his brother. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 45, Chapter 45 Rinnegan. The room was quiet for a long time. Brother, are you okay? Are you hurt? After the shock, Uchiha Ryuta suddenly remembered the key point and nervously looked his brother up and down. He saw that Uchiha Takamai's arms seemed somewhat red and swollen, and his clothes were wet too. His heart immediately tightened. It's all my fault. It's all because of me. Uchiha Ryuta's voice choked with sobs. His emotions completely broke down. He threw himself into Uchiha Takamai's arms and started bawling loudly, tears and snot all smearing onto Uchiha Takamai's wet clothes. Uchiha Takamai was stunned by his younger brother's sudden outburst of crying, then his heart softened. Feeling the trembling of his younger brother's thin, small body in his arms and that undisguised worry and dependence, a strong desire to protect and heartache surged in his heart. At that moment, Uchiha Takamai's scarlet single tomo Sharingan involuntarily appeared. The black tomo in his eye began to spin wildly, faster and faster, as if about to split. The faint shadow of another tomo gradually appeared, slowly solidifying. Finally, the second tomo fully manifested. But Uchiha Takamai did not notice this at the moment. His attention was entirely focused on his younger brother, his eyes filled with concern. Almost at the same time, Uchiha Ryuta, due to extreme guilt, worry for his brother. All sorts of intense emotional fluctuations stimulated his nerves. An unprecedented burning sensation suddenly rushed into his eyes. Ah! Uchiha Ryuta groaned in pain, instinctively covering his eyes. Ryuta, what's wrong? Seeing this, Uchiha Takamai immediately stepped forward, worried that his younger brother's old injury had flared up or he was too emotionally agitated. However, when Uchiha Ryuta slowly lowered his hands and raised his head, Uchiha Takamai froze completely. He saw that Uchiha Ryuta's originally clear black and white eyes had now turned a scarlet color. A single black tomo was slowly rotating within the blood-red pupil, emitting an eerie glow. Sharingan. Single tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Ryuta, who had been beaten up by Sora at the Ninja Academy without awakening his Sharingan, had now awakened it because of his worry and guilt towards his brother. If Sora were here, he would probably sigh. As expected of the Uchiha. One is a younger brother fanatic, the other an older brother fanatic. Truly a family of double supremes. Actually, this wasn't that surprising. The parents of the Uchiha Ryuta brothers died in the Second Shinobi World War. Uchiha Ryuta was completely raised by his older brother Uchiha Takamai. One could say, the bond between these brothers was even deeper than that between Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. This kind of bond carved into their bones was inherently the strongest catalyst for stimulating the Uchiha to awaken their eyes. Time rewinds a bit. Sora was slowly walking towards the orphanage. At the same time, he wrapped his injured arm with his jacket to avoid anyone noticing the wound had completely healed. This Uchiha Takamai definitely has the strength of a Takebutsu Jonin. If he hadn't been countered in his strongest area, Genjutsu, I really wouldn't be his match. As expected of the world of legends, the Sharingan and Byakugan are still too powerful. Along the way, Sora continuously pondered in his mind about the recent confrontation with Uchiha Takamai, and by extension, the two special Kekii Genkai, the Byakugan and Sharingan. In Sora's view, the Byakugan and Sharingan each have their own advantages and disadvantages. The awakening threshold for the Byakugan is very low. The vast majority of Hyuga clan members can successfully awaken it. But its ceiling is also low, because awakening the Tenseigan is too difficult. The Uchiha clan is different. The difficulty of awakening the Sharingan is extremely high. There are many ordinary clan members within the clan who possess Uchiha blood but never awaken their Sharingan in their entire lives. However, the advantage of the Sharingan is also very clear. Before upgrading to the Rinnegan, which is on the same level as the Tenseigan, it has several distinct progressive stages: Tomo, Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo. This creates a difference in the strength ceiling of the two clans. The Hyuga clan rarely produces Kage-level powerhouses. The clan's top combatants mostly stay at the level of Elite Jonin, and even that is only a minority. The Uchiha clan is completely different. Most holders of the 3 Tomo Sharingan can reach Elite Jonin level. Once the Mangekyo is awakened, Kage-level strength is guaranteed. The Eternal Mangekyo can firmly sit at the peak of Kage level. As for today's Uchiha Takamai, Sora estimated that once he awakens the 2 Tomo, his strength would definitely be at Jonin level. With 3 Tomo, he would be at least at the Elite Jonin tier. And this is also the normal progression path for most Uchiha who awaken their Sharingan. As for the Mangekyo above that, Sora believed that both Uchiha Takamai brothers have the conditions to awaken it. The older brother Takamai is full of younger brother fanaticism. The younger brother Ryuta has a biased and extreme personality. As long as the right method is used to stimulate them, like Uchiha Madara did to Obito, there is a great possibility of awakening the Mangekyo. When the time comes, merging the Mangekyo of these two brothers, the eternal Mangekyo would also be a logical development. By then, Sora might just be able to pilot a Gundam. Sora walked quietly alone on the small path, a thoughtful expression on his face, but also with a hint of coldness. I have the recovery ability of the Azure Dragon Fruit. When the time comes, I'll also get a chakra battery. Even if the Mangekyo isn't my own, I can use it without burden. Plus, with my Yang release Uzumaki Sage Body, combining Yin and Yang, the Rinnegan is not impossible. Wait, I also need the chakra factors of Indra and Azure. That means cells from Naruto and Sasuke's bodies. The aura around Sora in the forest slowly grew colder. Naruto and Sasuke are born in year 47. By that time, I will at least be an elite Jonin. Getting just a few cells would be completely fine. Then the last thing is to wait for the appearance of Six Paths power with time. And I have the Azure Dragon Fruit. My lifespan will absolutely far surpass Uchiha Madara's. I don't need to wait until I'm on my deathbed like him to evolve the Rinnegan. And it's not necessarily just about grinding with time. I could just eat her directly. Sora raised his head, turning his gaze towards the location of the moon. A suppressed growl escaped his throat, and his pupils had, at some point, turned into vertical slits. Thoughts constantly flashed in his mind. The aura around Sora slowly changed. A cold, primal, beast-like aura enveloped his surroundings. Just then, several playful voices suddenly came from not far away. Ha ha ha, Sister Rin, please spare me. Humph, you dare to tease me. Ayumi, I'll tickle you to death. Crack. A clear sound came from nearby, interrupting Sora's thoughts like thunder. What was wrong with me just now? How could I have such vicious thoughts? Sora snapped back to reality, his heart beating rapidly. He then realized he had unknowingly already reached the entrance of the orphanage. Yusuji Rin was in the courtyard playing and roughhousing with the two little girls, Ayumi and Yumi. Sora stood at the entrance. Unknowingly, he too was distracted by the sounds of their playful, joyful banter. Snapping out of his earlier dark train of thought, he was also shocked by the ferocity of his own previous ideas. Although Uchiha Ryuta had offended Sora, he was just a 6-year-old child. His actions came from an immature mind. As an adult, after teaching him a few lessons, Sora had let it go. And although Uchiha Takumai was initially sharp-tongued and extremely hypocritical, in both encounters, it was Uchiha Takumai who came out worse. Sora even gained some benefits from Uchiha Takumai. The two couldn't be considered friends, but their relationship was okay, at least better than with those classmates at the Ninja Academy. As for the later, even more shocking thoughts, they were even harder to accept. Has my strength increased too quickly recently? Am I getting arrogant? Sora clenched his fist, trying hard to suppress the remaining trace of ferocity in his heart. He looked around, confirmed no one was there, and quickly walked into the courtyard. He needed to stay away from those dark thoughts. The warmth before him was what he truly wanted to protect. Clickbait chapter title. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 46, Chapter 46, Graduation. Night, in Sora's room. After dinner, Sora sat cross-legged on his bed as usual, practicing controlling the partial beast transformation on his chest. Azure Dragon scales slowly emerged on his chest, then slowly receded. But his mind kept returning to the thoughts that had appeared in his head earlier. Maybe the stress has been too much lately. After all, this rotten world is all about fighting and killing every day. The third great ninja war is coming, and that old fox Danzo is watching. It's hard not to think too much. Sora sighed, blaming it all on the general environment of the ninja world. One takes on the color of one's company. Calming his mood, forcing himself to push those thoughts to the back of his mind, Sora focused again on practicing the partial transformation, no longer thinking about those ideas. But did Sora really forget? No, those thoughts did not disappear at all, he just buried them in the deepest part of his heart. And, who knows, one day these thoughts might become another choice. Sora repeated his 3-point life between school, the training ground, and the orphanage day after day. Unknowingly, Konoha year 38 reached year's end. The cold air heralded the arrival of winter, and also marked the end of the ninja school semester. For most students, this meant a pleasant long vacation. But for Sora, this day held a more special meaning. He graduated. After the closing ceremony, students cheered and flooded out of the classroom, discussing their holiday plans. Sora's feelings were somewhat complicated. He was finally leaving this place where he had spent nearly a year. Although he had wanted to graduate early from the start, to do missions to increase his strength and accumulate experience. But this was, after all, the starting point of his integration into this world. Sora. You're really not coming next semester. The voice of Kurenai Ui, thick with reluctance, came from beside him. She lowered her head, her wine-red eyes glistening, clearly in very low spirits. Seeing her like this, Sora sighed inwardly and said helplessly, "Yes, it's the Hokage's arrangement. I have to report to the ANBU. But I'm not leaving Konoha. We can still meet in the future. But it won't be the same." Kurenai's voice carried a hint of a sob. "You're going to the ANBU, will you have to carry out very dangerous missions? Will it be a long time before we can meet again? Seeing her on the verge of tears, Sora rubbed her hair as he used to, comforting her. Don't worry, I'm pretty strong, nothing will happen. And I promise you, whenever I have the chance, I'll come back to see you, or treat you to Ichiraku ramen, until you're full. Kurenai sniffled, forcing a smile, but still looked dejected. Promise, don't lie. Of course. Sora nodded seriously. At that moment, Asuma, chewing on a blade of grass, sauntered over. Behind him were others like Marino Ibiki from the top 16 of the exams, as well as classmates Katetsu Hagane and Kamizuki Izumo, and Yusuji Rin from the orphanage. Hey, Sora. Asuma still had that cocky look, but his tone was much better than at the start of the school year. I heard today counts as your official graduation, pretty fast. Marino Ibiki still had that expressionless face, just nodding at Sora as a greeting. Genma Shiranui, with a senbon in his mouth, said indistinctly, TSK, one less strong fighter in the school, it'll be boring. Katetsu Hagane slapped his chest heartily. Sora, don't forget us classmates when you make it big. Kamizuki Izumo pushed his glasses up, adding, especially if we enter the torture and interrogation force in the future, if you need help. He didn't finish before Katetsu elbowed him. Yusuji Rin also said softly, Brother Sora, congratulations on graduating. She was different from Sora and Miyamoto Ichiro. Her ninja talent wasn't low, and her academic grades were among the top in Class C. Sora estimated she had the potential to become a Jonin-level ninja with normal development. Looking at these faces, some familiar, some only vaguely recognized, Sora was actually a bit surprised. He hadn't expected so many people to come specifically to say goodbye now that he was leaving. He had only mentioned his graduation and entry into the ANBU to Kurenai Ui and the orphanage people, not to anyone else. Sora thought about it. No need to guess, it must have been Asuma, the crown prince, who spread the news. Asuma glanced at the red-eyed Kurenai Ui, then at Sora, and took the initiative to suggest. Alright, enough standing around here. To celebrate the holiday, and also, to see you off, let's go to Yakiniku Q. My treat. Wow, Asuma, you're actually being generous for once. Yakiniku. Yeah. The suggestion was immediately met with agreement from everyone. Kurenai Ui also perked up a little. So the group noisily headed towards Konoha's famous Yakiniku Q restaurant. The Yakiniku Q restaurant in the evening was bustling with noise and filled with lively atmosphere. Sora's group found a large table and sat down. As the crown prince of Konoha, Asuma grandly ordered a huge pile of beef, pork belly, and various vegetables. Wow, it looks so delicious. Hurry, eat. It won't be good if it gets overcooked. The atmosphere quickly became lively. Everyone vied for the grilled meat while chattering away. Asuma, flipping the meat on the grill, looked at Sora. Hey, Sora, when you go to the ANBU, don't disgrace our Class B. Even though you're a pretty annoying guy, your strength is undeniable. Sora smiled, picking up a piece of beef tongue. Don't worry, I'll be careful. As a transmigrator, Sora was well aware of the dangers of the ANBU. But Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically pulling him into the ANBU for training meant he obviously wouldn't be sent on overly dangerous missions too early, so he wasn't too worried. Kurenai Ui sat quietly next to Sora, eating small bites of the meat Sora had grilled and cut into small pieces for her. She stole glances at Sora from time to time, her heart full of reluctance and worry. Sora must stay safe. Katetsu Hagane and Kamizuki Izumo were arguing about who would become the more impressive Chunin in the future, one claiming to be the future gate guard king, the other a future interrogation expert. Looking at the lively scene before him, Sora felt somewhat emotional. This was Konoha. There was strife, there were schemes, but there was also this simple, bustling, everyday life. Hey, Sora, what are you spacing out for? Katetsu is about to grab all the meat. Asuma's voice brought him back to reality. Katetsu Hagane's plate was already piled high, his mouth stuffed full, still trying to grab the last few slices of meat on the grill. Leave some for me. Sora also joined the meat-grabbing battle, temporarily pushing aside those heavy thoughts. The yakiniku meal lasted a long time. It only ended when it was completely dark outside and everyone's stomachs were completely full. It's worth mentioning that Sora alone ate as much as all the others combined. Fortunately, Asuma was paying, so Sora didn't have to worry. But when Asuma came out after settling the bill, he shed tears of regret. Leaving the yakiniku restaurant, everyone said their goodbyes, promising to meet again when possible. Kurenai Ui walked last. She looked at Sora and said very seriously, Sora, you must be careful. And, remember what you said, come back to see me. Yes, I remember. You too, practice your genjutsu well at school. Next time we meet, I'll have to check up on you properly. Looking at Kurenai's serious little face, Sora couldn't help but pinch it, making her face turn bright red. Don't worry, I won't lose to you. Kurenai Ui revealed a bright smile, waved vigorously, then turned and ran towards her mother, who had specifically come to pick her up and wore an amused expression. Watching the others' retreating figures, Sora took a deep breath of the cold air. His ninja school life had come to a complete end. The ANBU, let me see what the roots of Konoha are really like. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanficnovels. 47, Chapter 47 ANBU. Several days later, one early morning. As soon as Sora returned to the orphanage after finishing his morning training, he discovered a small scroll on the windowsill that had appeared there at some unknown time. The scroll was completely black. It had no markings, only a bright red character 4 secret stamped in the center. It's here. Sora's heart tightened. He quickly picked up the scroll, flashed back to his room, and after confirming no one was around, carefully untied the sealing string on the scroll. The scroll slowly unrolled. The first thing that caught his eye was the symbol of Konoha. Below it were a few lines of concise text. ANBU Admission Notice. Name, Sora. Age, 7. ID Number, ANBU Cadet, 567. Rank, Cadet Member. Assigned Jonin Instructor, not yet assigned. Reporting Location, Konoha Underground Headquarters, Area 3, Entrance 7. Reporting Time, valid within 3 days from today. Sora's gaze lingered on the words, Cadet Member, for a moment. Formal ANBU members used codenames. Cadet members were different. They only had ID numbers. This was more or less what Sora had expected. Given his current age and his surface-level abilities, directly becoming a formal ANBU member was indeed unlikely. Cadet. That's suitable. Sora continued reading. The latter part of the scroll briefly introduced the ANBU's organizational structure and basic system. ANBU was a secret Black Ops unit directly under the Hokage's command, responsible for assassination, intelligence gathering, and the execution of high-risk missions. Operating in the shadows and concealing their identities behind masks, they represented Konoha's most elite and ruthless force. The current total membership was approximately 100 people. The ranks from top to bottom were 1 captain and 1 vice captain. It was divided into 4 squads, each led by 1 squad leader. Each squad oversaw 6 teams. Each team consisted of 4 ninja. The members' strength was generally at the high Chunin level or above. The proportion of Takebutsu Jonin, special Jonin, was very high, mixed with quite a few Jonin. Leader-level positions were all held by elite Jonin. ANBU benefits were quite generous. Monthly stipends were more than 3 times that of ordinary ninja of the same rank. Mission rewards were calculated separately. They also enjoyed the highest priority in material allocation rights and medical security. But corresponding to this were an extremely high casualty rate and extraordinarily high mission intensity. The main differences between cadet members and formal members were in authority and mission types. Cadet members did not have the qualification to carry out missions independently. They needed to conduct practical training and support missions under the guidance of an assigned Jonin instructor. At the same time, their range of activities was somewhat restricted. They could not access core secrets. Only after passing a probationary period of at least half a year could a cadet member become a formal ANBU member. However, the scroll also noted that this half-year period was not absolute. It could be reduced for special individuals, such as those like Sora who were specifically named by Sarutobi Hiruzen, or geniuses like Kakashi whose strength far exceeded their peers. Half-year probationary period. It seems I need to perform well during this time, Sora thought silently. However, Sora remembered that in the original story, ANBU usually had 70 members. It seemed Konoha during this period was indeed powerful. The ANBU's numbers, as well as its quality, were far higher than during Naruto's later era. And this didn't even include Danzo's root organization. The end of the scroll also mentioned the ANBU's current highest commander, the captain, Heitake Sakumo. Sora was very familiar with this name. Konoha's white fang, Heitake Kakashi's father, a legendary ninja whose strength and reputation at his peak even surpassed the Sannin. He was skilled at using a short sword that emitted white light, famous throughout the ninja world for his astonishing speed and decisiveness. In the original story, Heitake Sakumo abandoned a mission to save his comrades, suffered criticism from the village, and ultimately chose to commit suicide. This became the biggest psychological shadow in Kakashi's life. At this point in time, Heitake Sakumo should be at his peak. Sora recalled the original timeline. He remembered Heitake Sakumo died in Konoha year 40. He still had a little over a year left to live. Sora's impression of Heitake Sakumo wasn't actually bad. As a commander, he was exceptionally capable. As a ninja, he was extremely powerful. And as a person, he valued the lives of his comrades, although this ultimately led to his tragedy. Working under someone like this, at least I don't have to worry about being treated as pure cannon fodder, Sora thought. However, I also need to be careful not to get too close to him. After all, knowing the original story well, he was very clear that Heitake Sakumo's future outcome wasn't very good. Getting too close might mean getting dragged into the political turmoil among Konoha's higher-ups. In Sora's memory, Heitake Sakumo was ultimately hounded to death by rumors and gossip in the village after returning from a mission. And these rumors were most likely orchestrated behind the scenes by Danzo. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in his prime. Although a Konoha white fan didn't threaten his position enough to be considered a case of merits overshadowing the Lord, if he could use the opportunity to suppress Heitake Sakumo's reputation a bit, why wouldn't he? After all, when it really came time to choose the next Hokage, with just a word from Sarutobi Hiruzen, these rumors would be trivial matters that could be easily erased. Moreover, people always have their favorites and those they are closer to. Although Heitake Sakumo was also part of the Hokage's faction, compared to Orochimaru, the personal disciple he had raised himself and poured countless effort into, he was clearly a level apart. Therefore, regarding the village's critical gossip targeting Heitake Sakumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned a blind eye and didn't pay much attention to it. But what no one expected was that Heitake Sakumo directly chose to flip the table. He committed suicide. This move completely stunned both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. They were caught completely off guard. Sora could even imagine Sarutobi Hiruzen's and Danzo's inner thoughts at the time. Seriously, man, are you that fragile? If you were this easy to break, you should have said so earlier. And Heitake Sakumo's death also indirectly led to Konoha's later predicament of lacking a new generation to replace the old. By Naruto's generation, the village's usable Kage-level combatants were only the aging and weakened Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Kage-level gatekeeper Danzo, and Jiraiya who spent most of his time wandering the world. But Sora wasn't some kind-hearted saint. He had no intention whatsoever of changing Heitake Sakumo's fate and naturally didn't want to have any involvement with him. After committing the information on the scroll to memory, Sora spat out a small ball of flame, burning the scroll to ashes. This was a requirement stated on the ANBU notification, destroy immediately after reading. After finishing all this, Sora wrapped the bandages tightly, put on a black training suit suitable for movement, said goodbye to Miyamoto Ichiro and the others, and headed out towards the reporting location specified in the notice. The ANBU headquarters was located underground in Konoha, with multiple hidden entrances. The Area 3, Entrance 7 that Sora needed to go to was located in a small forest at the edge of the village. Along the way, Sora kept thinking about his upcoming life in the ANBU. With my current strength, I should be considered top tier among Chunin, especially in Taijutsu and explosive power. But compared to Takebutsu Jonin and Jonin, there is still a clear gap. The 8 Gates released formation is strong, but it can't be used as a regular method. The Azure Dragon Fruit's abilities are an absolutely must-not-reveal trump card. So, what I need to do most in the ANBU is learn and accumulate experience, while carefully hiding the fruit's abilities. Sora understood clearly that a place like the ANBU, while full of opportunities, was also far more dangerous than it appeared on the surface. The dangers weren't just from missions, but also from internal competition and strife. Although Danzo's root organization was independent from the ANBU, personnel flowed frequently between the two organizations. There were certainly quite a few root agents lurking within the ANBU. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 48, Chapter 48 Reserve Member 567. Passing through several streets, Sora arrived at the small forest at the edge of the village. According to the description on the notice, he soon found an exceptionally thick tree. A small, inconspicuous symbol was carved on the trunk, precisely the ANBU mark. Sora looked left and right, confirming no one was paying attention, then formed a simple hand seal and said softly, Reserve Member 567 reporting. The trunk silently split open, revealing an entrance just wide enough for one person. A staircase leading downward appeared before his eyes. Sora took a deep breath and stepped inside. After he entered, the trunk silently closed again, as if nothing had happened. The passage was narrow and dim at first, but as he descended, it became more open. Lamps providing illumination began to appear on the walls on both sides. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, the area ahead brightened. A massive underground space appeared before him. This was the headquarters of the Konoha ANBU. Sora even speculated that it was hidden directly beneath the Hokage building, so that Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders could reach the ANBU at any time. Completely different from the sunny, lively, and peaceful atmosphere of Konoha village above ground, the ANBU headquarters was filled with a stern, efficient, and oppressive atmosphere. The entire space was dimly lit, dominated by dark tones. ANBU members wearing various animal masks could be seen everywhere, hurrying past. Almost no one was talking, only the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridors. The air carried a faint smell of disinfectant, mixed with scents of earth and rotting tree roots. Occasionally, a few ANBU members glanced at Sora, this unfamiliar face. But their gazes just swept over him coldly, showing no curiosity or welcome, and soon shifted away. The atmosphere here is indeed worlds apart from the village, Sora thought, sensing the surroundings. In the village, even ninjas showed a certain degree of emotional interaction. But here, everyone seemed like a precise tool, with emotions compressed to a minimum. Is this the root of Konoha? Sora silently observed his surroundings. Sora noticed that the ANBU personnel here were of 2 types. One type wore full masks that didn't even reveal their eyes. These people were usually in a hurry, carrying a faint, intangible smell of blood. The other type wore only half-face masks or no masks at all, appearing relatively more relaxed. The former are probably full members who just completed a mission or are about to go on one. The latter might be administrative staff or those on break, Sora guessed. Following the guidance of the signs, Sora arrived at the reporting area for reserve members. It was a small room. Inside, only one ANBU wearing a fox mask sat behind a desk, writing something with his head down. Reserve Member 567, Sora, reporting, Sora said calmly. The fox mask looked up, glanced at Sora, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, seemingly not expecting the new reserve member to be so young. But he didn't ask anything. He just carried out his duty in a businesslike manner. Identity confirmed. This is your temporary mask and uniform. The changing room is on the left. After changing, come back here for the next instructions. Sora took a set of standard black ANBU uniform and a simple tanuki mask, and nodded. Understood. After changing into the uniform and putting on the mask in the changing room, Sora looked at himself in the mirror, clad entirely in black, his face covered by the mask, leaving only his eyes and a head of white hair visible. From now on, I am ANBU Reserve Member 567, Sora whispered to himself. Returning to the reporting area, the fox mask handed Sora a small scroll. This is your initial arrangement. Assemble at the training ground every morning at 6 a.m. sharp for training and assessment. When you have no missions, you are free to use the training facilities on the underground 3rd level. It is forbidden to leave the base without permission. It is forbidden to inquire into information not relevant to you. The consequences for violating rules are severe. Sora took the scroll and nodded. Understood. Go ahead. You can familiarize yourself with the environment today. Training officially starts tomorrow. The fox mask waved his hand, indicating Sora could leave. After leaving the reporting area, Sora did not immediately go to familiarize himself with the environment. Instead, he first found a quiet corner, opened the scroll, and read it carefully. The scroll detailed his schedule as a reserve member, code of conduct, and scope of authority. The training mainly includes stealth and reconnaissance, interrogation and counterinterrogation, assassination techniques, teamwork, codes and ciphers. The coverage is quite comprehensive. Regarding authority, as a reserve member, Sora could only move within levels 1 to 3 of the underground headquarters and could not enter deeper classified areas. He also could not accept missions alone. He must be led by a supervising jonin. It seems the early stage is mainly for learning and adaptation. That suits me just fine. But I can't leave the base during this period. Sitting in the corner, Sora frowned. Fortunately, before reporting to the ANBU, he had told Miyamoto Ichiro that he might not return for a long time, so they wouldn't worry. But this created a problem. When at the orphanage, Sora would practice his beastification ability every night. Here at the ANBU headquarters, Sora did not dare to do that. The present time was different from wartime. There might be temporary promotions of half-baked ANBU members. At this time, not to mention the Byakugan that might exist among them, just the other ANBU members themselves, none of them were easy to deal with. It could be entirely said that the current ANBU were all talented individuals. It's just that they weren't pleasant to talk to. This, of course, referred to the full members. Among these ANBU, there were certainly quite a few sensory-type ninjas. If Sora dared to practice his fruit ability here, he would definitely be hung up and tortured. It seems I need to pass the assessment period as soon as possible and become a full ANBU member, Sora thought to himself. After becoming a full member, there would be 2 to 5 days of rest time after each mission. He could use that time to practice his fruit ability. Obviously, Sora's future time for practicing his fruit ability would inevitably be reduced by the vast majority, prolonging the time it took for him to enter the 3rd stage, full beastification. But there was no other way. He had to enter the ANBU to obtain Sarutobi Hiruzen's protection. After all, he was still too weak now to deal with the threat from Danzo. Ultimately, it was still insufficient strength. Fortunately, for now, as long as he was in the village, Danzo was not something to worry about. And Sora was only 7 years old now. The 3rd Great Ninja War was still 4 years away. That time was also enough for him to shed the role of cannon fodder. Closing the scroll, Sora decided to go see the training area first. The training area in the ANBU headquarters was much more professional and comprehensive than that of the Ninja Academy, divided into 2 large training zones. Sora was assigned to Training Field Zone 1. Apart from regular taijutsu and ninjutsu training grounds, there were also special venues for practicing stealth, assassination, and trap setting. Sora entered the taijutsu training ground of Training Zone 1 and found some ANBU members already training there. Their movements were clean and sharp, every move aimed directly at vital points, without any unnecessary or flashy actions, carrying a hint of the hard fist style. It was completely different from the taijutsu style taught at the Ninja Academy. This is the taijutsu truly used in actual combat. Sora observed carefully, assessing the strength of these people. Generally at a level above average chunin, a few possibly reaching the level of special jonin. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 49, Chapter 49 ANBU Special Training. ANBU Underground Base. Sora stood in a corner quietly observing. Then, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Newcomer. Sora was startled inside, but on the surface he remained calm. Turning around, he saw a reserve ANBU member also wearing a tanuki mask standing behind him, though he did not know when the person had arrived. Reserve member number 567, reporting today, Sora answered calmly. The Tanuki mask looked him over for a moment, then suddenly said, I heard you are the only one in this batch directly recruited from the Ninja Academy. Sora was taken aback, not expecting the news to spread so fast. He nodded. Yes. Interesting. The voice from behind the Tanuki mask was still cold. It said, I hope you can last the first month. The ANBU is not a place for children playing house. Having said that, he turned and left without waiting for Sora's response. Sora watched his retreating figure, frowning slightly. It seems not everyone in the ANBU is cold and emotionless. At least there are those who care about newcomers. But I can do without this kind of intimidating concern. Sora thought to himself, but he also memorized the number on the back of this Tanuki mask's uniform. 369. After walking around the training area, Sora went to look at the library and the medical area. The ANBU library housed a large collection of high-level ninjutsu scrolls and tactical materials, but most areas had restricted access for reserve members. The equipment in the medical area was noticeably more advanced and complete than that in the village hospital. The resources are indeed abundant. If used properly, this could be a good place to quickly improve one's strength, Sora thought. In the evening, Sora followed instructions and arrived at the dormitory area for reserve members. The dormitory rooms were single occupancy, small but fully functional, with a bed, a wardrobe, and a small desk. Sora sat down on the bed, took off his mask, and let out a long breath. His first day in the ANBU gave him much to think about. The atmosphere here was oppressive, efficient. Everyone seemed to view themselves as a tool rather than a human being. But in contrast, the resources and opportunities here indeed far exceeded those in the outside world. I can use the resources here to improve myself, but I absolutely must maintain my true self. I cannot be assimilated by this environment. But I also need to be careful of Danzo's spies. Lying on the bed, Sora looked at the ceiling, various thoughts flashing through his mind. Let's take it step by step. First, pass the probation period and become a full-fledged ANBU member. The next morning at 5:50, Sora arrived on time at Training Area 1. By then, the training area had already gathered about 200 reserve members. A dense crowd, everyone wore the standard-issue Tanuki mask and black training clothes, standing quietly in the center of the field. No one was talking. Judging by their builds and demeanor, most of these reserve members were between 15 and 18 years old, considerably older than Sora. Occasionally, there were a few who looked younger, probably around 12 years old. Being the youngest, Sora stood inconspicuously at the end of a side row like a minion, secretly observing these future colleagues. It seems I really am the youngest in this batch, Sora thought. However, Sora noticed that the training field numbers were all in the 401 to 600 range, and he did not see the number 369 from yesterday. It seemed they were divided into different areas. The numbers at the front were probably those who entered the ANBU earlier and had stronger abilities. At 6 o'clock sharp, 3 ANBU instructors wearing different animal masks appeared on time at the front of the training field. The instructor wearing an eagle mask in the middle stepped forward. He scanned the reserve members present, his voice cold. I am your head instructor, codename Eagle. From today, I am responsible for your overall training schedule. He pointed to the instructor wearing a leopard mask on his left. This is the Taijutsu and Assassination Techniques instructor, codename Leopard. Then he pointed to the instructor wearing an owl mask on his right. This is the Stealth, Reconnaissance, and Counter-Reconnaissance instructor, codename Owl. In the following training, you will only have a number, no name. All training content must be strictly executed. No questioning or slacking is allowed. Those who violate discipline will face punishment for minor offenses, or direct expulsion for major ones. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Everyone answered in unison. Sora shouted along, while silently analyzing the strength of the instructors. This eagle gives off an especially strong sense of pressure. 9 times out of 10, he's an elite Jonin. The other 2 are probably also at Jonin level. It seems they specifically picked people skilled in their respective fields to train us. After Eagle's brief speech, without any further ado, the first training session began immediately. Stealth and Reconnaissance. First group, numbers 401 to 420, step forward. Instructor Leopard's voice was cold and stern. 20 reserve members quickly stepped forward, then were taken to a special training field simulating a forest environment. The area was arranged with various obstacles, traps, and hidden surveillance points. Mission requirement: within 10 minutes, stealthily move from the starting point to the finish line without being detected by the 5 reconnaissance ninja in the field. Those detected will be immediately disqualified, Instructor Owl explained. We will score you based on your stealth speed, concealment, and how you handle reconnaissance. Sora's number was 567, placed in the 9th group. The 5 reconnaissance ninja in the field were all experienced full ANBU members. Their perception was sharp, and the surveillance points they set up were very tricky. Very few from the earlier groups passed. Most reserve members were caught midway. 9th group, numbers 561 to 580, step forward. Before long, it was Sora's group's turn. Taking a deep breath, Sora followed the group into the training field. Begin. At the command, without a moment's delay, the 20 people quickly scattered, each choosing their own path towards the finish line. Sora did not rush forward. Not far into the training field, he first dropped to the ground and observed carefully. Thanks to the vision enhancement from the Azure Dragon Fruit, even in dim light, he could clearly see the positions of the reconnaissance ninja in the distance, even their lines of sight. This ability to see at night was not very useful usually, but at this moment it became a huge advantage. Lying on the ground, Sora frowned slightly. He saw 2 surveillance points on the tree to the left front, a trap in the grass to the lower right, and a reconnaissance ninja straight ahead. After observing for a while, Sora finally figured out the movement pattern of that observation ninja. He turned his head approximately every 15 seconds. Confirming again that there was only one reconnaissance ninja directly ahead nearby, Sora started moving directly. Whoosh, whoosh. Taking advantage of the blind spot when the reconnaissance ninja turned to look in other directions, Sora moved quickly, his movements as light as a cat's. Then he hit again before the ninja's gaze returned. Repeating this, he finally passed this checkpoint. That was close. Almost got caught. But Sora lay panting slightly in a patch of grass. He wasn't actually good at these stealth projects. His style was more open and direct, better suited for head-on confrontation. Fortunately, as a taijutsu ninja, he had extremely high body control and very fast reaction speed, so he barely managed to pass this first checkpoint. But there were a few moments when the reconnaissance ninja's gaze almost swept over the grass where Sora was hiding, but fortunately, it missed him due to his perfect concealment. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 50, Chapter 50, The Fourth Gate, The Injury Gate. Side observation point. 3 instructors were standing together observing Sora's group of personnel. That kid is a bit interesting. Leopard instructor suddenly said quietly. He times his movements very accurately, almost as if he can predict the direction of the scout's gaze. Eagle instructor nodded slightly. Number 567, that's the 7-year-old brat, right? The one the Hokage-sama is paying special attention to. Owl instructor leaned in with interest. His concealment skills aren't the absolute best, but his observation and use of the environment are excellent, and his body is unusually agile. In the field, Sora had already covered 3/4 of the distance. Only the final stretch of open ground remained. There was almost no cover here, just a few patches of low grass. 2 scout ninja were monitoring this area, one on the left and one on the right. Several other candidate members had been discovered here one by one. At this moment, the only ones still holding out were Sora and another person about 20 meters away from him. Sora held his breath, his body pressed tightly against the ground. He had been waiting here for 2 full minutes. There was no cover at all further ahead, and there were also the 2 scout ninja. Therefore, he had been waiting for the best opportunity. Finally, the moment came when the ninja on the left turned his head to briefly communicate with his companion. This is the chance. Whoosh. Sora erupted into motion. He shot out like an arrow from a bow. In a mere 3 seconds, he crossed this open area and successfully reached the endpoint. Clearance time, 8 minutes and 42 seconds. Undetected. The recorder reported. Sora let out a soft sigh of relief. His gaze fell on the last ninja who had been removed from the field. This person was precisely the other candidate member who had been lurking near him just now. Unfortunately, the other person had lacked a bit of decisiveness. He failed to seize the gap in the scout's attention created by Sora's movement. After Sora had rushed past the endpoint, without that cover, he was ultimately exposed and regrettably eliminated. In the end, out of 200 candidate members, only 22 passed the stealth and reconnaissance test. On average, each group had only 2 people. The difficulty was evident. However, Sora's batch of personnel were all newly recruited, and training had just begun. The number of those passing in the future would definitely increase. The subsequent training programs unfolded one after another. That day's training continued until 6 p.m. It included multiple items such as taijutsu sparring, shuriken throwing, and code decryption. Sora performed outstandingly in taijutsu sparring. Relying on his physical strength and refined taijutsu skills, he easily defeated multiple opponents. However, in shuriken throwing and code decryption, he only reached an average level. But Sora didn't mind these much. He had always positioned himself as a taijutsu-type ninja. Things like shuriken and code decryption were not his focus. After all, once he matured, he could practically be considered an immortal, indestructible existence. Shuriken like these could not harm him, and he didn't rely on shuriken for his livelihood. Just as Sora had heard a saying in his previous life, it's better to master one skill perfectly than to be a jack of all trades. As for code decryption, an average level was sufficient. Anything too complex could be handed over to teammates when the time came. After training ended, Sora dragged his tired body back to the dormitory. The intensity of ANBU training far exceeded that of the ninja school days. Even with his physique enhanced by the Azure Dragon Fruit, he felt somewhat fatigued. After all, he was only 7 years old now, and his physical condition had its limits. However, this kind of specialized, high-intensity training is truly helpful for improving strength. Sora thought to himself as he rubbed his aching muscles. In the following days, Sora gradually adapted to the rhythm of ANBU training. Training started at 6 a.m. every morning and ended at 6 p.m. There were only brief breaks and meal times in between. The training content covered all the skills required by the ANBU, from practical combat techniques to theoretical knowledge, leaving nothing out. Sora discovered that the ANBU's training method was completely different from the ninja schools. Here, the focus was more on practical combat and application. There were few useless theoretical classes. Every training item had a clear purpose and practicality, directly related to ANBU missions. No wonder ANBU members are generally stronger than ninja of the same rank. This training method is indeed efficient, Sora thought to himself. At the same time, Sora also noticed the peculiarity of the candidate member numbering system. During a break, while talking with several candidate members from the same batch, he learned the details of the numbering system. ANBU candidate member numbers were assigned in a cycle from 001 to 600. Once it reached 600, it would start counting again from 001. Candidate personnel were recruited every 3 months. Newly recruited members needed to first participate in an initial one-on-one assessment, mainly to test each person's strength and areas of expertise. Because Sora was specially recruited by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did not undergo this assessment. After that, every 3 months, they needed to participate in a practical combat assessment. In total, they needed to undergo 2 practical combat assessments. If a member failed 2 consecutive practical combat assessments, they would be removed from the candidate sequence and must strictly adhere to the confidentiality agreement, not leaking any ANBU-related information. Because the holders of previous numbers either passed the assessment and were promoted to full ANBU members, or were eliminated after failing 3 assessments, this formed a complete cycle. Therefore, the regular size of ANBU candidate members stabilized at 400 people. But due to various reasons, there were always a few people missing. Currently, it was exactly numbers 201 to 600, among which numbers 201 to 400 were in the number 2 training area, which included the number 369 that Sora had noticed. Numbers 401 to 600 were in the number 1 training area, which was Sora's current training area. Moreover, Sora also learned from several instructors that the next assessment would take place 3 months later. All candidate personnel had to participate, including Sora's batch of newcomers. Although they had a strength gap with the seniors who entered 3 months earlier, this was the ANBU selection rule. If one could pass in this lopsided assessment, they wouldn't have to stay the full 6-month assessment period, because such people were geniuses comparable to Kakashi. After all, each assessment only selected 10 people from 400. The difficulty was imaginable. When Sora heard this rule, his head hurt. He definitely didn't feel he could pass with certainty. After all, those who could enter the ANBU were considered relatively strong among their peers. Not to mention, the youngest among them were still 3 or 4 years older than Sora. But if he really had to wait 6 months, or even longer, to pass the assessment, this was unacceptable to Sora. He needed to become a full ANBU member as soon as possible, so he would have time to develop the Azure Dragon Fruit's abilities alone. It seems, I need to open the 4th gate, the injury gate, as soon as possible within these 3 months. And I absolutely must not use the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. This kind of assessment definitely has Byakugan users present, 100%. But Sora sighed, feeling very helpless inside. His original intention was precisely not to become cannon fodder. Entering the ANBU had already delayed the progress of developing his fruit abilities. If he wasted even more time because of this ANBU assessment, when it came time and his strength was insufficient, once on the battlefield, Sora's life would no longer be in his own hands. After all, that was the 3rd Great Ninja War. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a meat grinder filled with human lives. It should be noted that even a genius like Kakashi almost lost his life on the battlefield. It seems I can only go all out. Without truly testing oneself in a real fight, how can one know it's impossible? Sora clenched his fist. The hesitation in his eyes vanished completely, replaced only by a determined expression. Fortunately, nearly 3 months had passed since he first opened the 3rd gate, the Life Gate. Adding the following 3 months, Sora was still confident he could successfully open the 4th gate, the Injury Gate. It should be known, with 3 gates open, his strength was already approaching that of a special Jonin. With 4 gates open, he would definitely reach the level of a special Jonin. Most of these candidate personnel were Chunin, with special Jonin being a very small minority. Sora stroked his chin, mentally calculating, and couldn't help but nod. Looking at it this way, I still have a great chance of passing the assessment. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.